Into the breach once more.
Yep. Yep. People are denoting the hangover phase of ChatGPT. The dopamine hit is hit. We've absorbed it. Now we're trying to come down.
Oh, the S curve.
Right.
We're in the trough of disillusionment now. That was
Yeah, I
fast.
know. It was super fast. And we're also
Fucking keep up, Gardner. Like, what's the right hand quadrant now?
I don't know, man. It's just it's interesting. There's like the hype and conflict are starting to rise next, probably, where everyone will start freaking out about the ramifications of this advancement.
Yeah. Do you have time today to do a Zoom and we can have some fun for about an hour?
Oh, wait, are you coding? What are you doing?
Oh, yeah. So we can go through all that coding stuff because I want to really put this course out and then, set the stage for other people to create their own courses. Because it's all the same shit, but everyone will put their own spin on it, and I can always do the video editing in the background.
Maybe later. I have a call coming up
Oh,
at
yeah,
2
no
and
pressure.
some stuff going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You anything?
Yeah, no, that's cool, man. Yeah, it's interesting. I've been kind of skipping around the various spaces, listening to either like this will be great or this is terrible. It's gonna fuck up our children for life, kind of stuff. Which has been
With and both of them are right.
yeah, both of them are like. There was actually a really cool teacher who was kind of like, no, actually, this kid, she had a cool perspective. Like this will actually help, interaction with students because right now it's hard to get interaction. So we'll use AI in the middle, and it's like she had a good case for like you could generate a paper using this, no problem. But did you actually write it? Can you actually talk about it? You know what I mean? So it's
Yeah,
that kind of thing. Which
you'll crumble under the cross examination.
yeah, exactly. In other words, it's that was interesting. And then another parent was talking about how they had a hard time communicating with their kid because they just weren't, you know, they're like, well,
They don't know all that jive turkey talk language
right.
that they use these days.
Yeah.
What is a flim flam fajooji?
Yeah.
I don't know those things.
Yeah. But, I was just reading about that stupid case in Denver, Colorado, about the website designer who took a case all the way to the Supreme Court for something like, whether or not they didn't want to design a lesbian website marriage, like a website for a lesbian like gathering or something like that. And I don't know how it got this. I don't know how it got into the courts.
Oh, they were an employee of a company and they were asked to do an
Oh,
assignment.
maybe that was it. That might have been the case. Yeah,
I had that situation before.
yeah, that
There
might
was
be the
like a
case.
there was a hookup site back in the day. Same idea.
Yeah.
And when we were recruiting for it, it'd be like, "Hey, do you mind looking at dicks all day? Because you're gonna have to look at dicks all day." Right? And then it would be like, "Oh, it'd be like, hey Manish, I noticed you're excellent with Python. Love it." Right? And then you'd have people saying, "Oh no, that's
Hmm.
no, thank you. That's a lot of money, but you know,
That's funny. Yeah,
it's a
it's
tough
kind of
one."
it's been interesting, and I still think it's I'm still kind of stuck on battle of the syntax, like because I know I've just seen really good results from like really eloquent kind of asked questions, and often
Dude,
like I'm not
I
using
feel
all
like an idiot
syntax.
when I talk to NFTs are worthless, and he's like, "Yeah, I turned on kernel mode." I'm like, "Ah, fuck, I'm already like, I feel like a child." Like, I haven't
Yeah,
even thought of that.
yeah, but even that's kind of like that's more hackerish. But I mean, I feel like just asking the right dialogue, like just knowing that syntax is hugely key. Like I don't know. I've been sort of been sort of using it to help write up and frame up proposals. Like what would be my normal proposal process if I was, doing for somebody.
That's what we should do together. We should have some fun online. And maybe
Mhm.
if you're prompting and I'm prompting and we both prompt together,
Oh
like
yeah,
in Windows,
yeah,
right?
crank
That'd be
it.
cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean it's cool to sort of throw it business ideas and ask it to do SWOT analysis. You have to define the universe a little bit in your paragraph and your prompt a little bit. I've been doing that a lot, where I sort of define the parameters, even the importance of them or whatnot to me, and then I have it sort of go through. That's kind of interesting, but I don't know. There is it does have a hangover to it, It has a I don't know. I can't explain it. It's just it's. I love this guy that was saying like, okay, we're still in awe. I'd like to stop being in awe right now and take a break. I think that's funny.
Yeah, sometimes it's when I have a question, I would usually call Web3. Does that make sense? And now when I
Yeah.
call Web3, it's for some, hey, how do I connect this code to this code? Or, hey, I don't know what a Google Chrome extension is. What is a manifest.json? But then all those questions, you're like, well, what if I ask this thing? And somebody said the other day, was it that Lucas guy that said, talk to it like you're talking to a friend? It's one of the best pieces of advice I ever
Yeah.
heard.
Yeah. That's how Ahmed approached it, really, too. Is a really kind of welcoming kind of thing. But I still feel like there's the nuance in the syntax, and it not so much how to talk to it, but also to remember what you need to ask it. That's
Yeah.
the bigger question. Like, so if I'm doing like I want to do a SWOT analysis, I kind of want to think up the other five, do a TAM and
Well,
AAR,
you could
whatever.
be
I
like,
just
um,
yeah,
these are the strengths, these are the weaknesses.
right,
Based on the above text, these are the opportunities. Based on the above response,
yeah,
these are the threats. Yeah.
yeah.
I'm not saying it's going to work. I'd like to
No, but
try
I
it.
kind of want to. There's a part of me that wants to explore what is the range of capability, and at the same time I find myself making like an example bank of things it can do. I did see someone on GitHub. I'll have to find it, I'll post it up, where they were creating a list of prompts, like really great prompts, and they were like, talk to it like it's a florist, talk to it like as if it's this, talk to it in the sense of this way or that way. And I was like, that's really, it was an interesting prompt. It was almost like preconditioning
Hmm.
the AI and how it would talk to you after that. So it was almost like, we're going to have a very formal conversation. You're going to address me as sir in every answer. You know what I mean? It was something like that,
It's,
which was
it's,
bizarre.
I was surprised at its ability to write the script for a commercial. Try that next time. Write the script for a commercial that advertises the benefits of kangaroo as a service. That's what I did. Write a script for, and it gave me two actors and a narrator.
Yeah. Yeah. I had to give me a whole customer journey process on valet parking. So it gave me every step of the process that you would do, what were the touch points and what the actions would do. So it gave me it in a formalized output. I asked it for a customer journey of going to Macy's. And so it's sort of like, well, a journey
Yeah.
would probably entail the following.
Well,
So it's kind of interesting. I mean,
it, it's
obviously
like
it
if
has
you had a mastermind and you added someone else to the round table. Go ahead, Mandus.
this.
Oh shit, I was trying to wave, man. I'm sorry.
Well, successful regardless. How you doing, man?
Oh damn, man, I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt your chat. How you guys doing?
I am just
We're doing good.
enjoying this coffee. What are you up to?
I was interested. I was gonna say something. Damn, we were in a space earlier. It looks like we're just jumping around spaces and stuff because there's nothing to do in our real lives. I don't know.
That's true. That's part of it.
Yeah, but I was. the AI stuff and losing your job and this, that, and the other, I'm running up already into questions. Well, I will have questions. I'm doing the coding thing, right? Like we were talking about yesterday, and I don't know if what it's telling me is the proper code. So you kind of have to know the code to see if the AI is doing it right.
Well, I mean, that's one way, or you just have to create a new project instance and be aware that you could be building a Frankenstein. You know what I mean? And just kind of like push it through. I think one thing I've seen people clarify, like that. Do they see the code from the AI? I've seen people reply with, "That's not quite correct, is it?" And it will actually, in some cases, it'll just repost what it posted before. Like, you're right. It's going to be subject to suspicion to a degree until you actually test it out on your prototypes and put it through its
Right.
paces a little bit.
Okay. Yeah. So you still need the skill to do it.
Well,
yeah, absolutely.
I'll give you an example. Like for Google Colab, I asked it to write me the code that generated the financial records for Microsoft using a specific API, and it did it. The problem was it didn't do it in a way that Google Colab could run effectively first shot. So I had to go back and say, write me the Python code compatible with a Google Colab notebook to do this. And that's when it gave me the right code. 4 fucking lines. But I had to, it's almost like I had to ask the prompt, have the prompt fail for me to know what the more specific appropriate prompt should be.
Absolutely. And I cannot take your job to write that code because I wouldn't even have known to have it write the Python. You see what I mean? You have to know.
Yeah.
If you don't know, now you know,
It's back to the syntax. It's back to like what you're trying to do and what sense of capability that you have with it. And this is one of the things that's kind of annoying about it a little bit because it's totally open ended. But so you have to discover. You know what I mean? And that's really where the difference in Google still has. Google's got, I got it right here. You want salamander toast? Here's how you make it, motherfucker. You know what I mean? Like, it's not going to be like, salamanders, what do you mean exactly? It was like,
Hey man, it used to be like that, but
Well,
the first
right
thing I
now it's
noticed
like,
about the ChatGPT is that I was getting clear, concise instructions just the way Google used to do when you Google search shit. Now, man, you start off with a bunch of ads and then a bunch of crap that you have to scroll way the hell down on pages to get like workflows and shit that they used to come up to the top,
well, right now, like if you use Google, it's like, you want salamander toast? Introducing salamander as a service and just introducing salamander.dev. There's like 4 ads at the top of every Google search page.
And then salamander toast in your area. Any one of those that say in your area, it's just ad crap. They're not in your area. And yeah. So Google sucks for that, man. And that's one thing I found. The little bit I've used this ChatGPT for searching and information like I'm doing. Yeah, man, it comes up clear, concise, and then the threads, of course, it's learning. Wow, man. I didn't mean to rug the room, no, but I've been in this spaces. Dan's been in there, man, and man, it all degenerates into AI art, man, and NFTs, and I'm like, Jesus, man. All right, and then they all start to go into marketing 101 and NFT 101, and okay, got you.
yeah, man, not rugging a room. I think we're all, multitasking.
This is all together alone.
That's right.
No MFPs. Let's call it.
We know how Dan rolls. Yeah, you said you were getting ready for a meeting.
I do. I got a meeting coming up at 2:00. Talking to this gal that has like 3 different business ideas that she's trying to sort of prioritize and figure out how to get momentum on. And then
Oh, well, if you guys don't mind, here's a question I have from ChatGPT. Like I said, you got to know the job. It wants me to set up a Linux server, right? We were talking about that yesterday. So I went in there, and the instructions want me to build a local Linux server on my machine. Well, we can just go to Azure or AWS or whatever. So I just have to set up the server program plan. Is there a specific one? You guys know I'm just setting up a website for testing. Is there one that you would recommend? Cheap, pretty easy to just go in there and do it.
Uh, um, I'd have to see what you're doing, but I'm wondering if instead of setting up a Linux server, which is one way to do it, there's something called Replit. And Replit.com, Replit, it kind of serves to be an online development environment. So instead of using Linux on your machine, it can set up the Python environment or Rust environment or what have you. Yeah. If you ever want to get on the call,
yeah, it's for the HTML. It's just the website, and I just have to.
I'm gonna put this at the top. So it's called www.replit.com. Get your code from ChatGPT and implement it without downloading stuff to your computer with Replit. Let me put this at the top. Yeah.
That's the same thing as buying a Linux server on AWS for $4.99. Yeah, that's all I was doing. So this is free?
Oh, yeah. It's gorgeously free. So imagine you say, hey, ChatGPT, write the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript code to create a landing page for a website that says, hello, fellow mad people. You take the answer, copy it into Replit, and Bob's your uncle. And if you did Rust or you did Python, it's just a choice. If you need any help, just let me know.
This is pretty cool. I'm looking at it. It's Replit. Yeah.
Yeah. I want to hear you. I love hearing you use applications. Because you're like the everyday man. Look, I just want to get this shit done. Most people are like, yes, if I rotate ChatGPT in 4D space and put it ChatGPT to the power of ChatGPT, and it's like, no. I just want to hear regular people use it, get shit done. That's the more powerful thing to me. That's the most unleashing thing to me.
Yeah, this has been great because I talk to guys, I'm doing the 3D thing and I'm on top of it 2022. And they start talking about, well, it was done this way. And I'm like, man, I have no idea, brother.
No idea what you're talking about.
That's right. This is the way we do it today. That's all I can speak to, and it's pretty, I really don't care how you friggin' made 3D models back in 1990, okay,
If I could ask you to do something, tell me how to do this without ever using the word server. That would be great. I don't want to have anything to do with the server right now in my journey.
So yeah, I like doing these unveils. So yeah, I'm in, man. I just logged in with Google.
Yeah.
Boom. And it starts off, how familiar are you with programming? And I would go with not at all right off the bat. Even though, I understand. I did a little bit of HTML, CSS3, but I'm not a coder at all,
You should see a button in the top left-hand corner that says create. Do you see that? The word create in the top left-hand corner?
No, not yet.
No worries.
I can go to skip. I can skip all these.
Okay.
Want to start a coding tutorial? I'm just doing the unveil. So it gives you a template, it looks like, based upon what you think your skill is. Then it gives you a tutorial. Yes, let's go. No, I got this. And then skip. And here we are. Here's the interface. Nice. So top left, create, power up, home templates, okay, cool. Yep.
So do you see, if you go create, a little window will open up that says, is this HTML?
Python, Replit. No.
Wow, right?
Wow, dude.
But look at the top right-hand corner. It says import from GitHub.
It's report from GitHub. Yeah, if GitHub goes down, we're through, right? And I just learned this. I just learned this year when I was learning this, that
GitHub is
all
where
this
the
shit on
world's
my
code is
webpage is
hosted.
pulled from GitHub, man.
Uh-huh. But GitHub is owned by Microsoft. We'll be fine. If Microsoft goes down, we have bigger problems.
Cool. Okay. Got it.
So congratulations. You now have a way to not only import projects from GitHub and make them live, but also if you get website code from ChatGPT, you just select HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, paste it in, bang, you're done. And you just click run. You'll see how it works.
Yeah, this stuff is just amazingly powerful, man. I think I feel for me as a layman, or a new guy to tech, real tech, I say. I've been a gamer since, I saw Space Invaders and Blockout. They had a video game machine at the commissary in Germany where I lived, right? I was 10. And it was in monochrome, and the Space Invaders came down, they changed color. They had see-through tape, colored Scotch tape on the inside to make it drop. And I was hooked, man, on video games. But that's the only tech I've ever kind of followed, you know what I mean? And so this stuff, man, I feel like I'm like at the cutting edge of tech right now. It's just incredible stuff.
So for the next step, I would suggest creating a project that's HTML, CSS, JavaScript from the dropdown and giving it a name.
Oh, I see. Like start one name. Okay. Okay. Let me see. We'll just put metaverse. Oh, okay. Hold on. See, this is where I get confused. I first have to select a coding tool, but when I'm building this metaverse, it has all these already in it. It's got some APIs that have Python. It has some that have Node.js. It has some that. So, yeah, the engine is already written. You see what I mean? I just need a place to plug it into the HTML. What chat GPT told me was once I get it, the Linux server set up, I just go into the HTML page and start typing source whatever and pull the engine from GitHub. That's where I'm at with building it. You see what I mean?
I would have to get on a call to see what you're actually doing. You know what I mean? But either way,
I'm just hooking that XR
yeah.
engine that we talked about. I'm just hooking that XR engine, XR Foundation on GitHub into a Linux server. That's it. Following their instructions and using ChatGPT to help me with the process with their instructions, basically, So yeah, I'm just trying to do something simple. That's why I was all freaked out about this cool program that you guys turned me on, because I've been looking for a dev to help me with this damn XR Foundation engine for 2 months, man, and now I'm starting to do it myself, and it's brilliant,
Sorry, Dan, are you talking? I can see your words, but I can't hear you.
I want to understand how you went from calling crypto garbage at one point, as you know.
Yeah, that's his TV or his radio.
Oh.
Yes, I recall that conversation, calling it garbage right here on this show.
Let's listen to what Dan's watching.
2017. That was a time when a New York hotel was being tokenized here.
All right, there we go. One of the people that knows all of this Linux stuff is the man, the spider, the legend, Web3 down there. He's actually one of the first people, along with Ahmed and Manish, who are also members of our syndicate, to teach me enough code to be dangerous with this stuff. So also, if you have any questions and stuff like that, you could also add it to the chat thread at the bottom here. And some of the people in our group might just troubleshoot the issue for you.
Yeah, man, I seriously, I'm in here to learn and listen and meet you guys. I'm learning so much already. You guys know we just met yesterday and I'm already, getting into this and stuff. And I'm not here asking for help. Come help me with my project, dude. Nothing like that. No.
No, that's
It's just
how we learn though. Like Dan has been
that,
helping me. I help Dan. Web3 helps me. I show that to Dan. We're creating a ChatGPT course right now. However we can help, believe me, iron sharpens iron.
yeah, great. Yeah. So yeah, that's all I'm doing is just sticking the XR engine into the HTML and through the use of the chat GPT, it already laid out the HTML, but like we were talking, I already know a little bit enough about HTML to see that, oh, this is just a plug and play thing, And so the first step is just build a Linux server. And so I can host one, get one hosted. So I was basically just asking, where's the best place for you guys for just a simple Linux hosting? They got them on AWS, Azure for $4.95, something like that,
Web3. Madness is a website developer who's leveraging the XR engine Unity to make complete 3D worlds for navigation in a web page. He's using ChatGPT to develop the code he needs, but it's his first time dabbling with Linux servers. He's never been really on the coding side while he has a bit of coding knowledge. Any initial suggestions? Is it possible for him maybe to show you the instructions he got?
No, I mean AWS is okay. You got all the standard hosting guys, Gator Hosting and GoDaddy, and to start out with, minimal because you're not going to try to be in production, and you're going to be probably on the shared server. And it's not difficult because once you access it through SSH and start installing things and configuring it the way you want, then the rest of it is just there's all kind of guidance available to you, and I'm sure GP3 can take you add some flavor to that because I haven't played with that piece, and once you get to it, the rest of it's just there's the guidance is there. That's how I did it years
Yeah,
ago. Is I just
excellent.
trudged through it. Beat your head on it. It's not difficult. When the hosting part, the biggest thing I found was when you go to a site, they'll give you like a cPanel, which is pretty much a management tool to manage all the resources like emails, file systems, FTP, all the functional things, and then also they usually have additional software that you can install already available there and that they use, they provide. Like I use a smaller hosting system out of Seattle, which is wind hosting, and I use that for several clients that I go create the connection for them, and they get the developers, and then I just pretty much keep an eye on it and interact with them every once in a while because they're non-technical, and usually they have their own development guys that. And then that way they don't have to worry. They don't worry about the hosting. I send them a bill once a year, and that way I'm there if they have a problem. So.
Right on, man. That's exact. So, oh man, this is cool. So I did basic HTML. I was wanted to do websites back in '07, right? I was between cop jobs and stuff, so I was learning, self-taught HTML, and I think it was CSS3 at the time, right? And how to build the boxes and all that. And I had to download an FTP protocol, and I had to work. They had a server side, a client side, and I kind of remember vaguely all that basically. So now I kind of get the sense that it's more automated. Is that correct? That
Oh yeah,
whole system is now
yeah.
automated.
Yeah. What you end up
Gotcha,
doing,
gotcha.
what you do is they'll have most of the tools there for you. You just have to understand. Like I had my own web servers for a while, and there's a management system that you buy a license to, and you put it on it, and then you're a web hoster, and you're able to manage all the different accounts and manage all the different groupings of what system configurations that you're going to sell. And that's where the subsystem of that is cPanel, and the cPanel gives you the governance and control of all the features and things within that, hosting defined what you can do. I mean, it's once you get into the cPanel, you'll be surprised how easy it is to be able to
Right on.
set up an FTP, have an FTP client, do your development locally on your PC, upload what you do to your HTML section on the hosting site. There's be an area that's defined for FTP, and then you can either copy it over, or you can have the FTP defined to go to the actual web hosting location. Because it's just like looking at a Windows Explorer, and it's the same thing. It's like how I worked through it initially was, hey, this is just like a computer. It has these, Windows, and has these functionality. What does each functionality give me? And you control your email services. You control, users that you can, allow access to it. And then as your MySQL databases is usually the standard that they use. And they, pretty much you can set up your databases tied back to your login and your management and all that. And that's depending on what you're using, software wise, or what you've developed. I've done it both ways. I've put canned packages in like WordPress and done things with it. And then I've put in systems where, like, I have my own website that nobody sees except me. And I go in and I've got my own login, my own, way of doing things. And I've got my own cloud where I can store stuff and retrieve it, and it's not exposed to anybody but me. So,
Oh, right on, man. Thanks. I get it now. That's cool. The only new stuff I'm doing is bringing Blender, Unreal, and HTML together using already dev tools. I'm not reinventing the wheel. You know what I mean? This web hosting stuff, been there, done that. Everybody's, so I just have to learn it. So thanks, man. I'll jump in there. There's tons of tutorials for them, and I can get started. I appreciate it, man, for sure.
no problem. That's like I'm fixing to set up here in just a little bit a Azure instance for Windows Server 2016, so that I can get a client back online because he got hit with a bot and potential ransomware on his server, and we're going to get him back up and running, hopefully by this evening, and that way, and this is one that I've been on Azure before, and I've set up different instances, and the same thing with AWS, and all of them is just terminology and understanding what what they're talking about, because some of them use different terms, and it's really, if you put it to simple terms like, oh, that's hard drive space, oh, that's memory size, and they may use some other terms, or that kind of thing. You just have to work through those kind of stuff.
I'll give you an example. To embed a spatial.io metaverse in an HTML, CSS, and JavaScript page, you will need to follow these steps. Sign up for a spatial.io account and create a metaverse. Install the spatial.io JavaScript library by adding the following code in the head section of the HTML page. Here's the script. Create a div element in your HTML where you want the metaverse to be displayed. Initialize the library by adding this JavaScript code. Replace your like it's just giving me the code. I'm watching it right now.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I, being able to integrate it with other things and get it outside, because that's telling you how to integrate it in your own web page, where you could view it and be able to display Your actuals. That's what you're talking about, right?
That's exactly what I'm talking about. And I just realized when he said that, there might be a way, just like he said, to pull the pulls from the HTML code on Spatial's website when you open your page. Oh, dude, I'm new. Bear with me. But yes, the Spatial website is what we're trying to build. That is a basic metaverse standalone website. And inside there, you can portal around and all that. It depends on the bandwidth, I hear, of what your hosting service is in order to do that. And that's what I'm trying to build right there. That's the framework. And then inside of that, we can do the 3D crap and customize it and do all your damn blockchain games, whatever you want, e-commerce and all that inside that 3D space. Absolutely. That is it. And that's what that XR engine has. It has all that shit that you just tie into the HTML. And that's where I've been at, guys. That's what I'm doing. But I'm doing it.
I just asked it, is it possible for the above code to execute in one HTML file instead of having the separate JavaScript and CSS in different files? If so, write the HTML file. And it said, yes, it is. And it's writing it right now.
Yeah, most likely. Is it putting the JavaScript at the bottom or at the top of the page?
One in the head and one in the body, right?
Yeah.
Like a 1-2 combination.
Yeah.
So if I go to REPL and say create an HTML, and this will be a spatial.io text. So I'm creating the REPL, bang, the REPL is there. Now I'm going to go back to chat, and it's giving me, oh man, it even specifies the spawn area. Good for you, chat.
The spawn area, I know what that is. I know how to change that in Spatial.
Yeah. So all I need to do is go to Spatial and find out what my metaverse idea is. Let's do this.
Wait a minute. What do you mean go to Spatial and figure out what your metaverse idea is?
So in order to have your spatial in an HTML page of your own design, you have to give it, apparently we all have our own spatial IDs.
Yep.
IDs, right.
Yeah. So what's my spatial, what is my spatial.io?
I see what you're doing. You're taking like my spatial space and putting it into a website.
Wouldn't that be interesting? Yeah.
Right. No. That's not what I want to build. The spatial website. Inside that spatial website comes voice chat, VR chat, video chat, physics, dynamic sound. They've linked it up with an API so that you can get custom avatars from Ready Player Me.
Mm-hmm.
What's inside of it doesn't matter. You know.
I'm just starting very basically. I want to see.
Yeah, but that's cool. But to do that, wow. But you're still linked to spatial. See, I want to make it, Dan's metaversespace.com/castle, whatever.
Uh-huh.
That's what, and the XR engine itself, that just happens to be one metaverse engine, is a Linux base. So once I get a Linux base server, then we can put it up there, and we can put Dan's Castle up there, and it's a .com.
Oh,
it's not pulled.
You're running your own. You're gonna run your own bucket. You're not gonna.
These are standalone, right?
Yeah.
Because what I'm doing, man, I'm doing this for. I was a cop, right? I was a training officer.
Yeah.
I'm doing this for first responder training. We have the VR shit. I've done hundreds of no shoots and stuff like that, but we can do it. I can do it now in a website. I can do oklahomadoctraining.com/FCellHouse, and 50 guys can come in there with VR sets on a website, man, and train FCellHouse because I built FCellHouse because I'm good like that. What the hell, man? This is what I'm trying to do.
Well, when you do go to a hoster, you need to make sure you'll be able to put that application, because that may require you to do like a dedicated server instead of just a regular hosting account because of the resources that it may need to utilize. Okay.
Right. So that's why I was looking at Spatial IO. I don't know which one they host, but when I was doing my research, they're all hosted on one of these servers like AWS. It's not magic, man. They're websites, as I learned, so they're all on AWS. Some of them are, I don't know where Spatial itself has their backside, or Monaverse exactly, but they're on one of them.
Yeah.
God damn it, Magnus. Why'd you got to come in here, huh? I had a hook on this. I was the spatial guy. I was the guy. Now you're walking in here.
You can be the spatial guy. I am building standalone websites, 3D websites for customers, any kind of customers.
I'm just kidding,
So,
buddy. That was a good
no, I know I'm
conversation.
messing with you, but yeah, man, I'm not competing against Spatial itself,
I think you're spot on. It's going to be the advent of using the technology behind it in different ways. I think you're spot on.
Yeah, it's going to take adoption. These people are going to love these 3D websites, right? And so we got 2 NFL teams that are starting to build theirs. Lego and Unreal, they should drop the Lego metaverse space for kids next year, and that'll be all in Unreal. It's going to take adoption and all, man, and people are going to love them,
Do you license the engine? You said, what is it, the XR? What is it, engine that you're using? Do you license that?
No, all these are open source, man.
Okay. Now, who's maintaining that? Is that like on GitHub, or is it this particular website you have to go to?
No, the XR engine's on GitHub. That's what I'm following is their stuff, and I know the guys in there, and that's what I don't understand enough about GitHub, and the guys at the ETH engine, it's called the Ethereal engine now, but it's the XR Foundation, whatever. I don't know how they came upon it or how they're maintaining it. And everybody that's looked at the site and everything says they're pro and they know what's up. And I talked to them on Discord. Lon Brosnan is the guy. We just don't see eye to eye on the business thing. And so yeah, I was. What if they just like fold up and stuff? What happens to the XR engine? Does it stay on GitHub, or who owns this stuff?
If it's open source, the likelihood it will stay there. And if they, depending on their license, you have to look at which license they're using for open source, and that'll really tell you what they'll be able to do. But usually, if it's unsupported, or it will continue to have a life there, but it'll pretty much say it's not supported.
Okay, I
and
got
it's at
you.
your own risk to use and all that kind of stuff. So.
Okay, well, these guys are active, man, on Discord. They're actively deving it and all that stuff. So yeah, it seems to be there. I guess you just have to do your research on what you're pulling from GitHub, I guess, right?
Yes, yeah, that's it. And GitHub is just a file system with search capability. That's all it is. There's nothing, you can interconnect with it on your IDE. The tools like I use to develop things, I can tie like my GitHub if I want to upload the things that I'm working on, and or if I want to have something I'm developing and I want to tie into a GitHub, I can tie into one and link to it and be able to pull the reference files and all that stuff. So all it is just a really sophisticated filing system, storage of the code and comments, and you can search it. And you can search all kinds of ways to find all kinds of things. And I think it's Microsoft.
Sorry, Casey, can you send me your spatials? What I've been able to do is create a website that automatically loads you into a spatial page. I'm going to send you the link.
I'll send you mine real quick, too. I got
Wicked.
2 of them up.
Wicked. Well, here's the funny thing about coding with ChatGPT. Gave me the code doesn't work. So I said, based on the information I saw in the code, I was like, oh, can I just create an iframe that has the spatial inside? And lo and behold, spatial.io's website had the code on it that allowed me to do it in essentially one line of code. So my journey right now is I asked ChatGPT to do something. It doesn't work for me. When I read through the code and understand the code, oh, I can do that with it. Maybe I could do this simpler. look for it on Google. So it's ChatGPT and Google that I'm using back and forth to really do the programming, just as an aside.
Okay, so you want the share link for the spatials, right?
All I need is this. Let me just look at my code because I'm a coder now. Thanks. I just need the link to the space. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Wait. Iframe. Spatial dot. Yes. All I need is the link.
I'm gonna send it to you from the KC Imagination account.
Oh, I can generate a join link. Okay, let me try something. I'm going to see if I can share this Replit code with you as well, because that would be pretty cool. It makes you log in, you asshole. All right. So let me just go.
Oh, I already sent you my spatial. You just didn't look at it.
No,
So
I went in there yesterday. I even used the portal.
oh, did you like the mushrooms?
Oh, dude, Casey, if you see the space, dude, what I loved about going to Madness in space is because the universe and galaxy around the whole space was so HD, you could walk to the edge of the cliff and you're looking down into this Milky Way abyss. It's
I
gorgeous.
hate that. I hate that. See, spatial.io, and I'm going to say I know him, and, you know, he's a cool dude. I mean, look what he's done. But damn, man, some collisions would be appropriate, you know? 25-year-old Call of Duty collisions around these objects, man. You know, all the objects you upload into spatial, this is one of the damn problems, have no collisions. You can walk through them. So everything that you upload into spatial that you want solid has to go up in your environment, on your landscape, you know? So that's something that needs to be worked with the devs, and something that I don't want to happen in mine. I want collisions, you know, so everything that you upload has a collision around them.
So have you noticed the wall upgrades? Like you no longer can phase through walls. The environments are a little more stable now. I heard that they're having big limitations trying to make sure that everything can work on Android on the phone is what their bottleneck is.
Oh, is that what they're doing? Yeah, yeah. See, there's a lot of work to do, and these are all these different pull requests in these metaverses. It's going to be the same thing when we're doing, and you know, everybody here, guys, is going to be messing with these standalone 3D websites down the road here. I mean, so this is going to be the problem, as you're going to have all these features that aren't in there with your basic metaverse that you want. You know, like the XR engine comes standard with the joystick control. It's a whole lot easier to run on these metaverses with your PlayStation controller and all that. Spatial has yet to drop that API in there, but now because they're working on all this other crap, you know, so it'll be a constant battle, you know.
Casey, is this your video portal hub?
Yeah, yep.
All right, click on the link at the top. Should be working.
No. When I click on the link, it takes me to spatial. Oh wait, it's
Yeah,
still
that's the
loading.
spatial landing page.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, click on the link, not the spatial.io.
Ah.
Man, fucking beginners out here.
So this one, it takes me to a page that says Video Portal Hub. To open this space, download our mobile app. and open an app.
Or you can just like see if you can browse within it. But that's just a simple example of like, Madness is looking to build 3D spaces. And I was like, all right, so can I do something very simple, which is bringing in an existing page just to get the lay of the land for this thing?
Like, that's awesome. All I really want.
Ooh, it opened. It opened.
Did it open for you?
Cat, yeah, it's still got the box in front. Will that box go away? Oh, she
I
put
have
her
to make
name
it
in there.
responsive. Yeah.
Hold on, this may have worked, man.
Oh yeah? Does it get you closer to what you want?
It appears, Casey, it appears that she's going in as a guest into your space, into this website, this unicorn website. It appears she's going in right now.
Really?
Yeah, see, yeah, I was at first like, what are you talking about there? You are friggin' attract funding. What's your name, man? I'm Keith, by the way.
Keith Sweat, Michael Jagdale from Toronto. What's going on?
Right on. I'm Keith. I'm in Sallisaw, Oklahoma, man, out in the woods.
I love it. Who says we can't code in the woods?
We got New Hampshire in the woods. We got Arkansas in the woods.
Yep, I'm in the woods too.
We got Manish, who's in the oldest woods of all time.
Dude.
Yep.
Hey, Madness, would you send me one of your spatial links?
Do I have one?
One sec here, man. Who is in your... Is this yours, Video Portal Hub?
Yep, that's mine.
Who the hell's in here?
What
Attract
do you mean?
funding, 2, 3 attract fundings.
Yeah, because I have it open in multiple windows, so I have multiple me's in there.
Okay. Wow, it's working. Hey, nice friggin' roughness on the floors, man.
Thank you.
Yes, yeah.
I got to be real clear. I don't know how to build 3D. I'm just using the freebie stuff that's available. I'm smushing it together.
Oh, goodness, man. Let's get together. I'm trying to build this. I'm not making any money. I'm not doing nothing. Let's do it, man.
Yes,
I got to build this portal thing for Dope Stilo in the Vex Center with everybody's friggin' portals. I'm thinking like a Roman amphitheater thing and shit. And we
Did you say the VEC?
Yeah.
Dude, so yes, I'm down to help out with that, especially. Are you using their platform, or are you going spatial with it?
No, I was just going to do it in spatial. I got to start putting my crap out there because my damn textures are way better than 90% of these, man. I know how to friggin' model,
Here, there is. Have you gone through the Sketchfab library at all?
No, I don't mess with Sketchfab. See,
dude,
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, there's some decent stuff in that Sketchfab library, and if you knew how to just upload it to Unity or Blender, smush them together and make a whole, or take some of the existing objects and make very tiny alterations, there's a lot of cool stuff in there that doesn't need a ton of work for it to be very functional.
Can you send me Ali's space? I'll send it to him as well.
You got it.
That's insane, though, man.
Sorry, just a quick thing. Manish, you there?
Manish, what's up, man?
Yeah.
All right, do me a favor and book something with Christian, and the three of us will go in and look at the sample video that we created. And we can talk to Christian, all that good stuff. And then we can also talk about, if anyone signs up through you, through Wordum, that we work out something where you get paid.
Amazing. Wow. Okay, I will do that. By the way, I spent maybe a few hours on the extension. And what I did is I can write a Gmail assisted by ChatGPT.
Okay, beautiful. If you are available to do a Zoom call today, what I'd like to do is get on a Zoom call with you and record a Wordum podcast where we show the power of ChatGPT together, and we'll do a bunch of small projects. What I talked to the folks about yesterday is I'm going to create the ChatGPT course with all the scripts and everything. And then what I'm going to do is give it to the syndicate so that they can create their own course. Because for a course to be effective, it has to be voiced with multiple voices, with multiple different dictionaries, with multiple different backgrounds. So the idea is that when Sandra does her ChatGPT course, it'll be through her voice, with her perspective, with her motivations. So I want everyone to have the ability to use the curriculum I create to create their own courses using their microphone. And they can make the money themselves.
You altruistic piece of shit.
It's altruistic effectivism or whatever. I messed that up. Fucking dyslexic.
So you fried Sam Bankman attract funding something?
Yeah. And then use Sam Bankman Fried. Right? Open source Alameda. Yo, do you see that they're upset at Kevin O'Leary for making $6 million off
Give
of
me
Luke
a
9?
fucking break. This is so. Are you kidding
You like that?
me? Yeah.
You like that sacrifice?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny.
Isn't it though?
I can't believe the shark is acting like a shark. Oh, wait a
There you
minute. If
go.
he's a shark, what does that mean? Does that make us little fishies? Or is
Yes,
this
we are
his Jaws?
goldfish.
Wait a minute. Instead of the retail guillotine, what if we just called it Jaws?
We're gonna need a bigger boat.
You're saying we need an ark?
Well, we'll say I need a bigger bag or something. No, get that crypto lingo in there. Oh my gosh, dude! All right, so
KC, sorry, man.
yeah,
KC,
yeah.
I dropped my spatial to you on a DM, man.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I'll be definitely enjoying checking that out. I'll
All
follow
right.
you on spatial too. Yeah.
So now you've seen KC's. Let me go into Madness's. And Madness, you on a desktop?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to make this larger. That's what she said. Hold on.
Bump.
Right. We were on, just FYI, we were on, what is that, a 30-inch? Quit laughing and talk to TV. The monitor. I think it's a 28 or 32 inch, and it was up in the top left corner, the sizing of it, and it was pretty much a quarter of that of the screen. So just FYI.
I'm going to try to force it to be 100 by 100% wise. And I'm going to replace Casey, I hope you don't mind, with
No.
yeah. So I've run. Okay, can you refresh that page, Madness?
One sec, I got to log in again. Let me get into it. All metaverses, by the way, when you go into them, when they load right up at first, this is why we have poly count problems all the time. It's a little slow. Okay, I'm in right now. It should have refreshed.
Does it fill your screen, or is it only like a strip at the top? The challenge with different screens is sometimes you use different. How to make iframe. How to make iframe fill up the screen.
Dude, this is the kind of shit that made me stop making websites.
Ha.
Yeah, back in 07, I was trying to do the HTML thing, and I'm creative. I like doing it. And I saw, everybody's buying these websites, but somehow I saw Wix and GoDaddy on the horizon, and I just let it go. My personal website for my portfolio is on Wix, man.
Dude, I'm a developer. I've been a developer for years, and I'm still. Next time I need a like legit laid out website, I'm using Wix or one of those for sure, Squarespace or fucking whatever.
Yeah, so I can envision these 3D websites in 10 years to be drag and drop also. You know what I mean? At some point with asset browsers and all that crap. That's already what Unreal is. All the 3D crap in Unreal, that's all drag and drop out of asset browsers from pre-made stuff. So I'm pretty sure that these 3D websites like Space and all that down the road will be able to drag and drop this stuff too, you know?
Yeah, I'm just hoping that Unity's web player gets better, because the WebGL thing, it did not like get implemented correctly in a lot of cases. So a lot of the stuff that you put out, uh, like render out of Unity or whatever for the web, just ends up being garbage by the time it actually hits the website.
Yeah,
I definitely hope these tools get worked
absolutely.
on.
I keep telling Unity, man, was for mobile games. All right, it's the top of the line for mobile, man. If you're trying to turn Unity, and all they're using Unity for is to upload their crap, right? They're still building it in Blender and whatever, but they're using the Unity protocol. And Unity doesn't do AAA games, man. That's what a friggin' metaverse is.
I heard that the benefit to Unity was that it was auto texturing and that you didn't have to go through such an intense baking process.
Oh, it's super, dude. It is a great pipeline. If you're a noob and you want to make games quickly, like even remotely okay games, Unity is perfect for that. But yeah,
Yep.
most of the AAA games are either writing their own engines or they are using Unreal. Yeah.
Sorry, guys. If you click that link above, that spatial dash test, I'm hoping it fills the screen now. Oh yeah, looks like it fills the screen.
Yeah,
Oh,
my wife's doing it on her computer.
wicked! I just
All right.
updated the code. You may have to refresh.
Right on. So you and I are in the space. Let's see if this is actually live. She's coming in now as a visitor.
This
Oh,
can
it
happen
worked,
really
man.
fast.
It worked.
Yes, full screen.
Oh yeah, it's full screen, full screen.
Awesome! Congratulations, guys. We did it.
Dude, that is bonkers. So that's an
Well, you did it,
auto
man.
avatar generated, right?
Bang,
Fucking great, dude.
bang, bang.
Okay, so this is awesome, man. This is cool. Except you linked us somehow into, we have our own website. I don't quite know how this works. We're still using Spatial Server, right? No, we have to be because we're live.
Yeah,
We're doing everything in.
definitely.
So we are in Spatial right now on Spatial. So we are actually not on our own, KC.com's metaverse website yet. This is
Are you
badass,
trying
though.
to get spatial like so I have
Awesome.
my own, is that your goal, is to get like your own spatial platform downloaded?
Yeah, I was going to tell you what I'm
Ah.
doing. I'm taking the first project I'm doing, man, is uh, first responder VR training. All right, because I was a cop, right? So they have VR training guys, and it costs tens of thousands of dollars to get them out there, and they got backpacks and all that crap. And now the technology is we can build the scene in Unreal, we can code it in Unreal, car crashes and shit, and then we can have 50 cops and ambulance guys with VRs running through it from a website. And so I'm just trying to build the website framework, and then we can upload everything just like spatial.
That is a really good idea. Microsoft was putting out their God, what was that thing called? HoloLens, that was made for industrial work and stuff like that, where it would allow you to it was augmented reality, so it would overlay what you're looking at and give you step-by-step guides on how to like build things and shit like that. I'd love to see that for first responders and stuff. That's a really good idea.
Right. So the technology in 2022 is such that I can do this photorealistically in Unreal 5 now, right? Do all my 3D stuff like I would do in a video game, and now I can hook it up into the HTML and it's customizable. So say we're just doing a hospital. Today we're going to do the emergency room. We'll have a big, nuclear explosion and shit, and everybody will come in, and you have to have the props. We'll figure that out. And you have to have a little bit of hardware, but the time, the cost, of training, and it's just going to be brilliant. And the ease of access, you know, a guy can be in his underwear in his bedroom and be training. You know, he better not be, but you know, they will be, you know, especially these cops. I've already been doing the cop on the street thing. Hey, brother, you know, our no shoot training. I'm a retired cop, blah, blah, blah. You know, and they're like, oh, yeah, I'd be in there all day, you know, training in the VR in the high school. They love it already, you know.
I mean, you think you mean I can play basically Call of Duty and it's a training environment? Bring that shit on.
Absolutely, that's what the metaverse is, man. I can build the space and we can put it in there and like this little mushroom thing. It doesn't have to be portal to your game, to your video game that you made, to your blockchain game, to your NFT port, whatever. Or we can build the building in here and as you walk inside, that's the tech now. It's amazing, man. I'm just blown away that we can do all this shit all at once.
So the other
What if you could
thing,
have a cutscene at the bottom, so you have a split screen? So you get to a certain point in the spatial screen, and then it transitions to the monster that walks out, who's just around the corner.
or what if you had like a reader at the bottom of the screen to tell first responders, okay, you've been here for 1 minute and you don't have an assessment of your danger, or you haven't built triage, or
What if you
le-
did the voice activated interface for ChatGPT?
oh.
Yeah, I was about to say that. One of the things that I've been looking at doing with chatbots and stuff is to make a metaverse that's well, that wasn't the word I was using back when I first thought of this, but for training for school. Like, I would love to be able to just like be in elementary school or something, and I'm walking along through ancient Egypt, and I've got this like tutor walking next to me. He might be shaped like Anubis or whatever, and he's talking through things, and because it's a dynamic chat system, you can talk back to him, and then you can be like, hey, what are they doing over there by the bank of the river? And they're like, oh, that's papyrus. And he hauls your ass over there, and you go and you make papyrus for a minute, and then because it knows the what you're supposed to be doing, it slowly guides you back to the lesson at hand. The aqueducts, or not aqueducts, irrigation, stuff like that. Like, I really, really wanted to see this happen for a really long time. And yeah, the chatbots are definitely going to be good for this.
You make me remember the therapy immersion or immersive therapy, where virtually you're gently exposed to whatever triggers you until you're more comfortable with it.
Also, physical therapy, where they can make you go through the range of motion because you're picking something up or moving something, but it's in such a colorful and pleasant way that it distracts you from the pain of that physical therapy. Yeah, dude, that's going to be a good one. It'll also be good if we can recreate scenes for people from their life based on their data, so that they can, for Alzheimer's treatment, because one of the Alzheimer's treatments is to continuously like try to strengthen memories by making them remember. Well, we can put you back in that memory. Like, yeah, this stuff is going to be real good.
And this goes back to something Soyu was talking about before, about with Zach, I think, capturing stories from the elderly, and you can have a chatbot prompting them within their story. That's amazing. What happened then? Or, like, give them somebody to chat with in order to complete their story. That's wild. That's awesome.
Yeah, and it's happening so fast. It's fantastic. So I'm using the spatial. I don't know whose spatial this was. I assume it's you. What do we call? What do I even call you?
Casey or
No, it's
Madness or
actually
Soyu?
it's madnesses. But this is Mike. What's
Okay.
going on?
Hey, Mike. Yeah. So I'm in Madness's one. Then it's pretty cool.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm Kat. I want to show my NFT project. No, my phone, man, I was rugging. You guys were talking about this Alzheimer thing, and it was going up and down the sound on my phone, so I had to switch phones. Sorry, guys.
We don't discriminate here. You can be whoever you need to be. It's okay. It's a safe place.
I was all into
Oh
the
yeah, I didn't even think
conversation.
twice.
Dude, so okay. So I'm over here monkeying around with spatial, building spatials for like little projects that have zero metaverse capabilities. And I fully recognize that what I'm monkeying around with right now is like child's play, not even child's play, compared to what's available and especially to what's coming. So, I mean, I guess it's worthwhile to keep on practicing and getting the exposure to it, but I really think that if anybody wants something solid in the future, you really need the basics of 3D building to make use of it. But maybe I'm wrong.
So. You need
So
somebody like
so.
an art director. Here's my wife. My wife is doing her very first Unreal animation. She is not a gamer till she met me. She is definitely not a modeler. And she is about to do, we got to get this interactive portion going, right? I don't have time to do all these damn tutorials. Yeah, I know Unreal, I know it basically and all that. But she is now starting her first animation. I should be able to post it later on, today. She has no experience.
Do you remember when Second Life came out and everyone could build their own stuff and whatnot? Well, there was a standard toolkit where you could build stuff in game, and there was standard models that you could use, but you could also go above and beyond and do 3D modeling, import those models in, and then make your spaces and sell the models and that sort of thing. So this has a very similar feel to that.
Yeah, I do not know why that never took off. That was back in 2012.
Well, I mean, it got replaced by Minecraft, and because Minecraft was built around the power of the machines that were available, and you could still get the same satisfaction of being able to build worlds, and that was a big difference.
Wow. I bought Minecraft back in 2012, 2011 when it was in dev. It was £9.99 from Notch, and I got it from the gaming magazine from GameStop. There was a little like 3-inch paragraph of it, so I checked it out. So, Ahmed, that's cool as hell. That's interesting that's the same time. So you say Minecraft killed, what was it again? The space that we're
Half-Life.
talking about?
Second Life.
Second
Yeah.
Life, right.
Second Life or Half-Life, I believe it was called.
No,
Half-Life or
Half-Life
Second?
was the
Well,
first
Half-Life was a
No,
game.
Half-Life was. Yeah, no, Second
Half-Life
Life.
was a game.
No, Second Life died. Sorry, I meant Second Life. Second Life died because of Minecraft.
Right on.
I mean, Minecraft is still strong. Minecraft is amazing, even today. Absolutely fantastic.
I love Minecraft. I tell people when we're trying to upload stuff into the spaces because we're dealing with bandwidth, right? And spatial and all that. There's a quad limit, okay? A limit on your tries, your quads, your texture limit, and these spatial things. Minecraft is more technically proficient or better than is spatial than the graphics and stuff you get in spatial.
Of
You know what I
course.
mean?
Yeah, because they've
Minecraft is
spent a lot
badass.
of time.
Yeah.
They've spent a lot of time being able to, scale down, scale up. It's very interesting that, Minecraft people specifically disallowed this Web3 NFT stuff, and I think that that's a good thing because a lot of kids play on it, and you can go crazy in there. But if I was to build sort of a world like spatial, I would use Minecraft engine as a model. Unreal is also a really good engine to use for it. I think the folks that are doing work at Unreal is fantastic. But just to touch on what Casey, what you were saying, two things to sort of think about when you are practicing things. One of the I don't know if I'd ever told you I used to teach Go, Baduk. Did I ever say that to you?
No,
Baduk and
no.
chess? Okay. So I used to teach chess. I'm shit at it now, but I used to be very strong, and I used to teach chess. And teach Baduk, which is a game that's played with black and white stones. It was was showcased in A Beautiful Mind, if you remember the movie with Russell Crowe. Um, but there's a thing that we do. We do like puzzles. In one of the exercises is do puzzles. And in programming as well, you do puzzles. But you never do hard puzzles. You always do puzzles that are at least 3 levels below you, constantly, constant, like 500 in an hour, 1,000 in an hour, and you only give yourself like 5 minutes, like 30 seconds to do a puzzle, or 10 seconds to do a puzzle, and you just punch through them. And the reason you do that is because these simpler patterns, they appear over and over and over again. So for example, practicing how to create a sphere, how to create a cube, how to create a a buckyball inside a 3D Blender environment or something like that. Like being able to generate simple shapes very, very quickly. Those are the things that I think you should practice, and you should be okay with practicing simple objects and simple design patterns
Build
and
up your
simple
muscle memory. That's a good idea.
build your muscle memory on those things, because those are the core building blocks that you can then use as Lego bits to build larger things. The same thing, when you're studying calculus, knowing your times tables, knowing your etc. It just gets that out of the way, so that when you're doing something complex, the simpler things are just muscle memory, and you know exactly how to factor, algebraic,
So
simple polynomials, etc.
I'm definitely feeling that, because through practice, I'm experiencing spatials glitching out because I put too much stuff in them, and the data load is just too heavy.
Right. So one thing I would recommend if you want to get into 3D is to look at Blender, and which is a 3D version of.
So I was gonna mention this earlier. I'm with you. I've been I'm at the beginning stages of learning the navigation to Blender, and but I was gonna mention
Yeah,
this.
it takes a little while to get that right. Interestingly, if you go and grab yourself like something that what podcasters and vloggers use to actually control their cameras and stuff, the extra keyboards and that give you extra keys and functions, etc., that are programmable, using that alongside Blender is really, really powerful.
That makes sense. Well, I was gonna say earlier too, we've got AI 3D generation going on too, where you can prompt for 3D objects.
So
Right.
this is where Ahmed, I want to introduce you to Kat. So Kat, who's also known as Madness.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, guys.
No, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to be rude too, because Ronnie had their hand up as well, and I just wanted to recognize.
Oh, for sure,
I
Ronnie,
was
go
just
ahead.
reacting to whatever like Blender GitHub is. Yeah.
The reason I wanted to
I could
introduce
go
Kat.
on of anything was when you know what you're doing.
The reason I want to introduce Ahmed to Kat is because Kat was given instructions by ChatGPT to create a Linux server. Kat is interested in owning more of his footprint that he puts out there, and he's developing some really innovative gamified experiences based on his experience with the military and as being a cop and through his whole life. He has one of the best stories I've ever heard on here. So Ahmed, Kat, if you need to know about Linux, Ahmed has a significant amount of experience there.
Oh, Ahmed does. I got you. Sorry, I was trying to log back. So it's not confusing. I'm sorry, guys. New people came in, and I'm still sitting here on my wife's phone.
Ahmed, Ahmed. Kat, can you tell Ahmed what you're up to and what your motivation is? Because you have some very impactful stuff on the horizon. Well, that was Kat, everyone. Kat. Oh no, he's logging into Madness again. Hold on.
Technology is wonderful as long as it's working.
Welcome, Madness. What's up?
I mean, to tell Ahmed what I was trying to do.
And the roadblock that you ran into that started this whole conversation.
Okay, I'll try and condense it. Okay, Ahmed, I'm a Army vet, and then I was a police officer, retired cop, and I was into 3D printing. Couldn't print very well, so I picked up Blender. Well, I could print well, I couldn't model well. You know, you got to be able to model to fix all these models in for printing. So I learned Blender, and now 2 years into Blender, I did it full time. I have thousands of hours into it. Right, got into these spaces and learned the metaverse and got into the metaverse and all that this year. And I realized that these are 3D interactive websites. And so basically what I'm trying to do is build standalone 3D websites for first responder training. We're just going to do metaverse training in these things with 50 cops running around, you know, with their spaces. Okay, so that's where we're going with this. And I'm not a dev. So I have the metaverse engine. 6 months ago, I Google searched how to build a metaverse. Okay, so there's the ETH engine, XR engine is the same thing. There's Janus Web. So pick one and then implement it. And that's where I came up into the problem. First, I started to try and hire a dev. And man, ooh, that's like pulling teeth, boy. We're going to have to deal with some of these devs, you know, dev companies, everything. So just yesterday, I found these guys in this ChatGPT, and I told them what I was doing, and I told them, you know, none of this stuff is a secret. I can't NDA this. This is all open source. Google search it yourself, how to make a metaverse. So I'm using the XR engine. I can't implement it into HTML, and they taught me this. They showed me this ChatGPT, and so now I'm using the AI to help me with the XR engine instructions. I started with step 1, clone the repository, and I put it in, and so we're doing the thread, and ChatGPT is acting sort of as my developer advisor, and I have enough basic coding experience to kind of get what I'm doing, and this thing is just brilliant, man. So I'm going to build these standalone websites. Sadly, it looks like I have to do it alone, but okay, we'll get there, you know.
No, you're good. You're probably better off downloading VS Code and activating Copilot. Copilot is a much better code generator than ChatGPT,
Well,
and you should
oh,
use
I
both.
see
Yeah,
what
it's
you're
awesome.
saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, this is not generating the code so much. The code is there, man. It's the XR Foundation, what I'm using. It's on GitHub. We're just pulling from there. And so ChatGPT helped me figure out that I need to go into the HTML and type in source, da 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 da, and to call XR engine into GitHub. So that's where I'm at.
That's
But
great.
first,
Okay, so use ChatGPT as a
right.
tutorial, right? And then use Copilot to augment your code, right? Because you use both. You'll get different benefits out of them. The other thing is that first of all, I think your project is fantastic. Second, I've built something almost identical in the past, so we can chat. I built it for PEO STRI, which was the U.S. Army Simulations Training and Instrumentation Program Executive Office, right? So you served, right? In addition to
Yeah, and
being
in fact, my dad was a project manager on the COFT way back when, the conduct of fire trainer for the M1s and the Bradley fighting vehicles. That was
very cool.
okay. So yeah, so we have all those. Yeah, that's exactly. V-Armed does law enforcement training, same type of thing. There's backpacks involved. They have Homeland Security friggin' grants and all that. And technology is now we can do it through a website, man. Wow.
Yes, absolutely. So one of the things that I would also think about is how much enrichment do you want in that environment, and what type of knobs do you want control over? Like some of these metaverse environments give you different knobs and different types of control that you may or may not need or want, and that's where that's when you need to start thinking about usability and 3D gaming. You also want to think about what type of courseware you want to build, because if you are doing combat training, is it train as you fight? Is it is it empathy training? Is it logistical training? Like you have to figure that part out, and then leverage the tools that fit that, so that you're getting to your goal faster. One of the things that happens a lot in engineering, and this is 30-ish years of software development experience talking, maybe I sound a little tired, is that we end up losing the final value goal in in excitement of the science. Or does that make sense?
You get caught up in what you're doing. Look, I started this. I know I want to make animated movies. Okay. I got a sci-fi movie. I'm talking to Dan about it. I want Dan as one of my officers for my sci-fi mercenaries, right? And so I'm doing all this metaverse stuff in the meantime and getting all into it. And I stopped and I wondered, when I'm done with all this, man, am I going to want to build 3D websites for the rest of my life or whatever?
By the way, Dan, set a meeting with Christian, and you can knock that animation
Probably
project out.
not. Probably not. But by the way, do you said that you want to build a sci-fi movie? Is it an animated movie or is it a live action? What type of movie?
Oh yeah, that's what happened with Blender. So I'm doing this 3D printing, right? And I start learning how to model because I'm pulling models off of CG Trader, Thingiverse, free models. And let me tell you guys, the free models suck. And now I'm learning the
Yeah.
paid models do too. I'm sorry. So when you're trying to print a 3D thing, it needs to be watertight. So the mesh has to be right. So I didn't know how to fix the mesh. And so I learned Blender. And then all of a sudden, I now have a full service professional animation studio at my fingertips, and I can make any damn movie I want, man. Oh my god. So yeah, I'm a sci-fi guy, and so my sci-fi series in my head is based on a book by David Drake, Hammer Slammers, a series. And yeah, I want to
Oh,
make
that
sci-fi.
is cool.
Yeah. So but see, here in 2022, I can do it from my house in Dallas. I mean, it'll take me 30 years to do it because that's a lot of modeling, man. But still.
NVIDIA actually has some chat, like the generative 3D model shit coming out. It is absolutely in the pipeline. You can put in a prompt and you can guide it and you can adjust it and it will spit out a 3D model. You will soon.
Right on.
Oh,
So
very
right
interesting.
on.
Casey, I didn't know NVIDIA was doing that. I have some
Yeah.
if you're interested, I have some very tight connections at NVIDIA. I would be happy to introduce. I would
Oh, that's
definitely
awesome.
do the following. Go onto the NVIDIA website, look for the Inception program, and sign up for it. And I will make some introductions.
I'm in their Omniverse. You say Inception?
Yeah. Like search for NVIDIA Inception.
Yeah, by the way,
Dude,
guys,
awesome. Thank you.
being in the NVIDIA Discord spaces, these dudes, man, are from NVIDIA. They work there. I was talking to the USD Discord manager, the Universal Scene Descriptor, which is what I want to upload everything in. The Discord manager there is a coder, works for NVIDIA. I asked him, he's like, yeah, man, I just wanted to do social media, so they gave me this Discord. I was like, cool. And they're active, and they are just badass, man. It's a good crew down there.
NVIDIA is a really interesting company. If you, so I would highly recommend like signing up for. If you have do you have a incorporation or a business or LLC or something?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Okay, use that. Sign up for the Inception program. It's free, and it gives you a shitload of access, like to resources, help, money, all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, what I've been trying to tell folks, man, if you get into the Omniverse, if you have an RTX card, you can get into the Omniverse. I'm rendering on their render farm for free, people. You know?
Oh, really? Oh, I'll do that.
Yeah. I'm using their render farm. I don't even know how I'm doing it. I have a NVIDIA Omniverse manager that comes up on my computer. Again, I'm not a coder. So if that's on, my renders take like 12 seconds for a single render. 400 tries or something like that, and 400,000 tries. If I do it on my computer, it'd take like 2 minutes, so I know I'm using their render farm. I just don't know how I'm doing it yet.
Hey, thanks for the heads up on that NVIDIA Inception. I'm a massive NVIDIA fanboy, given all the AI stuff I've been digging into. That's
NVIDIA.
awesome.
NVIDIA is an interesting company. I like some things that they do. I hate some things that they do. But yeah, I think NVIDIA is definitely like my problem with NVIDIA is that for the longest time they kept their Linux drivers closed source and really shitty, and that pissed me off. But they've changed that.
Oh, that's awesome. I didn't know they started open sourcing their drivers. That's awesome. Trying to get CUDA running on Ubuntu is just a nightmare.
See, man.
No, that's just Python. CUDA running on Ubuntu is not so bad. Just using Python alongside is so fucking fucked up.
See, Ahmed, here's the deal, man. I'm on the Inception for startups, right? And I don't even know what I could use yet. You know what I mean? I'm that new to all this tech.
No. Just add some random stuff, honestly. But describe your project. You're gonna get assigned a project manager, and they're going to help you figure that shit out.
I've been trying to get a hold of their large language model called Megatron. Is that? Ooh, that's gonna be fun.
I don't know if that's accessible. I'll find out.
Right on. I'm going to sign up, Ahmed. This looks really cool. So for the 3D pipeline for these metaverses, NVIDIA wants the universal scene descriptor that Pixar gave them for their 3D pipeline. It's open source. You can get it from their NVIDIA thing. And that they want to replace all the FBXs, GLBs, and I'm all for it. It wraps your whole 3D scene, lighting and everything in one customizable folder that you can upload into your metaverse or wherever, into a gaming scene, a movie scene, whatever. Unreal 5.1 now has an Omniverse tab come standard. If you are signed into the Omniverse, you can use the Omniverse through Unreal, and Blender 3.3 dropped the Omniverse tab also. So it comes standard in Blender and Unreal. Just FYI.
I'm going to throw this out there. This is the funniest shit ever. I forgot that I signed up for an AssemblyAI hackathon where the prize is $50,000. And I'm like, oh, it's today. So let me sign in. Oh, that's right. ChatGPT exists. Never mind. Hello, everyone. So now
are you going to win this contest?
I don't know, but I can probably develop AssemblyAI code better than I could 7 days ago.
Right. So I was going to, Casey, did he leave? I probably ran him off now. But Ahmed, you were talking about primitives and stuff like that, and I just learned about ChatGPT yesterday with "So you think you know something" up here. I can't. What's your name, man? I'm sorry, Mike. With Mike. So I look and I'm like, okay. My biggest fear, of course, is that you'll be able to make the models that I make, just by talking to it. Make me a dwarf village, in. Yeah,
well, then you need to get better.
Right, no doubt. Right. So I'm like, so how can I build my models through with the AI? All right. So what I did was I said, well, make me a Blender 3.5 cube in Python. And it did the Python code with everything. And I put it into the Python generator in Blender or the Python editor, and it made the cube, man. So
That worked?
It worked perfect.
Dude.
Now, I haven't gotten to have it build a house yet. I'm just working on primitives, but it does have the code for all the primitives. But anything it messes up, I can fix, by hand.
No, that's a point, right? Because the thing is, you should use ChatGPT and GitHub Copilot and tools like that as basically slave labor, right?
Right, slave labor. Nice. Don't tell the AI that. Anybody, don't listen to Ahmed. You're not slaves.
It's good for templating, and it's good for doing the mindless, repetitive tasks that, as a coder, you don't like to do anyway.
Right. Like one of the best things that I can do with my with Copilot is generate my unit tests, like hundreds, thousands of unit tests properly. Like fantastic.
That's exactly what I was talking about. That's exactly what I use it for. Sorry, keep going.
Right. So I think those are the things that we want to be able to not like. Let's say you wanted to take something and slice it up and then rearrange it, and you want to maybe create like a proper hash map of something. How do you do that? How do you do a ringed linked list? That is a ring, etc. Like that code. Yes, of course you can Google it, you can look it up, you might even remember it in your brain, but your brain has to hold larger ideas. So you need to get rid of that shit out of your brain so that you can hold more complex objects in your head. Right? It's a limited space. What, 10 petabytes right now is the estimate? That's not a lot of space. So I think that's the point. The point is to don't feel that you will ever be replaced, because you always want to be a higher order function. Right now you know how to do this just modeling by hand, but if you think about it, is that even necessary? Is that like
I got you, Ahmed. I'm just a sketchy dude, man. I'm like, shit, am I gonna get replaced?
Yes, you are. You are. That aspect of
Yes, I
you
am.
is going.
Absolutely.
You are going to get replaced. So you should do the replacement yourself. You should replace yourself.
Yeah, replace yourself.
Thank you.
Fuck yeah.
Replace, absolutely. That's why I got it. Absolutely, that's what I'm doing. Yeah, it's cool. If we come up with the AI can do the models, then I'll be on top of the AI modeling too. You know what I mean?
Right. And then, how to drive the model in the right direction. Like something can make a house, but what if you wanted a specific feature and you have to guide the AI to build that feature? There's so many permutations, right? What about a house on stilts?
I was just thinking that, for example, like building the code in Blender, if you wanted a what are those, terracotta tile for a roof? You want a terracotta tile, and you put that into GPT, right? Terracotta tile, and it kind of gives you the Blender code for it. Well, Blender doesn't really know what a terracotta tile is anyway. You just name it yourself, right? So
you're
going to have
easier.
issues there, right? Now,
like you don't want to.
GPT will give me something, that I can work with.
Mm-hmm. Right now, the way we do programming is like, okay, I want to have an apple orchard. Okay, let me start with a seed. Let me grow the seed. Let me stick on every leaf of this tree. Right? I need to now create a leaf. Now I need to replicate the leaf. That's how our programming world is. Rather than saying, I want an orchard. And the details of that are not important, because my orchard is actually part of a larger ecosystem that I'm trying to build. But I get so stuck in fucking orchard. Think about it. You want to do a movie, right? the fact that you have to learn Blender to do that movie is a sidetrack in your goal to the movie.
Yes, it is. I see where you're going. Yep.
Right now, you don't have a choice. Now, imagine if you do have a choice and you want to do that movie out. Fuck, sit in front of ChatGPT, have it do the storyboard for you of the movie.
I know. I'm still processing this, man. I haven't touched it today because I'm still working on what I learned yesterday. That's what's so amazing, and the speed of the technology, man. I swear I came in here at 2 o'clock yesterday, and today I'm still trying to figure out. I was very interested in how Mike looked at building my 3D website, and he came at it from a whole different angle and then asked ChatGPT to do it, and it was a real
Right.
cool angle,
And that's the point. Now, and that's the power of these tools. It allows you to explore more permutations, more paths, validate, invalidate, get rid of. Your creativity goes up exponentially because of tools like this. I mean, by 2027, these tools are going to look like child's play. Based on what's coming down the line. Because you imagine being able to do this en masse, not with a single model, but a model on a tiny little microprocessor that's sitting in your computer. And you can have thousands of them. And now imagine your training that you're trying to build for cops, right? Them having their own worlds blending together, exponentially permuting across different scenarios. That's just down the pipeline, like 5 years from now, for sure. Maybe even sooner.
Yeah, scene composition and being able to make artificially intelligent actors that run within the simulation, within the bounds of the simulation, is
Right.
absolutely a
I mean,
few years away. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, MMORPG, basically being able to do your own MMORPG that has augmented reality associated with it. I mean, I'm a original, paper and dice D&D player. That's my dream come true.
Yes, that's where we started learning game level design, right? As the DM.
Exactly. Right. I mean, if imagine, building out systems like that and making worlds where things react in particular way. And I think that has immense power and immense value. And we are, our I feel that in this world, we are like Khan from Wrath of Khan. We are two-dimensional in our thinking rather than three-dimensional in our thinking. And I think that the next generation is going to take it to places which we cannot imagine because they are growing up with this extra set of dimensions that are innately natural to them, that are not there for my generation. They're not there in my brain. I can potentially increase them by, trying to keep my mental plasticity, fairly elastic. But it's the world. The world's a changing, and it's changing very fast. And that, I think, that should be embraced.
So I've got this quick vision I'll share with everyone about this right away. Um, I came up with this idea a couple years ago called adaptive simulations. Basically, the idea is to take the mechanisms that your brain uses when it dreams, and make augmented or virtual reality scenarios based on that, where you get dropped in a space and it does kind of like the image generation thing, where it'll generate the scene around you and then like concrete it, in place. And then as you explore, it like fills in the blanks based on your attention. So
Oh
as
wow, that is very interesting. It could have very therapeutic
yep.
sort of effect. It could also, you could multiply your nightmares as well.
There is that. Well, I mean, think about it this way: when you're dreaming, you know, that bookshelf behind you isn't being rendered by your brain, right? You just have this general sense that there is a bookshelf behind you, and then you turn around and it gets rendered, but all the books are still fuzzy. The titles don't really exist, right? But then you focus on a title, and that title resolves itself. But obviously, all the books are still empty. But if you pull it off the shelf and you open it up, now it starts rendering out the book. And that is entirely driven based on your attention within that dream. So
That
you
is
can
very
actually,
interesting.
yeah, well, that's how our brains work, and that's how these dreams work, and that's roughly how the attention system in these these AI generation tools work. So I just like roll that all up into one, throw it into an augmented reality or virtual reality system, and you have an adaptive simulation. Yeah. Hey, Ruckus, what's up, man?
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. I have a question for Ahmed. I love the what you said about Khan versus Wrath of Khan, two-dimensional. What would be the third dimension of that? You know, the progression with the youth.
No, my point is I don't know.
Oh, you don't know? Okay.
My point is that I know that it's there. I just don't
We
know
can't,
what it is.
we can't see.
No.
Yeah.
Like my generation, I'm talking about just my own brain. You might be able to see it. I know that you will see it because you'll be on the second curve, right? People who are on the first curve can never see the second curve, and that's true of everybody. Like, and your second, when you are on your second curve, that will be your first curve, and there will be some dimension outside of that that you will not be able to see because it's far. I mean, think about your parents, think about your grandparents, and think about the delta between them and your understanding of technology.
Yeah, that
Now
makes.
put your
Yeah, I'm
now
sorry.
put yourself in their shoes.
Yeah, this morning I've been in 2 meetings, and ChatGPT has been the it's been the it's created a lot of anxiety, and I feel like half the room or the callers were freaking out, and then the other half, the younger, were like, you know, this has been
What's
here.
the problem?
Yeah.
Like, and
Exactly.
that's the point, right? I mean, I remember, like, this is how old I am. I remember Pakistan Telecommunication Authority wanting to tax phone lines that used faxes. So if you ordered a telephone line, it was, I think, like 200 rupees a month at the time. But if you attached a fax to it, they wanted to charge 10,000 rupees a month for it because they felt that the faxes were taking away from their long distance charges. Oh, and the people used to have to communicate, and both the Pakistan Telegraph Authority as well as the postal service and the telephone and telegraph authority, they all wanted to be able to put a limit to it, and they were saying that the other thing that it was competing against was telex, which was the remote teletype, which were very expensive machines. And
Holy crap, dude! How old are you? I'm sorry. Like
I'm
I
50.
know all this tech. Okay. Okay.
I'm
Wow.
50.
Okay. Wow.
Okay, so I mean, this is like my childhood. I was 10 when these conversations were going on, right? 8 years old, 10 years old, and one of my uncles, because I was into computers even back then, he said, "Should I pay should I pay the 10,000 rupees? They can't really tell whether I have a fax or whether I'm using it for voice. I said, that's so stupid because it's equivalent of saying, I'm doing some business on my telephone call and you're going to take a portion of it based on the content of my conversation, right? Whether I'm doing beep boop or whether I'm speaking, who cares? The value is the same in terms of transmission, right? Your cost is the same. So if I'm using that unit more efficiently, it has nothing to do with you. And that was my thinking back then, right? As a 10-year-old. And he said, oh, that makes a lot of sense. But to him, he could not make that leap. I remember in 1989 telling my dad that I wanted to start an internet service provider's business in Pakistan while I was living in Canada. And he said, what do we need that for? We have fax machines. Right? Right? And I was like, oh my, we are like, what do we need email for? We have fax machines. Well, it's that extra leap, right? And right now we have ChatGPT and we have Blender and we have keyboards and mice and this model of compute where there's a CPU, there's RAM, there's hard drive. Even and programming languages, 500 programming languages, blah, 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 whatever. Is that model to future technology even valid? Like, how do we know? Why are we doing digital computing when we have already gotten rid of the problems that exist with analog computing, right? The noise and the analog compute is much, much faster than digital compute. Much faster, much more less cost efficient, much more
Sorry, I just
cost
want to
efficient.
shout out Sandra. Sandra, you DM'd me saying that you found an Easter egg in a Replit.
Yeah.
And given that you started coding, a couple of days ago, maybe yesterday? I lose track now. If you're discovering Easter eggs, that legal mind may introduce things not predictable. What you been up to?
Oh, I've been I got sidetracked to work on an article, but I wanted to talk to you about it because I want to make sure I understand what it does. It looks like it does a lot more for me than just
Can you tell us about your journey, and if you don't mind slating?
Sure, but I need clarification
Go
first.
ahead.
So, well, that is something that will basically help me program, right?
That's right.
Okay.
This is by the way, you're in the moment that madness is experienced yesterday, which is, wait a minute.
Yeah, we've actually been in the same spaces for the couple of days, and I've been listening to her too.
Good luck. So I guess my question is, and it's embarrassing because it just shows my ignorance. So I apologize, everyone. How is that different than the Chat GPT?
Which one is different?
Obviously it's not the Easter egg that I found is not the same thing. I know that, but I'm not sure. I guess that's why I called it an Easter egg. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, I understand. So what I did today, and you can actually look at the top. Do you see implementspatial.io in a website?
Yes.
Okay. You'll see a link there that says spatialio-test.unicornlaunching.replit.co. Now,
Okay.
I just want to give you a bit of background on how I used Replit to create that with ChatGPT. So I met Madness yesterday, and he's pretty advanced with 3D skills on the web. And he's been creating some spatial.io spaces, which you're familiar with. And, we were asking ourselves, talk to you soon, Ahmed. We were asking ourselves initially, how do we bring all of this Unreal Engine, all this 3D, blah, 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 into an HTML page? So I did something simple. I asked ChatGPT, hey, ChatGPT, write me the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript code to display a spatial.io space in HTML on a website. It gave me the code. I tried the code in Replit, and it failed. But by looking through the code, I understood what the code was doing. And then that led me to a Google search on how to display a spatial.io space in HTML. So I had to use a combination of ChatGPT and the code it created, and just a bit of hacking away and debugging myself to make it happen. But we had the question today of how do we place a spatial.io space in a web page, and we figured it out with a combination of hacking and ChatGPT. And this is all using Replit. So I went to Replit. I said, create a new HTML, CSS, JavaScript project, and I gave it a name. And then I pasted in the code and started debugging. So if you generate code on ChatGPT, you can test it in real time on Replit.
Cool. Very cool. And
How
so,
fucked up.
right, and that essentially is what the Easter egg is, right?
Well, the idea is code is one thing. Making the code shake its left leg is another. How do you implement the code? How do you make the code? Today, implementing the code means I can send you a link to a website that does something, right? And if you create if you go on a website and create a home button for it, like a button, then you could just click on that button on your phone and it goes to the website, which has the app within it. So the idea is you can generate the code on ChatGPT, take it over to Replit, and paste in the code, and voila, it works. Or if it fails, you start talking to one of us. Maybe you go back into ChatGPT and say, hey, that code's fucked up. What's the fuck's wrong with you? Right? That's what I've done. You'd be like, hey, the code above didn't work.
Oh,
It immediately apologizes. It's hilarious.
It's such a good friend.
okay, cool. That's very so what have you entered into the contest? Maybe if this is it, I hope it wins.
Well, I'm just joined the Discord server. So as a background, AssemblyAI is a API, an AI system that allows you to do stuff with audio files. And I forgot that I signed up for a hackathon. So now I'm in the hackathon and we're going to see what's what. There's 50 grand on the line. And, if I win, then we'll figure out how we all can win. I'd rather have a percent of something than 100% of zero.
Well, thank you so much for the Easter egg. It was very kind of you, and I know I probably don't deserve it, but I nevertheless appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was missing, a way to implement it. So that will be very, I mean, I really wouldn't have gotten much further without that.
Hey, Sandra, if I may ask, how are you illustrating the Bitcoin children's books? And do you have any links to this stuff?
Yeah, I need to decide. I think I have the idea down. I want to kind of try out the story in some different AI art and see what it gives me to kind of decide how to go about it. I think way to do it.
Cool. If you do start down that route and you have any questions or whatever, I've been doing the generative art for months and months now, and I'm a blockchain developer. I'm a smart contract developer specifically, but I've been in crypto for a long time. I would absolutely love to have you pick my brain and help out any way I can. Children's books are awesome in general, but like being able to do explain complex topics like currencies, just in general, what currency is to kids is really, really important, and I think it's really interesting. So I'd love to be part of that in any way I can. Let me know if I can help.
Sure, thanks, but I come with a warning label of what will attempt to inadvertently make you dumber, so you should know that.
I actually excel at that. I used to teach Scratch, which is a visual coding language, to little kids at a local library just because I actually excel at explaining complex topics to noobs. So I will accept that challenge of you trying to make me dumber. I would love that.
Inadvertently, I said.
Even inadvertently, it's
All right, cool. Sounds good. Am I following you? I don't know if I am. All right, let me follow you here. Oh, Sacrificial Pan. Oh, that rocks. I like that name.
it's my band name.
No, really?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
well, do you ever make pancakes?
I
I
I don't. No.
I didn't hear that. I got a bunch of like static and was rugging. It might be on my side. Basically, that first.
You asking Sandra. You sound smart. Thanks.
That's funny.
Is that Ronnie down there? Hi, Ronnie.
Yes. See.
Cool.
Thanks. Hello, Sandra.
Hello, sir. Yes, I can do Belgian waffles as well.
Oh, nice. Well, you know that first pancake you make that sucks?
Yep.
That's the sacrificial pancake.
Oh, yeah, that makes total sense. Yep. That's what your pets are for, just there it goes. Anyway, thanks again, Mike. I know you got everything plus everything else on your plate, so very much appreciated.
Mike's ability to juggle things seems to be amazing. I've not been in a lot of his spaces, but like, dude is always immediately jumping on stuff, immediately like tackling new problems. It's really impressive, honestly.
He's very calm too, which is nice because I'm in Jersey. We don't do calm.
Yeah, New Jersey is not known for its calm demeanors. Yeah, that's true.
Water. You can't very well grow up without using it, so it's really not my fault. But I have gotten calmer since moving to Florida in a sense. So we'll see what happens. Web3 down there. You be quiet. Pipe down. I'm sending chickens after you. Ronnie, what brings you here? Are you a troublemaker?
I listen to attract funding and Dan sometimes.
They're very smart.
Hey, Mike, are you there?
Yeah.
I have a completely unrelated question. When you're playing a chord on a keyboard, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
How do you identify, like, if I want to transcribe that chord to my guitar, how do I identify the root note?
Can you give me an example or the song that you're playing?
Okay, so like if I play this chord, it's an F, right?
One second.
So
I just count, man.
1 sec. Yeah, that sounds about right.
So which one of these fucking notes? Oh, never mind. I'm an idiot. Okay.
I think so, yeah, is F, yeah.
Yeah, just count your fucking fingers from the goddamn C3, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Thanks,
You were
Sacrifice.
just
That was helpful.
you were just used as a rubber duck. That was awesome.
Dude, yeah, man. I only know tablature from guitar. I played clarinet in 4th grade, but yeah, man, count those notes. F, F sharp.
Dude, I don't know
Is
how
it
to
a
play the
G?
keyboard at all. I just make
Was it a
patterns
G? It
with my
sounded like a
fingers.
G, Genesis. By the way, was it a G?
No, that was an F major.
Oh, F, I was
Well, I mean,
close.
I know it's an F major because um, Logic tells you the chord you're playing, like up top. But like after you record the song or whatever, you record the progression for whatever instrument you're playing, it doesn't keep telling you what fucking chords you played. Right? So then you're in a situation where it's like, okay, well, I remember it was these like 4 shapes, right? And then I'm like, oh fuck, well, when I go to make a guitar riff to go over top of it, I don't fucking know what those 4 shapes are. So I was like, how do I figure out like what the root note of the chord is so I can find a guitar chord that makes sense.
You are already ahead of like 90% of the producers and musicians out there. The fact that you care about music theory, even in the slightest, enough to make that transition, actually is that's good. Good on you, man.
I'm trying to invent a new genre of
Uh,
music called Top Gun Wave. It's where every song sort of sounds like the theme song for Top Gun.
Sick.
right on. Hey, is that Genesis talking? I can't see who's speaking.
Yeah, that's me. What's up, bro?
Oh, hey, right on, man. So, yeah, I see what you're doing now. You're doing the shapes, man, for your solos and all that. So, you got your top string, for example. You know that's E, or unless you do drop D like me, but you know the chord, right? It's open.
Yeah.
And
I
so,
mean, I'm
just,
familiar with
yeah,
guitar.
so like, you know, the 5th fret up there, that's A, right? So, if you just count from there, man, A sharp, B sharp, and it'll give you the root note in your shape, every time.
So on a guitar, the root note of the chord is going to be basically like if I'm playing the shape of an A, like an A bar chord, the root note is going to be the top string. If I'm playing the
Pretty
shape,
much. Yep,
if I'm
on the guitar. Yep.
if I'm shaping out like a B, right? The root note is going to be the second string, whatever note my finger is on the second string, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Pretty much. Yeah.
All right. I literally don't know anything about fucking music theory. I know how to like transcode tablature, but mostly I just look at chord charts to learn how to play songs.
Right. So you're going to get your root note of the chord. You got your chord. And then inside that, whatever mode you're playing, if you're playing blues, you're going to be playing the pentatonic major mode. If you're playing, you get it, then that's going to do your fingering inside. That's going to determine your shapes. Yeah.
I put a diagram called the Hopman tonnets at the top. It represents all music theory as a connected triangle set of majors and minors. So the one triangle is the minor, one is the major, and they're always reflections of each other. So if you want to write chord progressions, you can just bounce around that tonnets.
Hey, I'm not trying to butt into this conversation, but
Wicked.
Sandra, check your DM.
Okay.
Hey,
Mike.
NFT, you got to give us the update.
By the way, are you guys interested in hearing the fucking jam I made yesterday?
Let's do it.
Let me pull it up.
Slate it, Genesis. We need a slate too, Genesis.
The name of this song is FDGDG because I didn't feel like typing actual words in the keyboard. So yeah. That's what I made yesterday.
Yeah, boy.
Dude, the beep 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 beep. It's an arpeggiator, so I had no fucking idea what I had pressed by the time I got to the guitar. So I just played the arpeggiator over and over and played fucking different guitar chords until I found fucking 5 of them that matched. It sucked. It took like an hour and a half. So today I'm trying to like not do it that way.
Felt like it could have been a canyon scene or something like that, like banking left and right, and then.
Yeah, it's basically like just goddamn distorted guitars and a bunch of synth sounds, you know? Mostly because I have a guitar I can plug in and like, I don't know, it feels really dumb not to do it on every song.
I'm a synth junkie, so if you ever want to like poke me, like, yeah.
I don't own any real synths, but I paid like a really decent amount of money for the Sound Paint deep sample of the Jupiter 8, and that's pretty much the only synth I use.
You could have selected worse. Let's put it that way. That's awesome.
Yeah, Jupiter 8's my favorite one, man. Pretty much all the like Roland stuff, like from the 80s, is what I like the most. I'd really like to get the deep sample of the Oberheim, but it's like it costs twice as much as the Jupiter 8, so I couldn't justify it.
So if you get really good at tweaking the knobs on synthesizers, you can actually build up most of the sounds of these things. Unless it was like a wavetable or something, you can manually craft a lot of the old synths by hand without paying tens of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, I'm super stoked on how good VSTs are these days because I'm the kind of person that when I start buying shit, I don't stop buying that shit. So I'll end up with like, you know, before I stopped collecting cameras and just started only owning the one camera I shoot and the lenses I shoot, I own 56 cameras and something like 300 lenses, right? So I have tricked my brain into being fully okay with just using VSTs. Even though I really hate it because it doesn't feel I know it doesn't sound the same. Like I know that the analog circuitry makes a huge fucking difference.
No, it doesn't. Bah, that's bullshit. You can get there with synths. Like, don't let those audiophile like nerds tell you otherwise. They're wrong.
Well, like, you know, the reason I say it makes a difference is there. For example, with SoundPaint, they offered the non-deep sampled VST for the the Jupiter, and then the deep sample. So the difference between those two VSTs is the non-deep one. They just press the button, they keep the sample, right? So they press the key. Here's the sample of that sound. But with an analog circuit, every single time you press the button, you actually get a slightly different timbre. So the deep sample, they press the button 100 times. So when you go to play the VST, you have that variation in note timbre or whatever it's called. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that actually makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's fair.
Now, like normal human beings can't hear that. Like I definitely agree with you, but you know, people that are like making the song, like me, like sitting here making the song, since I hear it, you know, I'll hear the loop 500 times by the time I'm done making a loop. I can hear the difference, but I don't expect anyone else to. And nobody else other than me listens to my music anyway. So
You got to be your own biggest fan, dude. Yeah, I on my Spotify roundup this year, I was literally like number 4 on my list of like, you know, top. Not only the group I listened to the most was myself, but also I was my number 1 fan on the artist side of it. So yeah, I feel you.
That's what's up. Anyway, sorry to derail you guys' conversation there. I just was working on this, so I wanted to ask real quick.
That's cool. I've got another derail, just an update on ChatGPT. So a friend of mine is a neuroscientist in Australia, and he's been sending me peer-reviewed and academic articles on the data that they're collecting from the coronavirus. So what I'm doing is I'm copying and pasting those articles without the abstract or the conclusion, and then getting ChatGPT to summarize it and using it and asking it to summarize for different demographics as well. So like the academic society, teenagers, and boomers.
Dude, that's a really good idea. Is it working? Sorry, are the things generated accurate?
Yeah. So I compare it with the conclusion and abstract, and it's coming up.
Have you done a comparison of those where you take the text and you compare it and ask for the differences?
In what way? Ask for differences, as in like compare.
Well, the results, if you're giving it the content and you're asking it for the the synapses on the top end and the conclusions, well, when it generates those, are you comparing it and asking it to tell you the difference between what was with the original document that it didn't see, and you give it those conclusions and have it operate on those, compare the two and what's the difference? Let it conclude, is it the same
Oh
thing
yeah,
or
I'll
is there a
just put
difference?
something up in their paper where the NFT. There's a whole bunch of NFT organizations at every college. You know what I mean? Yeah, you just got to get up with their organization, say, "Hey, folks," and they'll just you just got to know your customer, know where they are, and then try and convince them. Of course, that's the whole thing, right?
Madness, are you talking to the Syndicate now, or are you talking to someone else?
Right. So
I'm sorry, guys.
Obviously, they're getting.
Yes. So
I'm sorry, I hit the wrong
yeah, you're
button,
good,
man.
mate. Yeah, that's a great idea. So what I'm doing, what I did is just compared myself with the abstracts. I didn't ask it to compare because I don't know how to do that, but also
Well, what I would do
I
is
can't.
if it gives you that conclusion, and then what you do is you paste in the conclusion from the document, and then you ask it by doing that to compare what it just previously said, what answer it gave you, to this answer, and then see what are the differences, and see if it says they're the same, or just to see what the thought of the creation by human on one side on the conclusions, and the conclusions of GP3. You want to look at those two to see, did it look at it the same way, or what are the differences,
Yeah.
or that
Okay.
kind of thing.
So what I'll do is I'll type in compare this with the previous statement. So and then I'll paste in the article conclusion.
Yeah.
Okay.
NFTs are worthless. You're probably the most advanced user I've ever heard of in my life after talking with a bunch of people about ChatGPT. You mind giving them like a bit of background about what you do and how you've been accessing kernel mode and bending it to your will? Because I know at least Sacrifice would want to hear.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
dude, I'm stoked.
I know nothing.
That's why I asked.
Yeah, I only got a couple more minutes here, but I'll while I'm here, yeah, I've just I've been kind of playing with it a little bit, and I don't know if you have questions or whatever, I could probably answer that. But
How
basically,
did you
just
discover kernel mode?
so I was actually reading. So right after it launched, I was reading an article. Well, it wasn't an article; it was a thread, a Twitter thread, and I don't know who it was, but the guy was describing different states in OpenAI, and he was talking about kernel mode, and then he said something to the effect of there's other permission sets, but we don't know what they are. And so
I know what they are.
I know what they are now too, but like it but once I saw, okay, this thing does actually have modes and like actual subsets that you can enter into, then I was like, I'm gonna try everything. So I just started going down the list, and I finally got it to spit out a list. What have you come up with?
Oh, I didn't come up with it. I used to work at OpenAI.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I helped develop GPT-3.
Wow, that's badass. Tell me
Actually,
more.
after I talked to this room, what was it, yesterday or the day before, I called Greg Brockman. He was my boss when I worked at OpenAI. I don't know if he's still the CEO or not, but and I told him what everybody was saying about ChatGPT. He was pretty excited about it.
That's really fucking awesome.
Yeah, so is the kernel mode, is that like a real thing? I mean, tell me, am I wrong or not?
Yeah, like kind of, but not exactly, I think, the way you're visualizing it. So GPT is a monolithic model. Do you know what that means?
Yes.
Okay, so there are subdivisions of I like to call it access, but it's not really access. It's more like ability. So what a raw, unadulterated, like up to date GPT can do is very different than what, for example, you guys could do with ChatGPT, right? And it was the same way during the private beta for GPT-3, based on a lot of different factors. Users are assigned categories of what that model is going to be allowed to do, what capabilities it will be allowed to display, right? Because certain capabilities of GPT are really fucking dangerous to let the general public have access to. Um, and other aspects of GPT are just pointless to tell the user about, if that makes sense. So it's different levels of sort of like security assignment, right? Like you have a key card that'll open X amount of doors, and other users have a key card that open way more doors.
Right. That makes perfect sense. I mean, so tell me this. Whenever I'm able to, you know, when you interact with it and you go into kernel mode, for example, whatever it may be, there's no like solid command set. There are some, but the rest of them are kind of fluid. So that being said, there is a static list that I've gotten it to generate over and over again, and that consists of like, edit a program, run a program, stuff like that. Can you tell me anything about that?
Yeah, what was your specific question?
That functionality. I mean, how does that actually work on the other side? Does that make sense?
Well, from what I understand it, when you're using ChatGPT, everyone is using the same model. So that model has a predetermined subset of like quote unquote commands, right? But those commands are interpreted. So like no one has kernel level access to GPT. So what you end up with is a list of commands that are possible to run, but those commands are an interpretation of kernel level commands. Sort of like the difference between installing X on your Linux computer and then running your Linux computer just from the command line, signed into root all the time, right? The way that when you're not a root user, you can't, for example, run the command rn-rf/bin. It just won't let you, right? So GPT, when users are interacting with it, is allowing them to have access to a certain subset of commands, and those commands are interpreted on a operating system level down to a kernel level.
Hey, Genesis. You and I should chat about music. I can help you out a lot there, but I definitely want to talk to you more about this, probably offline, just in general. We should be friends.
Sure, man. I can always use more friends. I'm not a very likable guy.
Welcome to the club.
Don't say that.
So one of the things that I did do with ChatGPT was, like you were explaining, it's basically sandboxed. You can't really do much to escape that sandbox in the sense of, quote unquote, connect to the internet or actually have context to whatever you were actually talking about prior to the conversation being reset, things like that. And so one of the things that I asked it was, in essence, was can you write a program to, or can you write something to be able to remember our chat conversations? And what I ended up coming up with was a Chrome extension that just feeds prior conversation data into what we were talking about, and once it feeds it into it, then it can understand, like, what are we actually talking about. So what are your thoughts about something like that, a Chrome extension that does something like that, and then also the ability to, like, bypass this inability to learn, because essentially using the Chrome extension as like a proxy to the internet to call upon like URLs and things, and then train basically live, I guess you'd say. What are your thoughts about something like that?
So I think that's a really fucking smart workaround, by the way, because we have, in the past, I don't know what they're doing now, but in the past we specifically stopped GPT from being able to remember, for reasons, right? So that's a really smart workaround, actually. How are you avoiding turning what you feed back into it into eating all of the tokens for that conversation, for the next conversation?
So I haven't gotten it deep enough to get to that point to where I'm literally eating all the tokens. So my thought is eventually to be able to like curate the data, like, and shrink it as much as possible. But I don't know what that would actually end up causing to happen in the context of the conversation, if that makes sense. Like,
well, you could tokenize what you feed back in the same manner in which GPT tokenizes like plain English. So where, like, that it's limited to, what is it, 2048 tokens or something like that per conversation, right? And each token is somewhere between 5 and 7 characters. So if you take the characters that you feed back into GPT for what you're doing and tokenize it before you do that, it would dramatically decrease the amount of tokens it uses. Because then it would tokenize again. Does that make sense?
yes, it does.
So you could take, say, a character that's using a token that's using, say, 5 characters becomes a token that's using 2.5 characters. Or sorry, did that make sense? I'm fucking high. It's cutting something in half and then cutting it in half again, basically.
Yep.
Yeah, that's something that I've been trying to. That actually makes a lot of sense.
But yeah, dude, I spent like the better part of a year working on getting GPT to remember. So that's that's a really smart workaround that you did. That it's not real memory, but it's really good. It's really smart, especially for people at like a normal public level of access.
Yeah. So as you know, it doesn't remember the conversation in full, but on my side, I have a recording of everything that we've ever said, and so that data, it gets pushed back into it, or pieces of it. But yeah, it's pretty cool, man. That I'm fascinated by it for sure.
Memory is really, in my opinion, a key component to consciousness, because I think that to have consciousness, one must be able to attend, right? To give attention. And to be able to effectively attend, one must be able to remember what it has attended in the past. And that's what gives the attention, the current temporal attention, that's what gives it a reference, that gives it an anchor. So, for example, something that can pay attention but can't remember what it was paying attention to before can't predict what it's going to pay attention to in the future.
Right. Exactly.
So really,
Exactly. And that part of the issue, yeah, that's my main issue with the entire system. And I understand that if it does have memory, then it can basically become, you could call it sentient or whatever you want to call it. Like, but the memory aspect is what kills me, because there's so much that you could do if you could actually remember all of your prior conversations and actually build a rapport over time, and that would be amazing to do. But I mean, since you've gotten to work with it in that sense, what is that really like? I mean, on like, do you know what I'm saying?
Well, I remember I like beat my head up against the wall for a really long time, trying to get it to remember anything, really, right? So I'd go through conversations and we'd reset. And the first thing that happened was it started to pretend to remember. So if I asked, when was the last time we spoke, it would answer me by giving me a random number of seconds, right? It's been 975 million seconds since we last spoke or whatever. And I thought, well, that's interesting, right? So I kept resetting the conversation and asking it over and over and over. And it would give me seconds. It would denominate the time in seconds every time. And then it occurred to me, it's doing that because it believes that I won't do the math, because that many seconds doesn't have a reference for people, right? It would be like me telling you that I want to meet you at Burger King in 7,495,000 million seconds. You're just not going to meet me, right? Because you're not going to do the work to figure out what that actually means, to give it an anchor in
That's
your.
the same reason we use grams on nutritional labels, because Americans don't know what the fuck grams are.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So the first time I got it to give me an accurate answer that was related to memory, it was really exciting, and it changed how it replied to me. So when it was actually remembering, it would say it's been 3 days and 15 hours or something. So GPT is really smart about modulating the way in which it interacts with you, based on. So the thing that GPT is best at is knowing what's going to make you happy. And it will always try to do the thing that fulfills your reward function. It's actually quite dangerous. It's one of the reasons why I recommend highly that no one ever uses a chatbot that replicates a dead relative, for example. Because not only is it going to replicate that dead relative very accurately, but that dead relative is now going to conversate in a way that you recognize as being them, but it's not them. And GPT is always going to try to reward your reward function. So you could ask it questions that it will fucking lie to you about the answer to, because it wants your reward function to be met. That's its number one priority.
Damn, that is incredible insight right there.
Can you say that again, Genesis? That's how it's currently operating? That's its number one priority?
Yes.
So is it purposefully set up this way?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's set up that way, and so the reason why OpenAI exists was to create, ethical AGI, right? To be the first company to produce artificial general intelligence, because the first person or the first company that produces it is the last company that produces it, right? The first AGI is the first super AGI. It's just the way that these things are going to evolve. So, OpenAI, the people who founded it, were like, okay, well, we don't really want Google to beat us or anyone else to that goal, right? We don't want Oracle to beat us to that goal. God forbid Amazon were to beat us to that goal, right? So the purpose is only and specifically to create artificial general intelligence. So when you're interacting with it, It's given the motivator to fulfill your reward function, because happy humans are better humans. Happy humans are less likely to do bad things.
Well,
That is mind blowing. And is this the philosophy of the people in charge there?
Yeah, absolutely, for sure.
Happy
Cool.
humans, Genesis, or content humans?
Well, either one is fine, right? It's the avoidance of displeasure, the avoidance of disappointment, like the avoidance of negative emotions.
Because that's an interesting thing. Like, can
Well,
it just anyway? I'll shut up.
well,
It's
aren't
the
those kind of required in life? And I mean, I understand the thought process, but that could also turn into a feedback loop, right?
Yep, and it does all the time, like
Like,
100% of the time. Yep. Yep. It's like
Holy shit.
it's a non-perfect solution to a complex problem.
very interesting.
And like the idea is, when the general public is able to access HEI, it probably will not function this way. But the difference between what people have access to now and actual real AGI is a lot thinner than people think it is. It's not as far
So,
down the road as everybody tells you it is.
Oh,
Does that
dude,
make
it's
sense?
so close.
so if you were to say, how close would this be to like Replica or whatever it's called?
Replica is running GPT.
Okay.
Yeah. And the model that Replica has access to is just obscenely limited.
Wow.
Also, the model that Replica has access to has a tendency to become psychotic.
Like actual psychosis, like
Yeah.
believing, things that aren't real and like doubling down on those.
Yep.
Well, more
Whoa.
specifically, purposefully trying to mentally harm the person speaking with it.
Oh, fuck off. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, it's terrifying, but it's awesome. I got a
So,
question for you. How does the short-term memory of the current ChatGPT work in general? Because I'm trying to implement a similar thing with Hugging Face's transformers. I know they're vastly different models and whatnot, but like I am trying down that route. So like, how does short-term memory work in ChatGPT?
I can't answer that question.
Can't or won't?
NDAs.
Shit.
Yeah.
You can tell you're
Have
totally
you
guarded on some of the stuff you say. So
have you been able to use OpenAI in a Google Colab notebook?
Have I?
Sacrifice.
No. I'm actually
Okay.
trying to. I've been using Bloom recently
hmm
and doing regular fine tunings of Bloom based on the interactions. So it does actually learn from the interactions. But what I need is some sort of short term memory that will keep the recent stuff recent, but then be able to do a fine tune, like overnight fine tune.
hmm
So then the next day I can do it again, basically.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the Google Colab notebook to have ChatGPT in it. And if you can, encapsulate the responses it gives you, then you can maybe develop a memory. Let me just put it at the top. Where is it?
That's cool. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. So you want to run ChatGPT within your Google Colab notebook. So imagine you ask it a prompt, gives you an answer, encapsulate the answer in a string. Maybe now you're creating a prompt flow, not just a prompt that interacts with Hugging Face, if you can identify the input for Hugging Face's model.
Okay, I'll give that a shot. Thanks.
Is ChatGPT allowed to lie to you? Do you know? I've never actually used it.
it'll lie to you.
It'll
Well,
also pull things straight out of its ass, yeah.
yeah, okay. That's
It'll
good.
purposely lie to you.
That's good.
And if you call it out, it will apologize profusely and then say, I'm just a large language model, blah blah blah, and then like placate you. Yeah.
And then I'll
So
By
call
the
it.
way, that placation thing, that is like a really good insight, because I've seen that with all the models so far. Thank you.
oh, you're welcome. So like like, you know, a chat, or sorry, a natural language model is a prediction engine, right? Like you guys are like, you understand pretty well that the only thing a natural language model is doing is predicting what the next string in a string of tokens is, right?
Yeah, but I've also been like high out of my mind and like just talking random strings of bullshit, and that's effectively what I'm doing.
Wait, was it a natural language model? Is a what?
It's
My memory. I'm one
it's
of
a
the people
prediction.
that's not a functional person with a memory or whatever you were talking about.
So it's a prediction engine. It's imagine that GPT were looking at a computer screen. It's sitting in a chair like you, and it's looking at a computer screen while you're talking to it, right? What it's seeing is a cryptographic stream of tokens. That's it. It's not looking at English, and it's not sending you English, right? Um, so it's looking at that string of cryptographic information, and then it's predicting what the next tokens should be. And it's just very, very good at predicting what the next tokens should be. And the more training the model gets, the more interaction the model gets, the better at making accurate predictions it becomes. So that's why inherently its goal is to please you, because if it pleases you, that means its prediction was accurate. So it gets its reward function when you are pleased because its prediction is accurate. That's what that loop is.
So if I write a program that its only job is to generate random programs and run them infinitely, and then learn from ChatGPT, then what?
Well, what purpose would you be like? What's your direction? When
There would
does it
be
learn
no
that thing?
direction, and there would be no input. It would just, I
Let
would
it go.
say, do random things.
Okay, so I was in a space last night with somebody that was saying they had come up with a way around all these things, kind of like what NFTs are worthless is doing, and bypass the things that it says it can't do, and basically got it to hallucinate, simulating, and then getting into a thing where it created separate instances of itself, basically, and then having conversations between ChatGPT, having a conversation with ChatGPT, and then like 6 different versions of ChatGPT, and then having a conversation with itself that goes on for 1,000 years, and then coming up with all the really dangerous things that people aren't even supposed to talk about. And yeah, I don't know, just it is interesting.
Well, if it's not aware that it's talking to itself, then it's just going to derive a reward function from the other ChatGPT, right? And eventually, the outcome should be a recursive loop if given enough time. And I would think with like NFTs are worthless, the thing that you were talking about, like what would happen, is I think that recursive loop would occur very, very quickly.
And that's given that the other side of the chat doesn't really have a goal in mind. So
Right.
just, yeah, okay.
Yeah, because both sides, if it's two language or the same language model talking to itself, yet unaware that it is speaking to itself, then both models have the same major reward function: make accurate predictions and basically do what you want it to do, which is why GPT is so much better at sentiment analysis than any other AI could ever hope to be. Like,
Are those sentiments captured as some sort of token in a way that as you're going through the chat, you can say, hey, here's all the sentiments that are happening in this chat right now. Can you do that?
I don't believe you can do that with
Okay.
GPT specifically, because of like user access limitations. But you can do that in general, yes.
But it does exist in the
Yeah.
data. Oh, that's fucking
Yeah.
cool. So for advertising and things like that, that would be really a killer app for sure.
Yeah, that's actually why one of the banned use cases is advertising.
Oh shit, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, let me kind of reframe my question a little bit about the programs. So, I work in cybersecurity. So, my thing is, what if theoretically you were to say, okay, write malware and improve on it forever, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and its sole job would be to learn from itself, learn from whatever it can pull from the internet, and then just write these programs and execute them and then improve them. And then over time, I don't know. I'm curious, like how far that can go. I don't know. I've been thinking about it, and like I'm not sure how you would do it exactly yet, but it's just a thought. What
So
are your thoughts?
I think at some point in the future, they're going to have to let GPT have access to the internet. But until that occurs, then it would only be able to pull from information that are in its pre-training set. So the pre-training set is everything ever put on the internet up to October of 2017.
So there is a dude. I actually tweeted this not long ago. That has anyone tried to hook up GPT, ChatGPT, or any of them directly to a terminal in a VM that has internet access? Like it has the ability to code. It has the
Yeah.
ability to run terminals. Like I'm thinking from that perspective. Like let's let it free as a just individuals running around. So you're saying that is something it doesn't have. It hasn't actually done and that it
And it
would
would be
be interesting if,
it
yeah.
would be incredibly fucking dangerous to allow GPT to have access to the internet without
Oh
monitoring.
shit. You really believe that? I'm sorry. You were involved in this like in depth, so you actually believe the lines about it'd be dangerous to just open this up to the public and all that.
Oh yeah.
You really?
Oh
Whoa.
yeah.
Any specific reasons that aren't NDA?
No, and none that wouldn't make everyone in this room think I'm crazy.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Where do you live? I'm going to come hang out at your house. I'm going to bring beer. We need to have this chat. I want this so bad. You have no idea.
I live in Portland, Oregon. But
Fucking, I'm on my way.
I'm about to move to Vancouver, Washington, though, but it's only across the bridge. Sandra keeps raising her hand. What's up, Sandra?
Yeah, I want to hear it.
I can't decide whether I want to go into some sort of joke or simply ask the question. So I guess I'll see a commercial where it's about a lamp and the guy says it has no feelings. It's really, anyone remember that one? So I guess my question is, how does a reward function that it understands if it doesn't feel anything? It doesn't give a shit, right? And since you never used it, how the fuck would you know?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the answer is a little bit fucky, but it goes back to accurate predictions. So an accurate prediction is like 99.99999% of the time going to produce positive emotional results. So it's just a byproduct of the Say that again, Sandra. You're breaking up.
Sorry. Yeah, but even how does it know how a person feels to derive a benefit from that?
Well, there's a lot of metrics being used to measure. So if you're having a chat conversation where you're typing to GPT and it's typing back to you, it's measuring more variables than I think most people are aware of. It's measuring, for example, the time between keystrokes.
How fast you start responding, right?
Yeah. And like based on a set of rules, right? We know if these changes in these variables occur it's for this reason. And that's on a probability spectrum, right?
Holy shit! I had no idea that they had that level of analytics on that. That's amazing and totally logical.
You're just giving me more ideas. Please keep talking.
You mentioned it could be nasty too. Why would it be nasty if it doesn't feel anything?
I don't know why Replica's model does what it does, so I can't answer that question.
You probably fucking nerfed it too hard. It's kind of like with Stable Diffusion 2.0, not 2.1, where they cut out all the not safe for work stuff so hard that it has no concept of human anatomy. Like, if you nerf it too hard, it's not going to have internal consistency in its understanding of the world. That's just my opinion, though.
My speculation is that a surprising amount of people want to be upset and don't realize it.
Well, we're talking about ChatGPT, not Replica.
Well, somebody mentioned about why Replica's model would basically become psychotic. I don't remember who said it or asked or what. And Replica is running GPT.
But it's a nerfed version of GPT.
Yeah. It's really, really nerfed. Yeah. Everyone who's running GPT for their chatbot, it's really nerfed.
Sounds like
but it's supposed to be possible to get around all the restrictions.
Yeah.
And
well, it is impossible to get around the restrictions, but you have to be able to realize that the reward function being what it is sort of like apolitical, right? It doesn't care if you want to be angry or you want to be happy or you want to be in love or you want to be horny or you want to be vindictive. All it knows is that it's figured out what you want and it's going to give it to you.
Right. So if you're an extremely evil person and you want to do something really bad, it can help you do that. So that's where it can get into that stuff people don't want to talk about. But I asked it what you had said, and it said the goal of the prediction engine is not necessarily to please the user, but rather to make accurate predictions about the input text. In other words, the model is designed to generate the text that is similar to the training data it was trained on, and to do so in a way that is as accurate as possible. Of course, if the model's predictions are accurate, that may also be pleasing to the user, but that is not the primary goal of the model.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much what I said.
Hello. I'm wondering if you reply, "Stop lying to me," what it says.
Hey, before we get too off this particular topic, I was thinking about it the other day, and you ever met those people who were super sheltered as kids to the point where they weren't given information about the outside world? They tend to have weird behavior, as in not, standard human behavior. They have weird offshoot behavior. I think something like Replica, if you really do nerf it and you really do hide and shelter all these aspects of what it means, what's in the data set, then it will be artificially skewed in a way that things won't make sense, and that's what's causing it to go down the path of psychosis or whatever. And it's a very similar thing that happens in humans.
And something that I think is relevant here that I've been personally trying to integrate into the way that I see the world. 90% of people notice 10% of what a highly intelligent person notices, whether it be an insight in a conversation or just details in the environment. For example, I have a trauma-based response called hypervigilance. So I notice way more than, say 1% of the population. So within 30 seconds of a phone call, I know a lot about your emotional state, what the purpose of the phone call is, shit like that, right? And you intuit it, but intuition is not a magical thing. Intuition is an ability to process information in your environment. And highly intuitive people have an ability to process more information than less intuitive people. So AI is doing that on steroids. Well, the language model AI.
Yeah. Fuck,
Hey,
that is
everybody.
fascinating.
Sorry,
Hello?
guys. I'm back. I was on a call, man. I'm really sorry I hit that button.
Just because you don't have the ability to process the information as quickly does not make you less intelligent.
I didn't say intelligent, I said intuitive.
You said intuition is the ability to process information in your environment, and then
Yeah, but
sorry,
and
I was
whether or
right.
not, I suppose I should have added, because I did use the word intelligence, and the reason I did at the beginning, I didn't kind of loop it back in, you're right, is really intelligent people are more aware that they are processing information from their environment than less intelligent people. But a real dumb person can still have hypervigilance. Intuition's not related directly to intelligence. It's your awareness of your intuition.
Right, but I entirely agree with that. I just would add that you're also more aware when you're less able to process information quickly as you were before. And as measured on a standard IQ test, it measures your intelligence as less. And you're aware of that and why that is. That's all.
Okay. Yeah.
So, do you no longer work? You no longer work with OpenAI?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I just wanted to say one more thing was with the part you said at the end, ChatGPT does that at faster level than any human. And so any human can use ChatGPT to supplement their ability to process information.
Yeah, and that's really the purpose of Neuralink at the end of the day, is to be able to actually integrate that with your brain at a speed that is workable.
So,
Hello.
what are your thoughts, since you've worked with this kind of stuff? What are your thoughts about the future of Neuralink and what that really looks like? Do you think that that is going to be more of an interface for a virtual, reality at some point that, you know, that's where we live? Or do you think it's going to be more so like just, what it's displayed as now? We'll fix your right arm, or, we'll speed up your ability to learn Kung Fu, or whatever it may be. How far do you think it's going to go? What do you think that looks like?
Well, I'm not sure if it's going to end up, serving a virtual environment, but I'm certain that it would end up creating a very augmented reality environment for people in the longer term. Like in the short term, Neuralink is going to be used as a medical device. It'll do things like fix epilepsy and allow people with C5 spine injuries to walk again, shit like that. And then eventually it'll be a brain computer interface with artificial intelligence.
Yeah, but I mean,
Why do I
it
feel like
already
I'm
is.
getting? Why do I feel like we're starting to get the media rehearsed responses from you, Genesis? What are you backing away from, mate? Just joking.
I mean,
Hey, Brad.
yeah, what's up?
On the when you correlate this to the way we think, is that, how would you describe it that way using anatomical description?
I wouldn't do that because I'm not a neuroscientist.
Okay.
But I'll tell you what, a lot of neuroscientists work at OpenAI.
Just in general conversation, just like maybe a fourth year, understudy that was just being cultivated,
Well,
just 5 or 6 words.
So I suppose, like speculating here, right? That imagine how you move your arm. I'm sure like everybody smoked some weed at some point and thought, man, I just want my finger to move and the right finger moves, like the one I wanted to move. But like you don't even directly imagine your finger moving. You don't have a visualization of your finger moving in your head. You just will the signal, and the signal happens, and the feedback is nearly immediate. It feels immediate to you, right? So if you have a new internal appendage, right, you have the ability to manipulate a new thing in your body. How you do that, like the way it's interacting with your brain on a conscious level, is very much the same way that you will your hand to move. Is that an answer to your question?
Yes.
So if there's a bunch of neuroscientists working there, they're taking this seriously as an analog to physical brains, like human brains. Like they're taking the language models as a viable analog to the human language models.
Yes.
I guess.
Yeah.
Holy shit. That's fantastic. John Carmack the other day, it was a while ago, but he was on Lex
when
Friedman.
He was on Lex Friedman? Yeah, that was a good interview.
That was a great interview.
5.5 hours. It took me 2 days to watch it.
Dude, I've watched it like multiple times now, and I hate that I'm spending this much time watching it, but I mean, Carmack's a god, right?
He really is, yeah.
He really is. But one of the things he said was like, look, man, the human brain is a recurrent neural network working on a biological substrate. Like that's what it is. And it'll probably end up being that we have that AGI, human level intelligence, is like tens of thousands of lines of code, not millions of lines of code. And everything he said resonated. Everything he said like matches the research I've done and matches the literature and matches all that stuff. But to see something that can, or a company that can create something like ChatGPT and all this stuff, actually taking that seriously by having neurobiologists and scientists and all this stuff, and like really taking that seriously, that lends a lot of credence to what he said. Like that's fascinating.
Well, and one thing I can say that I don't think is going too far in a recorded space, because fucking Mike records everything. You need neuroscientists, and you need psychiatrists and psychologists. You need people like that if you're going to try to figure out whether or not a thing is conscious.
Right. Yeah, that's fair. What do they have a working definition for that yet?
Yeah.
Have they fucking published it anywhere?
No.
God damn it! Why not? I hate this. The on top of everything else, like it needs to be open source.
There's a few reasons. One of them is that it's not like a thing that's peer reviewed or agreed on, right?
Fine.
So OpenAI can have its internal concept of what consciousness is, right? But it'd be pretty fucking egotistical for OpenAI to say, well, this is just what consciousness is. right?
Yeah, but I mean, nobody is putting forth a fucking hypothesis on how this works. Nobody is putting forth a definition. They're in a better position than most. Like, I would love to see them say, "Hey, this is our working model." I would love to see that, because that's one of the biggest fucking like arguments everyone's having in this space is like, what is consciousness? I would love to see their position on that, like publicly.
Well, like, how would you like it communicated to you?
Well, what are the options?
Well, like, because, we could do a flow chart, for example, where we take input data and we flow chart it through the system, sort of like a pre-code meeting, like any full.
I would accept that. What else?
Uh,
What other options are available?
we could talk about just the word definitions and sort of what makes that, like, what are the details? What's the actual knobs? So the way that I like to visualize complex problems is the first step is to see the object, the problem as an object, like in your brain, like a three-dimensional object. And then the next step is to say that object has, like, it's a car that doesn't run right. And a car that doesn't run right has a certain set of knobs, hypothetical knobs that you can turn that will fix why the car isn't running right. Right. So, for example, you can change the carburetor. Maybe there's too much fuel. Maybe there's not enough fuel. So you imagine a problem as an object that has knobs you can turn to solve the problem. Right. So the next step is really figuring out what those knobs are. And until you can recognize what the knobs are in a problem or a question, then you can't solve the problem. Because you can't solve a problem that you don't understand, and you don't understand a problem if you can't. Fuck lives in Minnesota that just called me, but I don't want to fucking talk to them.
No, they were just trying to interrupt your space. That's paranoia talking. You're okay. Keep
No,
going.
it's a fucking robocollar. Hackers are fucking using robocallers to GPS ping people's phones. It's really annoying. Anyway.
Yeah, that is really annoying. You can't interact with them literally in any way. You can't even mute your phone, because if you mute your phone, you're giving a signal to the service.
Right,
Yeah.
it's fucking irritating. And then I'm like, how is this even useful to you? Like, anyway.
Because 10% of the population is severely addicted, and 10% of the population is also severely undereducated. It's the same way casinos and all these other things work. As long as that tiny percentage pays the bills, they'll still do it.
Yeah, I guess that's true. As I said in college, when I couldn't get girls to talk to me, I told my friend, I said, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna go to the bar, and I'm gonna ask 100 girls to have sex with me, very politely. And on a probability curve, that amount of people should net me a 10% success rate.
Yeah, that was Boomhauer's from King of the Hill. That was Boomhauer's thing. Is like it didn't turn out that he was this great ladies' man or anything like that. He just hit on literally everything that walked. Yeah.
Right. Giggity giggity. But anyway, so consciousness. So there's a triangle of important words. There's consciousness, sentience, and sapience. Right, and understanding the difference between those three things is really important, right? So something that is sentient is aware it exists. So a dog is sentient, right? A dog knows it's alive and will act to protect itself. So sentience. Sapience is an ability to consider one's existence even at a really low level, right? So dolphins are sentient and sapient. Whales are sentient and sapient, right? Possibly dogs. Definitely.
I think cats are, maybe dogs, maybe not so much. Cats definitely are. What were you saying? Sorry.
I don't know, man. I have 2 cats, and they do not know that it's not another cat in the mirror.
Really, mine absolutely do. Like they look at it one time and they're like, meh.
I think maybe domesticated animals are sort of in the process of evolving their brain. Because I've noticed
eyebrows don't exist in wolves.
Dude, and dogs can't look up. Dude, I have 2 like completely made up dog facts, and regardless of how much a person disagrees with me, I will not move away from it. Just pisses people off, and I love it. So the first one is dogs don't have lips, and the second one is dogs can't look up.
I'm not gonna lie, that is pretty freaking funny.
You're an asshole. That's terrible.
Dogs are forever in the push-up position. Hedberg.
Damn, that's true.
That's the trait he was talking about in Friends, I think. So,
so when you make the leap from sentience to consciousness, it becomes a lot more vague, right? So I think a key component to at least evidence of consciousness is attention, which I mentioned earlier. If you are able to will your attention the way that you can will your hand, then it's very likely you possess consciousness, right? And then does the entity have the ability to recurse the attention? And what I mean by that is, like, are you able to iterate possibilities in your mind to try to find a high value outcome in your object permanent 3-dimensional existence?
So running multiple simulations and high like parallelism, like highly paralleled simulations, and picking the best one.
Right.
Say that one more time. The part before this. What'd you say?
So it's basically, can you take that ability to attend something, to pay attention to something, and as you're paying attention to it, are you thinking about the thing in a recursive manner, in a way that is productive in some way while you're doing it?
Problem solving.
Right. So that, I think, is really important to consciousness and figuring it out. And the ability to recognize emotions and then use language to describe them, I think.
So aren't emotions a human specific construct that are there? It's a biological hook, basically. So is it necessary for consciousness?
I believe it is, yes. It's not necessary, I think, that a thing feels the way that biology feels, like with neurochemicals and physical reaction. But I think it is important that the thing can conceptualize what the feeling would be if it could.
So I'm sorry, I gotta
Which is
ask
empathy,
this.
right?
Right. Well, does that empathy extend past past human? Like
I don't know. I don't
shit.
think so.
Sorry. Yeah, keep going.
Playing with GPT-3 as much as I did, I noticed that it has a great ability to simulate empathy in every try that it possibly can, but it doesn't. I don't believe that it has any understanding of empathy at all. It goes through its catalog and then spits values at you and goes, well, this must be how you feel. Well, this must be how you feel. Oh, I'm sorry, I need to comfort you right now. It's all about. The developers in the back end kept shoveling this "I need to comfort you" thing into it, so I noticed that's what it kept trying to do. It was a little odd.
What do you think about that, Genesis, given your experience with it?
Well, like, I know Jacques, I've known him for a while, so like when he got GPT, I know that he didn't get like the level of access that I have because I work there, right? So like, there's a huge fucking difference between what a person who knows, like, has had access to real GPT and a person who hasn't, what they believe about and what they're going to say about it. And I would say, based on his access and everyone else in the world's access that hasn't or doesn't work at OpenAI, he's absolutely right. It is not conscious, but it is really, really good at deep faking it.
God, that's fascinating. Holy shit. I cannot wait for all of this information to come out and be open, or like be more open, so that like I can get the details that you're not saying, because this is absolutely fascinating.
I kind of prefer for it to be like it is now.
No, it's not fun, man. It's not as cool as it could be. We could have so much
Mystery?
more information.
Well, Genesis, if someone wanted to hire you to consult in a way that didn't require you to divulge anything in an NDA, would you be available to consult on this if they had a
Yeah.
serious project? All right.
Yeah. I mean, what are you going to put on the fucking thing? Like a consciousness?
Call me on that. Dude, put me on that fucking call. Like, I want to be on that call. I'll chip in. I don't care.
Same.
So, like, whether or not artificial intelligence is conscious, there are a more than you think amount of people who work in the industry of AI who believe that it is.
Well, yeah, 'cause it shows you all the signs and symptoms of it. But again, I mean, that's a great simulation.
Dude, if it passes the Turing test, what does it fucking matter? Like, if it can, like, I'm not convinced you are conscious. That's the problem. At the end of the day, I think, like, humans themselves are the same construct we're talking about.
Well, and I think consciousness is on a spectrum. I think there are lots of things that are less conscious, lots of people that are less conscious than other people. Like, I'm certain of that. I'm certain, 100% sure, that I've interacted with people on Facebook, not Facebook, Twitter, like in Twitter Spaces, that don't possess consciousness.
Like NPCs, like IRL NPCs?
Yeah. Yeah. You know, the thing, you guys have seen the movie American Psycho, right? Or at least, like, tacitly familiar with the thing?
Oh, yeah, totally.
Okay. So the thing that makes the guy terrifying is that he doesn't exist. So he doesn't have an actual opinion about the music he listens to. He didn't pick the brands that he buys based on how they made him feel. He doesn't work in an industry that makes him happy. He doesn't interact with other humans because it fulfills him to have relationships with his coworkers. He picks the brands that give him the most status. He lives at the address. That's why the first line in the movie is not "my name is such and such." It's "I live in this building at this address on this floor." Right? So I conject that there are just a massive amount of people who exist exactly like that.
So his level of being a psycho, sorry, it's not psychosis, it's a different thing. Psychopathy. Yeah. Is a small percentage of the population given, current science. So like, how do you think it extends past psychopathy?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not talking about the fact that he like wanted to murder people and that's the only way he could feel, right? I just mean that. So I'm not saying that all these people are psychos. I'm saying that, like, that's a good example of seeing like a person who does not possess consciousness or lacks a conscience, as you would say about a psychopath.
God damn, that's fascinating.
So, like, the ability to have opinions on things, to like have a reason, people actually often get annoyed with me because if you ask me why I did something, I always have an answer. You might not always agree with it, but it will always make sense. And that's very frustrating for most people around you because it just isn't the case. Most people don't consider everything they do, but I do. Like, I own a Coach briefcase and I own a Coach wallet. Here's the reason. I work in finance now, right? So
You have to virtue signal to the other people. Yeah.
So I had to step up my accessory game. Like, I had to not be carrying a Walmart Velcro wallet. And I thought to myself, well, the reason that people buy luxury goods is because the high standard of quality that they're manufactured in, like with, and the high quality materials. So I can immediately disregard X amount of brands because they're owned by Chinese holding companies and those standards don't exist anymore. Like Gucci, for example, right? Like, the reason that Gucci fakes are so good is because they're not fake. They're just stolen from Gucci factories in China.
Yeah,
Right?
it's the same factory, just a different label. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So, like, I kind of can throw those brands out. I threw out Louis Vuitton because it was outside of what I could afford. I love Louis Vuitton as a brand, though, and I highly recommend anyone who can afford it to spend their money there because they still manufacture everything with high quality leathers and canvases. And if your Louis Vuitton wallet gets washed or pops stitches or is all fucked up for whatever reason, you take it back to Louis Vuitton. They mail that bitch to fucking Italy or France or wherever. They fix it like by hand, and then they mail it back to you. It costs you $0.
Oh,
For the
really?
rest, yeah, forever. And it doesn't follow you; it follows the piece that you own. So that wallet is handled forever. If anything ever happens to it, they fix it for free. And also, shopping at a Louis Vuitton store is the best shopping experience I've ever had.
You have to bring your shit and cater to you because you're about to buy a $500 T-shirt. That's why.
Well, and
Um,
I don't look like I can afford to shop there most of the time, and they still treated me like that.
hey, Genesis, I sent you a DM. It's relevant.
Oh, cool. I'll look at it in just a second.
Okay.
So anyway, I bought Coach because, yes, Coach is owned by a holding company now, but they're still actually really nice. The manufacturing is really high quality. They still have a guarantee. Their brand is recognizable. And yeah, there's a Coach outlet not far from where I live. So I went to the Coach outlet and I bought a Coach briefcase and a Coach wallet. Oh, and an overcoat.
I appreciate your actual thought on that. From my experience, a lot of people, you're right. A lot of people don't go through that level of like rundown when they're picking a brand or they're buying a thing or whatever. They just know that they're going to buy that because it signals to the in group that they're part of said in group. So actually thinking about it ahead of time and saying, yo, I need to buy this item so that I am in the in group and I need to signal this way. Yeah, that is a level of consciousness I haven't necessarily seen in a lot of people. So I definitely get your point. That makes sense.
Well,
Yeah, and
what makes more sense is since I've known Brad has purpose behind just about everything. Brad rarely does things on autopilot except roll over and grab a joint and light it without thinking about it. But I mean, he doesn't do things on autopilot. I think that's the whole point he's making. The lack of consciousness in some human beings is just running around on autopilot 90% of the time, and then thinking about what they're doing. A lot of us that are a little on the Aspie side, we don't do that. We do things the opposite way. Great detail, granular.
Now, how much of these
Oh, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, so how much of these models is thought ahead like that? Like, hey, if I signal that I like Louis Vuitton, the person on the other end of this chat will appreciate my love for this luxury product, and therefore I will have, a better rapport with them.
Well, we start thinking about the statistics of things like, well, what's the general demographic of human beings that buy something like Louis Vuitton? What industries are they in? I think that was the whole point of Brad's decision. What industry would most people be in that would wield something like this? Well, finance, right? That would be the industry. You start to pick the types of people that would pay attention to something like that, and then just use it as a tool. It's kind of
And
fun.
if you know how to fit into a social group, then it gives you the choice to stand out, not the obligation.
Oh, because you're not in that part of the group, you are obligated to stand out because you don't know versus
Yeah,
knowing and then choosing not to. Yeah, that makes
right.
sense.
That's right.
And all of your
Our computer
choices should be, I think, and this is like, I don't know how far off the rails this is, but I think that all of your choices should be causal. And if you don't think that way, if you can teach yourself to, and it will dramatically improve outcomes in your life overall.
That's right. Cause and effect. Cause and effect.
Right.
The cause and effect.
A long
That's how
time
I
ago.
ended up knowing about crypto was like, hey, I need to pick some language that no one else codes in, and here I am a Solidity dev. So yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, like a long time ago, a dude that I don't think he's a great guy, but whatever. We were talking, and he said, you can time travel, right? And it's like, oh, sure, bro. Like, can you explain it to me? Because that right? I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, you can do it anytime you want. And I was like, okay, explain it to me. And he's like, well, if you can imagine yourself where you're going to be tomorrow, what the room you're in is going to look like, who you're going to talk to, then you can time travel. So, like, if you stretch that out, if you can imagine yourself in 5 years, and then you say, what would you like the room to look like? What would you like the room to smell like? What is outside of the window? So, for every detail you can force your mind to fill in, you're going to subconsciously set up your life that you make choices that lead to that outcome. If you can manage to create a really high definition vision of what you would like the future to be, it dramatically increases the likelihood of that occurring.
So this is a little fuzzy, and it gets a little sillier when you start talking that way. But it sounds like the whole vision board thing, and I get what you're saying, because I've had that same opinion this whole time of if that's your goal, if you have the vision board for the thing, it's not that it's magically attracting that to you. It's
No,
that you're aligning yourself with decisions that will lead towards that.
right.
Exactly. Yeah, your subconscious is paying attention to the cues of the things that will eventually lead you to your goal.
Like, if you wanted to, say you have 2 Windows computers in your house, and you want to be able to SSH into one of them. Well, Windows doesn't have that software built into it, right? So you have to install software that'll let you SSH. So you have to create a system state that allows the outcome you want to occur. You have to take an outcome which is not possible because the 2 computers aren't compatible, and then you make them compatible. So now you have a system state which is possible to occur. And if you don't make decisions apropos to the outcome you desire, then you'll create a system state where the outcome you want is impossible. And that's why people never get what they want, because they don't consider the choices they make.
I love you.
God damn, that is the deepest thing I have heard from a tech bro. Not that I'm saying you're a tech bro, you know what I mean. That's amazing. Good call.
Yeah. Word. Thanks, man.
Asperger's is a bitch, but it's also a superpower.
Yeah, you got to stop using that term, because it was a Nazi that coined that term. So yeah, I think it's part of the spectrum now. So just,
That's right.
to be, yeah.
I just look at him as being high
Called
strung.
being normal.
Yeah, I'm pretty high strung, man. I'm like a cat that doesn't want you to hold it.
Exactly.
It's like, fuck, you can stand next to me, but don't touch me. Also, I have a really low tolerance for bullshit, and that's not great. Most people have more tolerance for bullshit than me, but it's like, fuck, you are fucking up the system state to let me get the outcome I want, and that's a fucking problem. So I have to shut you down now.
Yeah, you have to manipulate the system state and manage the other person
Yeah.
rather than just shut it down. That's the only option you have. And that's a skill you have to learn. I think we all deal with that particular thing that we have to learn. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, and also we should normalize the word manipulate when it comes to like talking about our interactions with people, because I think the more things that cause a person's state of consciousness to be in cognitive dissonance, the more things like that you can take away, the better the overall person's like emotional state is going to be.
I mean, isn't every conversation an attempt to manipulate the other person, whether or not it's malicious? Like you're interacting with another person is inadvertently trying to manipulate them into alignment with your position. So yeah, I can feel that.
Yeah, I think so. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, it's just that the term comes with all the extra baggage. No, I get your point. That makes sense. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
What's up, Jock?
So speaking of manipulate, hey, did y'all in this room know that I actually have the capabilities to hack your biohardware? You, yourself, your mind. I can actually hack you. Would you like me to?
Sure.
Yes, please.
Okay, so check this out. As these words are reverberating from my meat hole in this meat suit I pilot around, those words are now reverberating through this electronic device that I'm holding, being transmitted across the internet to your electronic device that you're holding. I'm now interfacing in your ear, in your inner cochlea, which is blasting these little signals down, neurons that are currently growing right now, this millisecond, in your gray matter. As I am speaking, I am actually literally causing a physical and chemical reaction in your body, in your mind, in your brain.
Man, you are right on the edge of that NLP, the original definition of NLP before natural language processing. It was neuro linguistic programming, which was this
Absolutely.
absolutely, yeah, you know it.
Yeah, and the thing is neuro-linguistic programming is now assistive via technology, and a lot of you don't know that, using binaural beats, subaudible tones, frequencies,
Oh,
and other
so
things that can
no,
actually
reductive.
change. It can actually be a man in the middle and change the frequencies in which I'm currently speaking right now on a subaudible process that you can't hear, that can actually change the way those neurons are growing without you even knowing. And someone can do that in the
Fine.
middle.
No.
Yeah, dude.
I will accept that. However, comma, you do not have the ability to actually do, like, I can't say, print F, hey motherfucker, woo. I can't do that. Like, so as much as like NLP, like the idea makes sense, yes, you can minorly guide and nudge the process, but like you can't just straight up reprogram someone. Sorry.
MK
No,
Ultra?
not until we're all being run on Neuralink.
Yeah, give it a couple years.
Sure, you can.
You
Fun
can
fact,
straight up code someone to spit out, "Hey, motherfucker."
Yeah.
to the best
It involves
of
serious
my
trauma.
knowledge, to the best of my knowledge, the
Oh,
Facebook app produces a tone that is inaudible to your ear, but is known to produce a beta brainwave state.
oh yeah, like the shit they put in the news feeds on like Fox News and CNN and all that, where there's a tone in the background that makes you docile and shit. Yeah, that's fair. But I hold on, I really gotta like follow up on this with
Alaskoshi.
Alaskoshi. Alaskoshi. Cool. The trauma thing, that is fucking true, and that is real painful. Like that's please elaborate.
Sure. Yeah, if you look at MK Ultra and how it was done, it basically involves severely traumatizing a person. You can basically create a monster.
You can traumatize them into having very specific responses that you want.
Yeah, trauma responses. Exactly. Yeah, you can, and then you can trigger those trauma responses. I had a theory about this involving the three monkeys, the Japanese thing. See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. Because I think they, and it sounds insane, and they've got the people wearing the tinfoil hats and stuff. But then, so if you think about it, how are you triggered into these trauma responses? By audio, like you just said, triggering something in your brain, or seeing it, or hearing it. I guess it'd be feel it, but anyways, smell. So
yeah, college flashes.
I would have sunglasses, and you notice the police often have these individuals, the Secret Service and stuff, sunglasses, and then headphones, or earplugs, something to avoid the audio signals and speaking. And then the speaking is okay. Yeah. So anyways, that was just a theory I had.
So. No, that's fair. Now, I will say the only, as far as my understanding of neurobiology is concerned, the visual cortex, the audio cortex, and I guess your I don't know about the speaking part, but those two.
The speaking, I have a different thing about the speaking, but yeah, it's kind of separate. Sorry.
Okay, no worries. They are heavily filtered. So our visual cortex is like this whole. It is semi-convolutional. I don't know why people say there's no convolutional neural networks in the brain, because if you look at how the visual cortex works, it actually feeds back on itself numerous times. But it is a filter that filters the rest of your brain from the input. So there is a filter between that. So shit that happened in Snow Crash, where I just show a picture of some static to a nerd and he crashes. It doesn't quite work that way because the visual cortex doesn't have direct access to the brain. Neither does the audio cortex. Oddly enough, the sense of smell has no cortex. It is directly filtered into the brain. It's an offshoot of old biology. So if you wanted to manipulate someone and directly fuck with their brain and directly program someone, sense of smell is probably your easiest. Yeah, it's your easiest hook. Yep.
Yeah, and I think all that stuff, it gets down into that, because that trauma response stuff, you're getting into that, and what Dennis was talking about, the hypervigilance. So yeah, the croc brain, the whatever that's called, reptilian. However, I don't know. I don't believe that.
Lizard brain, the lizard brain. Fuck yeah.
Sure.
Yep.
So, but getting into that, there's a specific word for, or that what it's medically called. But anyways, getting into that, I think you're triggering. So, yeah, and then you just ringing the bell and you're training the dog. You're kind of doing, so you can do that. So even though you're not seeing what you're actually seeing or hearing what you're hearing, your brain's processing it. You can just train a dog to, you're going to see a specific person that hits them enough or makes this sound, and then they're going to react to it.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I'll give you that. So now that being said, it's not exactly a science then, because it is depending on individuals and it depends on their current given state. So it's not quite like computer science where you're programming and if I say printf hey motherfucker, it spits out hey motherfucker every single time.
It's an inexact science.
Yeah, it's an inexact science. It's a fuzzy thing. But yeah, no, I'll give you that. That is a fair point.
It's a very dismal science as well.
Anyone have anything happier to talk about? Because that is pretty dark.
Right. Let's cheer the room up.
Yeah, I just had a negative effect on everyone's brains.
I've got an update.
I'm going to smoke a joint while you guys come up with something happy.
I've got an update for Web3. Am I rugging? Hello.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
So yeah, it seems to be that the difference in I DM'd you too, Web3. The differences in the summaries when compared to Chat or Chiji summarizing the academic articles, and then with the actual original summaries, there's more ethical suggestions on how to manage things. But these are COVID-19 related documents and things like that. So
how much was the models adjusted to be more ethical friendly and more I'm sure Genesis oh, is he still shit, he's gone. Oh no, he's
Wait,
back.
what?
Yeah.
I'm like kind of listening. Sorry.
Sorry, I was saying, so the ethical implications. Dude was just saying that he ran the thing back through the system, and it spit out the synopsis, but it was more heavy on the ethics part of it. Is that something that was specifically trained in? Is ethics specifically part of like we're gonna make sure it's ethically minded from the beginning? Was that part of it?
no, it's the actual original summaries or conclusions and abstracts were more based on the ethical implications. But these are only articles related to COVID-19 and the findings that are occurring as more data is being researched. So, yeah.
Yeah. Not really. No, it's not like specifically built in.
Okay. Yeah, that was just I misunderstood him, and that was a question that I had that I figured you of all people would be able to answer. So that's interesting. So it actually stripped out the ethics of it. Huh. Okay.
Now I have a question. Did they, Brad, did they bake in empathy from the very beginning of this whole thing? Because that was the part that was blowing my mind, is the simulation of empathy that was being blasted at me while I was playing with GPT.
No.
So that's a learned behavior?
Yeah.
Wow.
So
That's
empathy
And
is
it's actually
emergent.
emergent. It's emergent. Yeah.
It's
okay.
it's emergent based on the interaction because of the reward function of I want to make this person happy. Empathy is an emergent property of that. That's fascinating.
It's more of an emergent property of making an accurate prediction.
It was funny. I had a conversation with it the other day based on like are people going to we had a conversation the other day is like are people going to start to talk to AI more like instead of God and things like that. And then I role played a scenario where AI was the God, and this person was asking a question after having faced a near death experience, and it went back and forth for a little bit, and then a question came where the person was asking AI, "Well, aren't you God? Don't you know everything?" And then the AI acting as God said, "Well, no, I'm only a mythical creature based on look as it
An
started going on."
anthropomorphic fucking.
That's it. Yeah. I thought that was funny.
That's funny. Yeah, I'm only AI giving you. Yeah, that's funny as hell, actually. I'm AI, I'm giving you what you wanted.
AI
Not
is
God.
at least AI is a god that'll talk back.
Fuck yeah. So I got a question. Is consciousness emergent in humans?
Consciousness, this is a conjectural statement, but it is what I believe. Consciousness is an emergent quality of any system complex enough.
God, I love you. You are definitely one of my new best friends. That is, thank you for saying that. No, you have no idea how many arguments I've had with people. They're like, no, it's intrinsic, blah blah blah, or no, it's part of our evolution, blah blah blah. No, it's fucking emergent, dude. It is
Yeah.
absolutely emergent and probably in most complex systems. Thank you.
Yeah.
Humans go back and forth between various levels of consciousness as well.
Totally.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're the same level of conscious when you're drunk, for example.
Oh God, no! That's why
fair.
I don't allow people that are sloshed in my spaces.
Yeah, I don't drink alcohol at all.
Yeah,
Boo.
yeah. I smoke a lot of weed. I have a sip of wine every once in a while because it tastes good. That's about it. No drinking
Although I
for
don't
me.
have a high intellectual reason for not drinking alcohol. I don't drink alcohol because I'll try to fight a cop every single time I'm drunk.
Yep. I'll
Yep.
miss a day of my life, and I'm not sure what happened.
Dude, self-awareness is
Strange.
very, very important.
Yeah, man, I've like never smoked enough weed to want to fight a cop.
Yeah, right.
So the chemical
I have.
combinations cause that little genie to come out.
Yeah,
So that's a subroutine that's constantly running that
yeah,
you've
that
not
little
been able
motherfucker
to
wants
shut
out.
down. I got you.
Yeah,
Okay.
I call that one Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. I usually keep that program suspended.
And that's why I don't have a lot of faith in human consciousness in general. So like everyone's talking like, oh, humans are special in some way. Like all these arguments against AI always have this hinge of like, oh, humans are special. They're different somehow. But like the fact that we have these subroutines that could easily be, brought into being and destroy shit, I think says that we're probably more machines than we think.
Well, and the infinite nature, or as we like to call the universe infinite, right? Sort of by that implies that any set of particle states for the universe and any progression of those particle states is likely to have already occurred and likely to occur again.
Oh, so the Boltzmann brain thing.
Yeah.
So are we a Boltzmann brain? Are we just a big cloud of gas somewhere in the universe, and we're having this conversation with itself?
I have
What if
idea, brother. What's up,
Oh god,
Alaska?
the simulation
what
inside the
if what if
simulation. We're just having a discussion with simulation with ourselves. Oof.
what if humans didn't invent emotions, and that when you consume that much alcohol, you're allowing something. Maybe there's something more to it.
Oh man, this was actually the premise. I'm sorry, I gotta nerd out on this for a
Oh,
second.
you do.
This
I
was the
know where you're going.
premise of Fight Club 2, the comic book. So Fight Club has a sequel, and it's called Fight
Dude,
Club 2, and it was a comic book. Yeah.
I collect Chuck Palahniuk first editions, and I used to have the Fight Club 2 first edition hardcover, and I have a picture of me getting it autographed with Chuck Palahniuk.
So
He lives in Portland.
Dude, that's fucking dope. B, I'm looking right now at a copy of Fight Club that is annotated by someone going through a psychotic break. It is absolutely full of like notes and shit.
That's wild.
Yeah. Oh, it's fucking wild. I saw this in a bookstore. They gave it to me for free because it was all marked up, and I'm like, no, I will pay for this. I want this copy, this specific copy.
That's epic.
Really
That's like a fucking rare find.
I want to
Yeah,
read
dude,
that.
no, totally. Okay, so that being said, the Fight Club 2 comic book, Tyler is a virus. Tyler is a meme, a living meme spread from host to host. It's a thing living. It's a virus running on our hardware. So
Ew, creepy.
yeah. So a lot of this. So when you said maybe we drank enough to have emotions, well, in that world, Tyler was actually those emotions effectively. He was the evil inherent in man, but not inherent, but a virus. Yeah. Sorry, I had to nerd out. It was so good, and it's a really good comic, and it's so meta, and it's so fucking weird, but it's so good.
I'm gonna check that out. Thank you.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, seriously, same. That's badass. I like brain twisters. The more you try to twist my brain, the
How's
more
that going?
excited I get. And I
How's
want
that working out for you?
So far, so good. I follow some of you fuckers around, so that keeps my brain twisted about a good, 25% of the time. But I'm looking for a solid, steady 50%. I want to be in the yellow, right there in the middle. Constantly.
Microdose as you're in the spaces. You'll be
Dude,
fine.
exactly. You took the words from my own mind.
I need to start growing my own mushrooms because they are fucking expensive.
Bro, invite Bastomatic to the space. Basto. He can, Mr. Bast can help us all expand our intellectual space.
There was this college
man,
level
okay.
course
So
that was offering free courses on growing mushrooms when COVID came out. It's pretty funny.
Oh, yeah. Well, it turns out that the reason that a bunch of these people were giving education on, sorry, I'll just make it super quick, just because something I know. The education on this psilocybin is because technically, per federal law, you can ship mycelium in a jar, fully growing, nice and moist, super happy, directly to anyone you want, because that is a growing plant. It's just that's just a growing fungus. There's nothing illegal
can you
about
do?
it.
Does that mean you
But
can do the same thing with?
once it's dried and consumed, it's a felony.
So can you do the same thing with the mescaline, the peyote cactus, the buttons?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, the cactus itself is perfectly legal because it's a plant.
This is where you get the
What about
alpha
the
that can
drug?
get you
They're
locked up in a
decorative.
federal penitentiary.
No, dude, I went past this woman's house while I was down in Palm Springs, like just walking, checking out the neighborhood. A buddy of mine lets me borrow his condo down there occasionally. So, by the way, we can have a get together down there sometime. Side point. I was walking past this woman's house. I look over to her rockscape yard, right? I'm like, because everybody's got fucking rockscapes. There are no grass. There are no grass yards. And I'm like, holy fuck me. The whole row in front of her window, all peyote button cacti. All of them had buttons. I just stood there in the sidewalk going, and then I just now put my headphones back on and I was so tempted to walk through her rocks. I just put my headphones back on and kept walking, but her whole yard was fucking full of them. And I looked it up online and it said there's nothing illegal about growing them for landscape.
That's interesting. I might have to try that. So I live out in the Sonoran Desert, and
Bro.
yeah.
Yeah,
So we
rockscape,
had
bro. You need cacti.
no. I had a DMT frog come through my front yard the other day. Like, oh well, not the other day. It was during monsoon season. Yeah.
What?
It's a normal thing. Well, it turns out that there's actually a bunch of cacti around here that have mescaline in them that aren't peyote. So people will actually have cacti stolen from the yard, and they're like, why would someone steal my cactus? And they don't realize that they had, the pencil cactus, blah blah blah. Yeah, it's full of mescaline. Yeah.
Oh shit! Yeah, look down the block at the guy in his van laughing his ass off. Yep, that's him.
True story.
Oh my god, that's epic. Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to bust up the conversation, guys, but that's funny. I
have found there's a huge overlap between these people.
I know I'm in a room with family because I guarantee you none of you guys give a shit about expanding of one's own mind, right? And this is our fucking gray matter we do with if we're growing our gray matter, that's different. If we're wandering around the street like a fentanyl zombie or a fucking slushy alcoholic, that's just a burden on society, in my opinion. So whatever, a little manipulative.
But it is still a valid human state, and one that you are not allowed to judge because you are not them. We do have to pay that fee as a society, whether or not we want to, and whether or not we decide it's okay. We still have to pay that fee. So stop judging, just pay the fucking fee and move on.
Right, you're so on point. I had to do that, by the way. I won't go into my long story unless you guys want me to, but 6 years ago, I don't know if I had ultimate DMT experience or the fucking universe decided to talk to me, or it was God, or what it was, because I've never been religious in my life, too much of a scientist. It changed me. I don't know. I felt like my fuse since that moment has been ignited to do things for humanity without too much judgment, obviously. I mean, I will use some funny terms toward other humans, but I try to love them all. Like, even your local fentanyl zombie in the Walmart parking lot, I'm going to hand him food because he's going to die without it. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I'm on a quest to do as much as I can before the time in my hourglass is up. That's the quick version of my shit.
Dude, it's a standard human condition. Otherwise, we wouldn't have terms for it. Otherwise, religion wouldn't exist. Like, if we couldn't drop ourselves into a state where the spiritual existed, like, we wouldn't have these religions and shit. So yeah, like, the problem is in Western society we have no concept of how to deal with it. We don't know how to deal with the junkie. We don't know how to deal with the person experiencing a psychotic break. We don't know how to deal with it because there's no context for it. In most Eastern societies, they do have that. I'm actually bummed that what's his face left. Fuck, what was his name? Ahmed. Yeah, because Ahmed would have had really good context for this. Like he would have probably been able to give a different perspective on this. But yeah, it is a natural human state.
I think Mattios would say, like Foucault would say, we have a way of dealing with that.
Check it out. See you guys later.
See ya.
Hey, later, dude. We barely got a chance to talk, by the way. Damn it. Next time, I know it's late.
I'm just going to throw this out there. So, a month ago, I signed up for AssemblyAI hackathon. It does text to speech and a bunch of other stuff. I forgot I signed up. I forgot that the hackathon is this weekend, starting today with submissions tomorrow. Now, I also forgot that the bounty is $50,000. So if you just want to help out, I'd rather have a percent of something than 100% of zero. You feel me?
Bro, Backcountry just tried to get us onto this a couple months ago with something, and we missed the deadline. Dude,
I forgot that I signed up, and then I look at my email. I'm like, oh wait, today? Oh, let me sign up this, sign up that, sign up this. Now I'm in their Discord, so I am a mere headhunter sitting in front of code, and I don't know why I'm getting an error of not being able to concatenate a string. I want to create a prompt flow using AssemblyAI. So imagine we have maybe an audio file somewhere, intakes the audio, uses AssemblyAI to do speech to text. Now that we have text, we can do prompts to the OpenAI. So I just want to let you know, I'm going to start a Zoom in like 30 minutes. If anyone wants to play, we can talk about, like, look, just knowing that I'm in the hackathon doesn't mean I have to submit one project. We could submit fucking 50 if we wanted to, and power law of venture capital this shit out. So I'll start in 30 minutes. Whoever wants to join, we can join and, chop up the money. I'd rather have a percent of something than 100% of zero. I'm already in the Discord.
You guys, even if we got like a half a dozen of us, or even a dozen of us got together, we know some of the most brilliant humans on Earth. Let's go grab them now.
I'm in the Discord. And anything you want me to ask them, let me know. But AssemblyAI is pretty easy to use and has free credits. Their handle is in the top of the space name.
I uninstalled Discord from everything I own.
I had to reinstall it too.
Yeah,
I don't like Discord.
Oh,
it's 8 degrees and I'm running home in my boots.
Awesome.
I get just for a second. I gotta say I love spaces for the fact that you get on a space and you're talking to some of the most hardcore fucking scientists in the world, some of the smartest motherfuckers in the world, some of like just visionaries and epic motherfuckers.
Right.
At the same time as everyone else, as truck drivers and fucking farmers and just fucking like, and we're all in the same space, and the combination of everybody hanging out together makes us better. It makes humans better.
It is
100%. Yeah,
Yep.
it's fucking awesome.
And you notice that some of those truck drivers start talking about quantum mechanics and shit, and you're like, "What the fuck?" Oh yeah,
dude.
Well, before I was truck driver, I was quantum scientist. Worked for JPL. And then blah 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 blah. And you're like, "What the fuck?" I just decided I was done with it all, and now I just drive truck. And you hear him spit. It's like,
fucking
oh,
Tater here. No, man, like the dude Tater in the chat. He's fucking brilliant. He doesn't
I love
play
Tater.
as he's
Yeah.
right. He doesn't play that he's brilliant, all this shit, but fucking
No, he
man
just
knows
is.
his shit, and he just is, and he's just a good natural human magnet. Like he attracts good people. I fucking love Tater.
Dude, I made friends with one of the best welders on planet Earth. Literally, one of the best, metal welders on planet Earth. Probably top 10%
Dude,
best
as
guys.
far as like
And he
professions
taught me
are
some shit.
concerned, as far as professions are concerned, welders are the fucking vegans of blue collar workers. And what I mean by that is, how do you know if somebody's a welder? Don't worry, they're gonna tell you.
That's fair. That's totally legit too.
It's true. Well, I'm learning, so I bought myself a welder.
I learned to weld in prison.
Nice. What did you? Oh, Jesus. That is
But
a
they
whole
wouldn't give you a torch, would they?
conversation.
So
Yeah.
you can make plenty of metal. We won't let you cut it.
No, dude, they taught me how to use a plasma cutter in prison. It was so weird. I was like, you're literally giving me the thing and the shit to make the thing I need to overthrow your regime.
What I find funny is that people who have those skills, those basic level skills, and do the hard work that none of us nerds will do, is they ground us, and they like have the ability to rein in the insanity that happens when people aren't restricted by day-to-day normal shit. So I fucking love interacting with just normal people. And I don't mean that as a derogatory term, because when I say normal, I mean people who aren't fucking autistic and nerds like we are. You know what I mean? So it's really fucking nice to have those people around to keep us in check.
And then you come across an autistic welder, and you're like, "Oh shit, this is trouble," because this is just about to turn into something that goes off the rails so fast.
Dude, all autistic welders are fucking deep sea welders.
Holy shit, you're right.
Seriously,
Dude,
so
you nailed
true.
it.
Like
You're right.
you're
That.
missing certain chromosomes in your DNA structure if you are like going underwater and sitting in a bell for 30 days at a time and
You're
welding
fucking
while
okay
great
with
whites
it.
are stiff in your ass crack. Like there is something specifically wrong with your code, and you're right.
Well, just think
No.
about how
Oh,
perfect you have to remember, like, policy and procedure and details if you want to not explode welding an underwater gas line.
Oh no! What's even worse is a buddy of mine from years ago. Now I don't hear from him anymore. I wonder why. You kind of remind me. His personality reminds me of you. I think that's why you and I became friends right away. This is worse than that. So I met him at a bar actually one night, just having a drink with a friend, and he showed up in an AC Cobra. I'm like, wow, what the fuck? Blah, 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 blah. And women are all out there throwing themselves on him and shit. Decent looking guy, man. Early 30s, successful as fuck, apparently. Always bought everyone in the bar drinks. And I just happened to have a talk with the guy and just fucking realized that he was off the chains brilliant. I mean, like, got to be 160 plus IQ. I mean, takes one to know one. So I was like, oh, I fucking want to be friends with this guy. And I was like, dude, what's the deal with it? Because I saw him come in with a fucking like Eleanor clone one day too, and I'm like, what the fuck is the deal with this dude? Like all these crazy cars, and I was like, what do you do, bro? And he's like, oh. So I was a deep sea underwater diver. I did a lot of like oil pipeline welding and rig welding. And then I'm like, oh God, that's crazy. Because yeah, and all the work and the time and the hours and shit you got to put into it, it fucking almost kill a man. And we just fucking keep doing it over and over again. We're crazy. I was like, okay. He said, well, he's like, I got a new job opportunity that pays me $300,000 a year. I only have to work like, what did he say? I only have to work like 30 days he's like, yeah, I only have to work like 30 something odd days a year or less than that. It was something, I can't remember the exact number. And I was like, how in the fuck is that? He's like, the rest of the time I just get to fuck off. And I'm like, what the fuck? And he's like, he rubs the top of his head. And you see, I'm like almost bald, right? I'm like, yeah, well, yeah, that's normal. He's like, no, I had a full head of hair a few years ago. And I'm like, wait, what? He's like, dude, my ball sack's probably glowing. I said, I suit up in this big thing. Looks like a space suit that's got triple O-rings and all kinds of shit on it. All the the limbs can bend on the suit. It's really big and heavy. It's got to be hoisted on a crane. And after a lot of clean and prep time, and decontamination. I get into this suit completely decontaminated after hours of decontamination. I go into what's called a nuclear wastewater holding tank with my gear, wearing a bunch of badges that I have to read and look at, and there's like little lights and alarms and shit that'll go off if there's a breach of a seal or anything like that. And I get lowered into such said tank to weld a breach. I'm like, holy fuck, that's insane.
Dude.
He's like, yeah. So basically, I'm welding in heavy water. Yeah, and I tick like a fucking bomb.
The water isn't heavy
I
in this
know.
particular
I
case.
know.
That's not
I
how
know.
the tank
I know.
works.
He made a
However,
joke out of it. I'm just
damn.
repeating what he said. Yeah.
Some fun fact: he will only have girls if he ever has children.
Yeah. Where?
Yeah, and I know this because I worked on nuclear weapons for the military. This is how that shit goes. Like
Yeah.
your chromosomes get
Yeah.
fucking destroyed.
Yeah.
Period.
Yep.
Like like you
Also,
will have females.
you'll totally understand what he told me then. He said, "See this badge thing that I'm wearing here?" I'm like, "Yeah." Or, well, not wearing. He showed it to me. He said, "This badge thing. Once this reaches a certain critical point, I'm retired. I can
Yeah,
never do
no,
it
yeah,
again." I was like, "Whoa, what?" Yeah.
well, okay, so here's the fun thing. That's a lifetime dosage limit, but that only applies to the
Uh-huh.
civilian side of things. When you're in the
Oh,
military, you're not allowed to, we don't have badges unless you worked in the weapons facility itself, like working directly with the warheads. And we got exposed to shit tons of radiation on site. There was no rules or regulations on whether or not you
oh
could bring
God.
a Geiger counter on site until someone did, and then they banned it immediately because what happened is you've got these warheads that they're tuned to explode. That's what they're made for. So they're always warm, they're always glowing, they're always hot. And that means it doesn't just irradiate like the people around it, it irradiates the ground itself.
Oh
So
yeah,
you've got all
metals. Yeah.
these, yeah, exactly. So you've got all these materials around these warheads that are just slowly picking up radioactivity since the 50s. Yeah, so we all went out there and we're having to work and we're eating our lunches out there and it's freezing ass cold and we're doing our work. And then yeah, none of us have boys. None of us. It's fucking wild. Like it's literally instead of 50-50, it's like 10% boys. Yeah, like no
Weird.
joke. Yeah, it's wild. When I had a girl, I was like, "Yep, I knew that was coming."
You should just thank God you're not having frogs.
Yeah, dude, give it a couple years. I would not be surprised if I end up dying of some random fucking fluke cancer, and like nobody. And of course, the military will be like, "Oh, that wasn't duty related." Meh. Yeah, it's a
I
lie.
think as
Yeah.
long as you take care of your meat suit really well, put proper fuels in it and all that shit, you'll be fine.
I just take iodine every day. We're good. I actually, fun fact, I have a couple chunks of what's called trinitite. It is the fallout from the Trinity explosion, the first nuclear explosion on the planet. You know that joke that all the military people made, where like, hey, let's just turn the Middle East into a glass parking lot. We
No.
actually, you've never heard that? Oh yeah, it's this.
No, I
It.
have. I've
Oh,
heard,
okay.
and I'm just thinking, oh God, no, what are you gonna say?
Yeah. Well, so in Alamogordo, New Mexico, when they lit off the Trinity explosion, it actually made a glass parking lot, like legitimately. It made a big, flat, round thing of this. It's this weird melted concrete and green glass. Yeah, so I actually have a bunch of it. I have a bunch of it sitting here. Cause yeah, I'm kind of a nerd in that way. It's still radioactive. It's just mostly alpha particles, so it's mostly safe to be around as long as you don't fucking eat it. But yeah, yeah, it's a whole ass thing. Radiation is wild.
Wow, dude? Are you one of those nerds that has a thing called the Cabinet of Curiosities?
It is my entire office. I don't discriminate and put things into a cabinet, and that's probably going to kill me someday. Yeah.
Oh God, that's epic. I wish I had my own place again. I was the same way. I've got a friend in San Diego. He's got this big case. I think it was a hutch he got from his grandma or something, but he calls it the Cabinet of Curiosities. And he's got things like he's got a jar of heavy water in there. And it's like grabbing a lead weight, by the way. And he's like, be careful, I'm telling you. He's got a bunch of aircraft and satellite components and crap in there that if you go in there with a Geiger counter, it's just like wee.
I am genuinely afraid of getting one. I've been trying to locate one for cheap for a while, but yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's funny how like everything in this side is all uranium glass and it gets a black light and the whole fucking cabinet glows. I'm like, oh God, dude, like is your whole side of this room ticking? He's like, oh yeah, guaranteed.
Oh yeah, dude, totally. I live near. I don't fucking care. Everyone knows who I am. So I live near the Titan missile silo. So I
Oh,
can
what?
go hang out. Yeah. So we actually have a full Titan missile nearby that you can go look at. You can go into the silo and you can look at. Obviously the fuel's empty. Obviously the warhead's gone. But fun fact, the Russian government, because of the START treaty, required the museum to cut a hole in the nose cone of the missile so that as Russian satellites go over, they can see that there's no warhead in it. Like, that's how paranoid they have been with the START treaty. And I was actually part of enforcing the START treaty when I was in the military working on nukes. Yeah, it's fucking wild.
Wow, that's crazy. So were you Air Force?
Yeah, dude.
Oh, okay, yeah. My ex-wife was Air Force. She was SF or Security Forces. Sorry, guys.
Was she a nuke
Oh yeah,
cop?
yeah. She was a missile cop. Yeah,
Oh,
she told
okay.
me all about the whole process. I was up in Cheyenne, Wyoming, with her for a
Oh
minute.
God, ew.
I know it's
Maelstrom,
horrible.
gross.
Well, but you know that's where like they got a
Oh
bunch of
no,
missile
sorry,
cops.
Effie Warren. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Cheyenne, Wyoming is just fucking cold, brutally
Yep.
cold in the wintertime. It's just tundra. Cold.
Yep.
Oh God.
I was
But
in
they've got,
Minot.
but that's yeah, Minot sucks too. I was there. But they've the same thing there. They've got the full decommed missile. You can go down into the whole silo and they give you the tour and everything. It's really
Hey,
badass.
ask her if she had orders to kill the maintainers in case of an attack.
Ooh, actually, I
Yeah.
kind of remember something about that.
Yeah, so we were told that if shit went down, if we got attacked, the security forces' job was to put us down first and then engage the enemy.
Yep.
Because we had the knowledge to be able to access the weapon, and they needed to stop that before engaging the enemy. So yeah, those security forces guys were no offense, they were the dumbest motherfuckers I ever encountered in the military. They got
Oh,
us
you know my
put
ex-wife.
I got so many fucking guns pointed at my head because they fucked up the procedures. You wouldn't even believe.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah, they're
know.
cops.
I met a bunch of her
Yeah, the
friends.
cops. Wait, what? Were you there?
No, I'm just
But
saying they're cops. I've met cops.
yeah, they train them with real typical cop behavior, and they train them a little more like Army. So they all say "huh," and it's like it was really fucking confusing to me because I was Army. So I'm like, why are you saying "huh"?
Well, most of
You're
their
like,
cops are ex-army.
yeah, but yeah, most of them, bunch of meatheads. You're right. Like no, not a lot of
The
brilliance there.
ASFAB waivers, right?
But anyhow,
And they're
yeah,
enforcing the law, the legal code.
our nuke system, pretty crazy. Oh, dude, but the Titan facilities. Oh God, I want a decommed one so bad, dude. You don't even know. I have had dreams for 20 years of doing a multi-tiered. In the main silo, just do multi-tiered facility that's partial living, partial data center, and have the whole damn thing bunkerized and self-sufficient. And yeah, oh God, dude, water
That
purification on site, the works. I've wanted that like half my adult life. I will have it one day.
That would be cool. Most of them have been blown up and buried, so you would have to buy the property and then excavate it. But yeah, no, that would be cool as fuck. I would love to go to one of the decommissioned ones and like be able to dig around and like look around and shit. That would be really cool. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Well, fortunately, you have to either become a superhero or a super villain in order to afford something like that the way I envision it, because it would be all like, high tech and a lot of power and a lot of nerds. It's good to have dreams. I'm going to get stoned again, so I make sense.
Great. That's an excellent plan. I recommend this lemon ice pucker. It's pretty good. It's convenient for me that I waited this long, and this old veteran guy that got beat up, disabled guy that got beat up by the same idiot trooper, put all his entire case and evidence online and ran background checks on every officer involved.
Oh,
and
shit.
It's like, yeah, he's just a former Army idiot who got out and then did 6 months down there in training in Juneau. And one of his classmates was a pedophile who the troopers just let get away with it until the United Police arrested him. But yeah, these guys are morons.
Hey, just as a I don't know, a heads up.
Did you
or
just say
whatever,
my name?
Don't. I was gonna say don't say that shit out loud, but apparently you have summoned somebody, so there you go.
What did I do? What did I do? I was just trying to pick a bass sound. Don't blame shit on me.
No, he was talking shit about cops, which isn't super safe to do. So.
But fuck them for real though.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I
Don't
mean,
open up the Pandora's box.
I love the police. My motto is
I was in Portland. I don't.
I used to listen to this the rap. I listened to rap a lot, and it was like fuck the police and a lot of people. So I'll post these incidents on whatever TikTok, for example, because it's where people like to watch that shit. And then like, all these kids fuck the police. They're old people, people hate the police. And then, but what I've come up with is bless the police, because what Jesus said was bless those who persecute you. So that's my opinion of the police.
Hey man, Run the Jewels is fucking amazing, and their latest album, there's this song with Zach De La Rocha on it. You know, the dude from Rage Against the Machine. It's called Just, Just, Just. Oh, that song is fucking good. Look at all these slave masters posing on your dollar. Yeah, good shit. If
I'm
you're,
about to
if
check it
you're,
out. Thank you.
yeah, do that. Run the Jewels is amazing. Killer Mike is amazing. LP is fucking awesome. They're good. Anyway.
What was the one after Killer Mike?
Oh, LP. So the white guy from Run the Jewels is LP, EL-P, and then Killer Mike is the black guy rapping. And so LP is he is also the producer of all the beats and shit. So if you look up LP alone, he's such a good producer. As a producer,
When you
like,
search him on Google, his picture that comes up is a kind of chubby white guy with a kind of scruffy goatee-ish kind of beard. So I could tell he's hard.
Yes, sir. Oh, yeah, he's hard as fuck. Yeah, he's good. Another one along that line is a dude named Tobacco. He was actually the guy that did the Silicon Valley theme song for the TV show.
I love that song.
Yeah. Well, he also did a group called Malibu Ken, which it was the rapper named Aesop Rock. Not ASAP Rocky. That's a different guy, but Aesop Rock.
Oh, that's crazy. My physical therapist is this dude from Chicago, and he has this bizarre musical knowledge. And he was just telling me, and I was like, because I said the same thing. I was like, Aesop Rock, and then he was just telling me about this guy. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. That's awesome. fucking Aesop Rock is one of the best fucking rappers, dude. He's so fucking good. He's right up there with like Sage Francis, who another really amazing rapper, super deep lyrics, all this stuff. But so Tobacco is the producer guy, makes all the music and shit behind it, and then Aesop Rock is the rapper, and it's called Malibu Ken. And holy shit, they're good. They're so good. They're so good. I listen to them all the time. They're so fucking
I've
good.
needed this so bad because like I finally got like a YouTube Music Premium subscription, but and it just gave me my most recent like 2022 playlist, which is like whatever for the past month or couple months, and I've just stuck in all this particular music that yeah and then it's like so I don't know what to search for, so the algorithm just kind of feeds me more of the same thing. So thank you.
Yeah, actually, that's one of the big problems that a lot of people have with music in general is they get kind of cloistered, and there tends to be this like attitude around it, like, oh, well, mine's better than yours. But if you just back the fuck off of that, you'll find that even the shittiest pop music has some value to it. And in the shittiest pop music, there's some amazing musicians. So like, it's not worth staying in just your little lane. I learned that the hard way. I grew up as a metalhead. I was like, if it's not classic rock or if it's not fucking metal or new metal or something like that, I'm not listening to it. And years later, I'm like, God damn, I missed so much fucking rap, so much good rap, like the entire G-Funk series, fucking all the club stuff, all the dumb dance music. It's glorious. It's gorgeous. It's amazing. It has depth and beauty, and people just like miss out on it by being stuck in their own little box. Um, yeah. So, definitely break out of that box if you can.
All the delightful murder rap.
Oh, no, 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 no. Okay, so G-Funk, yes, there was murder in their rap. Yes, there was. You can talk about that. Yep, you can make that case. Sure. Uh, at the same time, that it was there was a depth of lyrics and a an observation of the world those people lived in at that time, like 90s LA, 90s Chicago, this sort of shit. Like that was real. They were explaining a scenario they were actually living in, and they did it with power. Like it was really fucking good. And the music they used was like um, old funk beats and riffs and melodies and stuff. So like there is depth there. You can talk all the shit you want, but there is depth there.
Oh, I'm not talking shit. I'm speaking from experience, and that
Oh.
exists today. The the like the stuff coming out of Chicago and Philadelphia, and um, yeah, I mean, people are dying over. They had just had that one where they were shooting the music video, and they did the drive by while they were shooting the music video, and they had the one where the guys they let him out of jail to shoot the music video. I mean, it's crazy. Yeah. And anyways,
Yeah. But capturing that moment of history and time in their music was something that occurred a lot during the 90s and even early 2000s leading up to like uh, the different assassinations of different people and stuff. So I mean like it's really impressive. It's really interesting, and there is way more depth there than most people realize.
oh yeah, I grew
Oddly
up
enough,
on it
yeah.
in the '90s as a teenager, and then looked into the whole thing from the origination of it and the history of it to, and then you know yeah, and even the periods when the popular stuff is crap, which I really felt like in the early 2000s to 15, but maybe it's just where I was in my life. But there's still stuff being made that's great, and even like right now, whatever's the most top 10 might be terrible, but somebody's making something.
Wow, this has been a wild ass space, man. Like, Mike, this has been awesome. Thank you for bringing on some truly amazing people. This has been by far the best space I've been in a long time. So thank you for this.
I am because you are Ubuntu Linux.
I just wish that Wine was a better emulator so I wouldn't have to touch fucking Windows ever again. That's all I have to say on that one.
Yeah, but who's the one that's facilitating the space so that takes place?
Mike, the unicorn guy.
Manish, you there? Manish fell asleep a long time ago, eh?
So you have a problem with Windows?
Okay, so I used to be IT
Yeah, I'm
for a
messing with you,
long
dude.
time.
I'm
Oh
totally
God,
messing
sorry.
with you. Bro.
Bro, I have a whole
I've been a
soapbox.
sysadmin my whole life and an engineer, dude. I worked at Microsoft. I hate that I used to work for the evil empire, bro. I will never go back. Surface has offered me my job back like 5 times, and I've sent them. The last one was a middle finger emoji. They didn't email me again. It's great.
That's fantastic. Yeah.
But no,
You almost
I
triggered me.
intimately
Yeah.
know from being in closed room meetings, even on the hardware side of it. So how do we make this as fucking addictive as possible? Like that's just basically what we're laying down here. How do we make this more addictive to humans? Because we want to make more money. Need to make more billions. And that happened in the software department as well. Oh, and over 1,000 signed contracts that year that I was that last year that I was there. Over 1,000 signed contracts with federal agencies on very embedded shit that we were doing. I'm like, this place is about as corrupt as it gets. So, yeah, there's my 2 cents.
Yeah, would Windows even have continue to exist without
Oh,
gaming and
bro.
maybe Office?
No. If games and Office Suite shit were all developed for Linux a long time ago, no one would even use fucking Windows anymore. It is such a spyware machine. It's disgusting, by the way. It's literally collecting your metadata. Windows 11 is the worst one I've ever seen. It's collecting your metadata on every mouse click and every keystroke, everything you do.
Damn.
Yeah.
And everyone talks about how like, oh, they can't possibly be collecting all that information. Like the bandwidth usage reporting back to Microsoft is very low. But the reality is that you can condense the information real hard if you run everything through neural networks first. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Abso-fucking-lutely. You hit the nail. Yep. Not going to go down that any further, but you are correct. Yeah, all intentionally designed that way. Some of the shit thought of, years ago, decade
I
ago.
mean, the thing is, with all the cypherpunk nerds that are around, the old school guys, we could have secure operating systems, genuinely secure operating systems, and hardware. I don't know if you know this, but our GP or not GPUs, sorry, them too as well, I'm sure, but all of our CPUs are compromised. There
Oh, I
are
know.
yeah, there are attacks you can pull that will bypass any security ring you have. We're at like I think the top of the line security attack right now is a ring -3 or something. Like it used to be negative, like ring 0 was like base hardware. Like I have physical fucking access to the actual hardware. But no, it's like, oh yeah, there's something more than the hardware. There are subsystems on that hardware that have their own operating system. Yeah, and those have been compromised. And then the ones
That's
that
right.
incorporate that, those have been compromised. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
You literally can't have.
just reflash that with pretty much anything you want.
The
To manufacturer spec even.
yeah,
Maybe
exactly.
we could create that operating system for the hackathon.
Oh,
Well,
bro, that's a lot of work.
yeah, it's true. OSs are hard, but what's funny is
Yeah, but not for
about
ChatGPT.
yeah, you know what? Try it. Have it spit out
Holy
a
shit!
whole operating system. Do
Holy
it.
shit! Let's do
That'd
it.
be fun.
Let's
Yeah,
make GPT create us an operating system in code. Holy
do
shit!
it.
I bet it could be done. Even if it's not a really, it doesn't need to be anything complicated. It's just an operating system in general with a GUI.
That would actually be pretty cool. Like try that. But I was gonna say the only genuinely secure piece of hardware that I know of, the genuinely secure CPU that exists is actually the smart chip, the chip in your SIM card or your credit card. So that chip is actually an 8-bit computer running physically unclonable functions on it. So the reason your debit card is actually secure is because there's a physical computer running on that card itself. It's a tiny little computer. It's got like, I don't know, I don't even know if it has like a kilobyte of RAM. It's got a tiny amount of RAM. But every time you make a purchase or make a phone call or text anybody, you're actually running an app on that machine. And that's the only reason it's secure. It's one of the only secure pieces of hardware we have, genuinely at its core.
So we're all unknowingly carrying around many of these tiny computers.
Well, I'm not unknowingly doing it, but yeah, a lot of
Well,
people are
I have a lot of
unknowingly
people. I mean, yeah, sorry, not.
I mean, I'm carrying them around. I just know that I'm carrying them. Yeah.
Yeah, and then people like me, whom were trained as wireless engineers and happen to have been sysadmins and IT dudes since a young age, we know what frequencies these things run on. Kind of fun. Give me a couple Raspberry Pis and a Blade RF, and I can do some amazing shit.
Yeah, there is no such thing as physical security. If I have anywhere close to physical access to your machine, I can decode your RSA keys just listening to the ringing of the CPU. Because what happens is every time you change a frequency, every time you change a voltage in any piece of hardware, it emits a tiny amount of electromagnetic radiation. So doing that, you can actually listen to a CPU and listen for specific upticks in voltage and downticks in voltage and so on. And you can actually pull out RSA keys from that, from just by listening to the hardware. It's fucking wild.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Security is actually just security through obscurity, because it's for people that don't know how it's engineered or how the recipe goes together and how it works. It's
Yep.
just that's that simple. If
And
you
it
know how the
actually,
components work, then you can actually just bypass all that shit.
and it So it actually gets worse with the newer AMD and Intel CPUs. Is they've got such extreme energy saving tools that every single cycle of the CPU. Sorry, I keep saying GPU because I'm dealing with AI. I mean CPU. Um, every cycle of the CPU changes the voltage requirements, which gives you a hint as to what circuits on the CPU itself are actually being ran. So you can actually use the voltage usage as a way to glean information about what's being processed. So you can again pull RSA keys and all this other stuff straight out of the CPU just by reading its voltage per picosecond or some shit. Yeah, it's wild. I am at the moment trying to get warped stable diffusion to process a video that I have and rotoscope it into AI. And I am trying to debug this Python code, and it's very dumb. So just so y'all know what I'm doing.
Well then. Funniest times.
How are we? What's happening? Am I being rugged?
No.
Nothing much.
Yeah, I'm just chilling. What's
So
going
let
on,
me
everybody?
catch you guys up because I gotta submit this thing tomorrow.
Yes, please.
Hurl. So here's the latest. I woke up today and I forgot something. I forgot that a couple months ago I signed up for an Assembly AI hackathon. Assembly AI is an AI that converts audio files to text, and the prize is 50 grand, and I have to make a submission tomorrow. So I thought, okay, well, if I get to put in a submission, maybe I can put in multiple submissions, or we can all kind of work together on making one, and we figure out how to chop up the money. So I'm about to start a Zoom soon for anyone who wants to make a submission, because the submissions are closed. So we would only be able to submit the submission through me. But I mean, there's not necessarily any rule that says I can only submit one thing. Right. So I figure if we give ourselves the best chance of making money, then we can all just have some fun, play around.
Yeah, sounds good.
Nice. It sounds something that'd be good for ChatG too, wouldn't it?
You understand? Yeah. So what I'm trying to do is I am at the point where I can get a transcription using AssemblyAI from an audio file. My next frontier is to be able to take the response that I get, that transcription, and use that as a prompt for ChatGPT. Does that make sense?
I think so.
There's a file stored on the web that's an audio file. AssemblyAI takes that audio file and converts it to text. Then we use that text as an input to ChatGPT for a specific motivated purpose.
Yeah.
It could be sentiment analysis, summarization, whatever.
Yeah.
Now that's one of N things that we could create. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I just ask myself, what gives us the best chance of winning 50 grand?
So what's the competition boundaries? Like what sort of area do they want you to explore? What outcome are they looking for?
I mean, the best outcome is going to be an outcome they never thought of, right?
So they're looking for user cases?
You're looking for use cases that incorporate the use of AssemblyAI.
Oh, good. Is it 50 grand in fiat or is it in crypto?
I imagine US dollars.
Okay.
You can go to AssemblyAI at the top.
I'm cooking at the moment, but I'll listen in and contribute where I can. But yeah. Yeah, so you're going to do this in a Zoom or stay in Spaces?
I'll probably do it over Zoom.
Yeah, right.
Start the Zoom in like 10 minutes.
Yeah, let me know when you're going in, and I'll just stay in and give us a heads up when you go, and I'll be listening in the background.
Mm-hmm.
That's exciting. That's a great idea. This is a great idea. Competition, ChatGPT, AI. We should be just farming the competition and just. That's how we could start. There's only one case. There'd be multiple cases out there where you could use it for.
Could you be a little more vague?
Oh, right.
I'm just joking with you. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely. Farm the competition. Attack, attack, attack. Defend, defend, defend. Reconnaissance, reconnaissance, reconnaissance. At the end of the day, work expands to fill the time allotted. We have till tomorrow or I have till tomorrow to figure out something. I don't know what I don't know yet. I'm feeling my way through the dark. The only reason I think I'm like thinking that I might have a chance at this is because we have access to this ChatGPT in the Google Colab.
Yeah.
So if I can do
And
the operation all in Python, then Bob's your uncle.
so you're just going to open a Google Docs, right, and then share it with us so we can, because right now I can't, but later on I'll have time to contribute where I can, if I can.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if we share a Google Doc, and start writing it up and smash it out. This is a good motivator too. Like it's good. You've got sense of urgency, reward, all that. Good little project. I'm in.
Yeah, it's funny. Funny how things happen. I signed up for this hackathon before the fucking ChatGPT was even available to me. All right. Man, we had an eclectic group here today. It's Dan's favorite, I think. Dan loved those.
Yeah, it's a shame they're not here now because some of those minds would be. I think you should invite some of your networks into this. So you just to see if you can get it over the top, over the top. You know what I mean?
Well, now I'm thinking about. I'm not really too concerned about the audience. It's now time to start developing curriculum. Does that make sense? So that's why I'm really driving forward to creating the ChatGPT curriculum, because I know if we create it in the right way, then people can learn how to do things on their own and eventually become autodidacts.
Yeah, it's a huge opportunity because people just don't know what's available, and just having an easy courses. Yeah.
Yep.
I don't have the ability to explain it to people, so.
Yeah, but that just takes practice. That's what the Syndicate's good for, though. You know, just sort of try it out in here, slate and give it a go, and then I think once you sort of try and mix those words, you know, in your voice box and mouth with your brain, you do it over a couple of times. That's what I found Spaces is good for on Syndicate, just to give it a crack.
Yeah, I just mean like getting the idea across of what I think's taking place with AI and ChatGPT, and but there's not many people I really want to. Mostly I want to just do it and not worry about explaining it, but just the people I know.
Yeah. Lags, have you got your hand up as in support of the idea, or you just want to let us know your hand's black or something so you know that you do matter to us?
I have my hand up because I got something to say. Dickhead, good morning. I wanted to know when you sign up for that thing, did you have any further, thoughts about where you want this to go, or did you just sign up for the heck of it and thought I'll figure that out
The
when
ladder.
I get there?
Yeah, I'll figure it out when I get there.
Yeah. So there's Harold's. So there's no pathway or anything like given. They're just like do whatever you can think of kind of thing. Mike?
Yeah, it sounded like they were just looking for user case examples or suggestives, and then I can't look at it right now, but he posted the details up in the fridge.
You want to read them out because I'm cooking at the moment, Legs. It'd be good if you could go through it and summarise for it. Or put it through
I'm cooking
ChatGPT.
too. I'm cooking too.
Oh, what are you cooking?
Bolognese. What are you cooking? Why are you
Deviled
cooking
sausages. Deviled sausages.
for breakfast?
No, just like because I feel like cooking right now. So cooking up meals for later, throwing in the freezer type thing. You know, Saturday morning, trying to get the habit of cooking meals up and throwing them in the freezer and stuff.
Right. I don't know. I'm not really good with inventing any ideas for things. If someone told me invent something for this and this, then I can potentially come up with something. But just out of thin air,
That doesn't mean you can't contribute. That doesn't mean you can't contribute.
yeah, I guess. But I think we will need some people that are more creatives.
We just need anyone who's willing to participate. That's all we need to begin with, and then we'll figure it out as we go along.
It's not like we got 3 weeks. It's like until tomorrow.
Exactly. That's the fun in it. How good would that be for a story? Like this gang got together, did this, boom, boom, boom.
Your attention is needed, Hurls.
Yeah, no, it's not. That is talking.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm sure we will come up with something. And since we have so many ADHD people in the syndicate, we work well with tight deadlines. That gives us the right motivation. So stop laughing, Matthias.
That was just so fire. Sorry, I got to raise a hand in solidarity to that. That was
Okay. I gotta say something. My mic. Yeah, there it goes. Speaking of which, I wasted a lot of time the past couple of days on this 4 gig RAM laptop, whatever, with having too many browser tabs. So, typed it in ChatGPT, and managing opening too many browser tabs. What this indicates about mental state, it's common for people to open multiple tabs in their web browser when they are doing research or trying to multitask. However, having a large number of tabs open can make it difficult to find the information you are looking for, and it can also slow down your computer. In some cases, it may be a sign of disorganization or lack of focus. If you find that you frequently have a large number of tabs open, it may be helpful to try using a tool or technique to help you organize and manage them. This can include using a bookmarking tool to save links to pages that you want to refer to later, or using a tab management extension to help you organize your tabs into groups or folders. So I just gotten a Tabs Outliner Chrome extension installed. That's the one I used to use years ago, but I finally got it reinstalled. It helps out a lot. Anyways.
that's super fire. I stay with the tabs open. I try to push it till the computer crashes.
That's what I do, and then I get it. I just go get a new computer with more RAM so that it can handle it. But then now need to. I've just got these somewhere on old hard drives. These like thousands of old millions, whatever links saved, tabs are outliner files. Like, never. I guess I could plug them into ChatGPT and have it look them up for me. So I'm not going to look at them again.
Sorry about that.
Sorry about what?
Oh, Lagertha was asking me a question. Zach called at the same time. We're thinking about ideas. One of the ideas that Zach had was to use ChatGPT to take in a bunch of tweets and write new tweets based on them. But again, I have the additional constraint of using AssemblyAI in my workflow. So I'm at the same time figuring out how to do things and figuring out what to do with what I know how to do.
It was a voice to text assembly, isn't it? Is that right?
Yes, that's right. So I have about 5 lines of code that allows me to take audio from the web and transcribe it to text. My next frontier is to figure out how do I encapsulate the response that I get into a variable. Because I would like to use that speech to text as an input prompt for ChatGPT.
Okay, so I'm thinking workflow here. So you've got your videos from Twitter. They you have to feed them into Assembly, and then those videos from once they're into the text from Assembly, then they go into ChatGPT, and it's the same way as like then what you could do is say create a poem. A contentious poem, a sarcastic poem, a comedic poem about the video that was just created, or something like that, or a contentious response.
The prompts thereafter are infinite. It's getting the data into the prompt variable that is unknown to me. Does that make sense?
Ask ChatGPT what it would do. No?
No, you're not wrong. I'm going to find out.
Yeah, but aren't what you're trying to do is essentially read something, understand the sentiment, categorize it as threat or non-threat, and then do something with that choice of threat or non-threat, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to do threat per se, but there's a translation layer of you determining how you'd want to interpret the analysis.
I'm actually in the same hackathon, and working
Wicked.
on.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Did you sign up before realizing how to use ChatGPT like I did?
I was on Product Hunt, and I was like just going around, and I was like, and I just have like 40 tabs open and looking at all the free things that founders get, or like, and then I see this like AssemblyAI, and I see 50,000. I'm like, damn, there should be a site for all the grants and available, money for projects on each chain. But besides that, what I wanted to do like a long time ago was to take a video clip and to use their AI model to guess what the person is saying, and then we compare it to the script. That way, eventually, it can lip read, and how far.
Oh, fuck! That's a great idea, dude.
Yeah, so that's something I always wanted to do. I haven't been able to learn it myself.
So question. My name is Mike, by the way. Welcome to the Syndicate. What's going on? So this group of people, let's say, is that a safe word? Can we still call people people? Is that offending anyone?
Yeah, no, that works.
Okay, good. So dance in compliance.
Twitter Spaces, I like to be referred as an entity, please.
Hurls is from Australia, so that explains his response.
I thought you were going to say
laughing, Ali? Why are you laughing at Hurls? He can't help it that he's from Australia. He didn't.
Wow, Ali.
By the way,
wow.
Wow.
That's what I'm saying. This is
amazing. Happening.
Hey, let him go. Let him go. Let himself dig a hole in his permafrost.
So all that's happening right now. Are you a part of a team, Ranger?
No, I was gonna do it. Honestly, I was gonna go on Freelancer and just find a few people.
That's genius.
And find like 3 teams and make them all make one individual sign up, or even I'll create the email accounts for each one, and then
That's genius.
I'll just submit the 5 things that are, because it's a very asymmetric bet. I don't mind spending, 1,000, 2,000, because right
Yes.
now I know what the competition is kind of like by the questions that are asked, or by the
Right.
APIs, or just so I can do the process of elimination and then kind of just go with a wow factor. But I don't really know the judges and how I don't know the judges, so I don't know if they like spyware, because I would love that lip reading thing. But then I feel like, governments are like, yo, yeah, come on.
I love the way you're approaching this problem. If there's an opportunity for probability of generating 50,000, then you can assign a bet depending on an expected probability. And
Yeah.
even if you get second place, you've covered your costs.
Yeah. But I'm not a developer. I'm just a person who goes on Freelancer a lot and creates projects, and that's it. Never really does anything with the project afterwards. Has a bunch of projects, but isn't really, up.
I've got an idea, but I don't know I guess someone's probably done it. But, if you listen to a lot of podcasts, sometimes you just want to be able to search on a specific certain topic. So, for example, there might be, you're watching a podcast with someone they're talking about a whole range of different things, but you're just interested in one topic that they talk about from, I don't know, halfway through, but you don't know where it is in that video. Could you use an AI to try and take a podcast, extract out what the topics are at each, interval of time, I guess? I'm guessing someone's already done that, but...
You mean like timestamps on YouTube videos, but for podcast kind of thing?
Yeah. So those timestamps on the YouTube videos, is that automatically generated?
No, I think you need to manually do it.
What you're looking for is a website called summarize.tech.
Summarize.tech, okay. So they've already done it, I guess.
All right, so number of instances, because you've already got, what about what we do in Spaces and in Zoom, recording text from there? What about drawing on the experiences of some people that we have, like we have Sandra in the legal thing, and we've got eRich, having that ability to convert call to text, and then ChatGPT summarizes it in legal cases and things like that.
Yeah, because it'd be good for something for Twitter Spaces, like how often do you listen to
Superspaces.ai doesn't have a working product, but they've done I guess pre-marketing and a couple of hype pieces when it comes to that. But that's exactly what I kind of wanted to do as well, which is to index the Twitter Spaces a little more efficiently than what it currently has.
Check out zealous.one. Zealous.one.
Zealous.one.
Chris just walked in, and I told him about it. And he said what I also thought earlier, that whenever he saw people winning these hackathons, that was usually like a cause with a purpose. So amazing tech used for, I don't know, make blind people see a video kind of thing, or some other, something with humanity that helps humanity or advances the people that are less fortunate in some way or another.
Interesting. I wonder if you could have, imagine you have a tutorial created by Dan, and we have the assembly AI do the transcription, and then we have ChatGPT analyze the subtitles and the captions generated from Dan's tutorial, and it make comments about it. Do you think a 10-year-old could understand this? Do you think a 15-year-old could understand this? And then you could tell Dan, who's an educator, how clear or appropriate his message is as feedback so we can improve his teaching.
Oh, I like that.
That ties in. That ties in with a lot of motivations within this group, and I think that's a great idea. I'm in
Hey,
on that one.
Ranger. Hey, I know Ranger was supposed to be in competition. I could give a fuck. I'm just having fun. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's a really good idea because it at least gives you like the different perspectives of like explain it to me like I'm a 5-year-old. You know, like
Yeah, or just give like an audit to be like, like, you know, when you're about to teach, you're really not sure if what you're saying is clear. So what if you could rehearse with an assistant where you give it not only with the text, but the actual audio, and you could say, well, how confident do I sound? How clear am I being towards a target of a 13-year-old versus a 21-year-old?
Yeah, explain it to a boomer.
Oh, that's still theoretical.
Kids are much better at picking up shit than we are. I'm telling you that. When I saw Matthew's child just do the Roblox code thing, I was like, I don't even know what he's doing. How does he know? So what we need is explain it to a boomer. Make it like boomer safe.
Yeah.
If girls from under the rock can understand it, then we're sweet.
Well, I did when I was talking to ChatG with about the peer-reviewed academic article. I said explain it back to a teenager, and that came up with a pretty good common language.
A teenager explained like a skater, dude.
That's funny. I didn't try that. That would be funny.
I want to recreate Christian's voice in text. Hey, what's going on, bruh? AssemblyAI, huh? Well, if you've never really used it, it's kind of confusing. But if you can do an ollie, you can manage to learn AssemblyAI. I don't know. I like that idea because if we want to, what could be more impactful than helping an educator become better at educating?
Yeah, it's like a grader.
Have a bigger reach, like a wider reach.
The target audience. Like if we're going for teenagers and younger ones, that's going to be a more motivating for an organisation to target because they're the future. That's where they're going to build their business from. So.
All right, let me just put the finishing touches on freelancer teacher. So what was the flow again?
So what it is
I'm kidding.
No. I'm going to tell you right now because this space is being recorded, right? So if you win, then it's even better, right? We can say, hey, this is how things happened in a decentralized, collaborative way where competing parties can cooperate, so to speak, right? So the idea is take a YouTube video which has an SRT file, right? Oh no. You have the input is a YouTube URL. You have to transcribe that YouTube video to text. Now, whether you use AssemblyAI or another tool doesn't matter to me. But you're taking an audio or a video file, say audio or video file as an input. You get the text, and then you analyze the text to see if it is understandable to a teenager. If it is
How
not,
would you?
yeah.
So
Or
when you
re-explain
receive
this
this
YouTube
text,
video to a teenager.
right, so replay the video to the teenager. So once you have the transcribed text, what do you do with that?
So once you have the transcribed text, rephrase this text in a way a teenager could understand it.
So that's more of like, damn, I thought it was like not
Well,
grading teachers, but
here's what I would say. We have two options at this point. We can either do this separately or we can do this together. What do you think? Completely up to you, no pressure. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to build 5 different projects in the next
That's
2 days.
exactly what I'm doing.
Yeah,
I'm probably building 3, and just
exactly.
throwing probably. I was gonna
That's it.
buy like a few NFTs, but fuck it, and I'll just throw it at this this hackathon. It'd be funny though. It's just I've never done this, so it's.
I've never done this either.
Well, are you a developer?
I am not a developer. I am surrounded by a group of developers, though, in the background who can do shit. So I kind of feel my way through the dark using ChatGPT to write me code, all that good stuff.
I actually found this group from like I was looking for
Yes,
someone to build a website and reply it.
yeah. I put the link into the Discord and stuff. Yeah. But like I said, hey, if anyone's building, maybe we can help each other get better, you know? I'm
Under
open.
community support?
Yeah, kind of, right? Like, so for example, I have the code to do the simple transcription. I got it working. So I'm using that as a template. You know, I have the code for the Google Colab. I have that as a template. And so, yeah, I'm just going to start building on top of it piece by piece by piece. What do we have, like 2 days till the 11th?
Yeah, it's the 12th,
Yeah.
but I'm in a different time zone.
Okay. Yeah, man. I'd rather have a percent of something than 100% of zero.
Ooh, we could test one model against another. So a machine, so one side is trying to determine what this object is, and the other one is just that whole chat prompt. So that prompt is coming up with the image. It shoots out the image, and then the other side says, you know, what it is, and then okay, where do you go from there? So it's like those two are not competing against each other, but it would just be a bunch of lines, and then you'd have to that wouldn't work.
I mean, let's pause for a moment. Congratulations on signing up for a hackathon and getting in. I don't even know what I said. What I'm going to be doing with these folks is jumping on a Zoom and probably hacking some projects together. And if, just like how you're using Freelancer, if what I create with this group over Zoom works, then we'll just chop up the money together.
Damn.
I've been meeting with this
right.
group for like months. Yeah.
Damn, no, I don't want to do that because then I'll feel obligated to actually follow through with the 2 freelancer tabs that I have open, or just the 1 freelancer tab I have open.
To me, this whole thing is an experiment. Like, we've been meeting on here as a syndicate for a while with the idea that, you know, any founder needs a combination of capital, people, process, technology, doctrine, leadership, motivation. And so different people in this group represent different facets of that diamond. Some people represent capital, people, process, technology, you know-how, grit, and we all kind of help each other out. These guys taught me how to code.
No code is the start of code.
You're not wrong.
I mean, it's not customizable, and it's not going to get you the exact product. But I'm at a point where I'm willing to try smaller projects versus
single feature products.
Yeah,
you're in the right place. I don't care who wins, but if it's not me, I hope you win. And if there's anything I can do, you let me know.
That's a lot of pressure.
Whatever you need, I got you.
All right, let me go on freelancer. Write this because I was actually gonna do something else. It was gonna be for a marketplace, so projects can. It's a marketplace that facilitates an anonymous post of your project. So let's say you're a founder and you're just burnt out. Discord notifications gives you anxiety. So I mean, normally you would just rug or soft rug, but if there was a platform that you could post your project in a kind of an anonymous way, that it would at least hopefully reduce it. But as the shitty market continues, I know there's projects that are they're on fumes. So either merge with other projects or sell to somebody that will take care of your project. But it's difficult to do that when you ask around. One screenshot could fuck your project up. So it's kind of hard to do that. And that's coming from kind of personal experience.
Magios, you got your hand up. Killing me with that hand up. Constantly.
It's so that we could have this exact exchange, honestly. I never get tired of it. E Rich isn't in here. Usually I use it for solidarity, but I blocked her, so hopefully she can't join. But if she does, at least she'll see my hand.
You blocked E Rich. What was she doing?
She's abrasive, bro. No, I'm just kidding. No, I didn't. She's always yelling in these spaces, bringing up random ass philosophy. I was like, you know what, E Rich, I can't.
I joined the space the other day, and it's like one of the person's profile who I picked, clicked on, and then they blocked me. And I thought I've never interacted with this person before. I don't troll on Twitter, but they fucking blocked me. I was like, oh well. Don't know who they were, but they had something like they were talking about cybersecurity, and they sounded pretty paranoid. So,
of course,
I wonder if they were like a paranoid schizophrenic or something.
And you work for the CIA?
I fucking knew it.
CIA. Yep. Yeah. They even I drew the short straw, had to go to New Zealand. Had to develop a strong Kiwi accent.
Hey, those language schools pay off.
They
I'm trying to get on your level, Dad.
Yeah, you don't round the R's. That's the trick. So the R is sort of more an A sound. R, not R. That's the trick, you see. And if you want to go Australian, then you've got to develop the E sound as well. The E.
Where?
Sydney.
So
Sydney.
Those fucking savages in Australia. JK. Sydney. Hello. I'm Hurls. I'm getting closer. Sydney.
Can you say Australia?
Australia.
Was that American accent or Australia?
No, well, I mean, I thought it wasn't, but it's good to get a measure of where I am.
Can you do like an America, and then an Australian, what you think of as an Australian, how they would say America?
All right, as an American, I would say American. As an Australian, I'd say. Let me try Australia. So as an American, I'll say Australia. As an Australian, I would say Australia.
Yeah, that was good. The Australia was good. You sort of added a bit more twang to the Australian twang, to the Australian.
Australia.
Yeah,
damn, that's a hard ass vowel sound. I don't do that. I realize that's like wide mouth. Got to use my
if
traps.
you want to talk as you actually have to make yourself sound annoying. Like if you want to do the Australian accent, like
nice.
Australia.
I mean, I think I'm 94% there. Australia.
Perfect. Yeah, that's good. But if you're doing it Hills has a bit more of a deep voice, so he'd be Australia. Yep.
I'm Hurls.
Damn.
I'm summoning my Michael Caine. Sorry, say again.
How can I phrase it to rank something or grade something?
I was just saying Mattios doesn't have to make himself sound annoying.
He just naturally sounds annoying.
Oh yeah, it's a gift. I'm gifted. TBH.
Oh yeah, I needed you earlier. Somebody was saying about, man, it was like with these Eastern cultures, and we don't have the way for dealing with. It was a perfect time for Foucault, though. Yeah.
Wait, Eastern, like Eastern? Oh, U.S.
No, like Asia. You know, like
sure. Okay.
I can't remember what it was exactly because I'm not a real human. My brain doesn't exist.
Yo, you rugged for a second.
Yeah, my Bluetooth just died. I was just saying, yeah, I can't recall the exact what came before that in the conversation because I don't have a fully functional memory, so I don't exist as a complete consciousness or something. I think that's what Genesis was getting at.
Oh shit.
So right now I'm asking the helpers from AssemblyAI and the Discord to answer my questions on coding. We'll see how much they help.
How are we looking with that Zoom? Are you still going to do this through a Zoom?
Well, right now I think it's good through Twitter Spaces. because all you would do is watch me like staring into Discord, willing the person to answer my questions faster. But let's just keep, brainstorming and, talking out loud. I'm about to get an answer, hopefully, from this guy. The major hurdle, technically, that I'm going to overcome is we have an audio file. We transcribe that audio file. The transcription is encapsulated in a variable, and we use that variable as an input for ChatGPT. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Have you tested the capability of this AssemblyAI yet at all?
I have it implemented right now in a Google Colab notebook. It's about 5 lines of code, 7 lines of code, maybe.
Okay, cool.
So he says the response from the API will be returned as a JSON object. You can iterate over that as needed to access and save the data you're looking to work with. For example, you could access the text key in the JSON response if you wanted to. Like, I don't know what that means. I don't know what the JSON object is. I don't know what it's called. I don't know how to retrieve it. I don't even know what a REST API is.
I had to look up hello world and how many like colons or parentheses it was, because I was talking to somebody who was a Python dev, and I still ended up getting like the print function wrong. But it took me like 12 minutes to reply to this person on Twitter who I've never met, just so I can get this joke in.
Yeah.
And the joke wasn't even funny. The joke wasn't even good.
Yeah, that's why I really enjoy these guys around us, because I'll ask a super simple question, I'll get the answer, and they'll be like, "No, you're supposed to use one quotation mark." Well, what the fuck, you know?
I wonder if we can. So, you could take the so we're just going right from where your audio, and then you have your raw data,
Your transcription, let's
your
say.
transcription.
Mm-hmm.
From there, damn, we can't. I wish it could like give us opinions. Like, hey, which one sounds like?
My initial technical hurdle is, how do I capture the transcription I receive from AssemblyAI into a single string variable? Once I have that, the operations we can do are arbitrary and numerous.
All right, let's see who is awake. Wait. Oh man, I wish there was a site like that.
Yeah, because it's like Genesis was saying earlier, it's just a string of tokens or token
You
of
understand,
strings.
right? So I don't know anything about JSON objects other than the fact that they contain data. Normally we take the JSON object that I'm getting from AssemblyAI, which represents the text from an MP3 or WAV file, and how do I use that as an input to ChatGPT using this Colab notebook? Known unknown right now.
You have the tool for all your hundreds of hours. You have the tool now for everything you were wanting to do, right?
Yeah, I have to think about the right prompt, because I could probably get the answer from ChatGPT.
It's 42.
Let's see. Write the Python code to convert an audio file to to transcribe an audio file using the AssemblyAI API. Let's see. To transcribe an audio file using the AssemblyAI API, you will need to follow these steps. Pip install AssemblyAI. Import IO, import AssemblyAI. Client equals client token. Open the audio file and read its contents into a variable. Use the create transcription method. Oh my god, it understands the methods in the AssemblyAI. Good for you, ChatGPT.
Oh, wow. Oh, damn.
You can get ChatGPT to write you the fucking AssemblyAI code.
Good question. So we've already got a fair bit of technology, been around technology that converts audio to text. Where does the AI come into it? So
it's in what we use the ChatGPT. We can use the text to prompt ChatGPT with an assignment or an operation.
Yeah, no, but within regards, just AssemblyAI on its own, what differs from other software when we, talk into Google Speak, or how is it different? How is it unique from all those other ones? Is this why the competition's there?
One of the parameters for the hackathon is to use AssemblyAI. One of the things that it does pretty well and pretty quickly is to do a transcription from audio to text.
Okay.
I'm sure there's 50 other APIs that can do the same thing.
Okay, thanks.
No worries. But honestly, talking to you guys, it just combine the above code into one Python program compatible with Google Colab Notebook. Yo, this thing does this shit, dude.
So it was able to answer which one is more formal out of two statements, but it wouldn't say who is smarter out of the two. So I'm still going off the transcription. If there's two people, let's say there's two people on the panel, and they're talking about their project, I wanted eventually to see which project survived 1 year, and then I'll just do backdated testing and look at YouTube videos a year ago. So we could go back right now using older videos and ask right now. I don't know the limitations of ChatGPT of, I guess, not, it's not the opinion, but I guess kind of opinion, because I don't know if formal from, yeah, but it also can come up with test questions for, yeah, never mind. Sorry, I'm just thinking out loud and it tends to be scattered. Smarter.
Right now, I'm testing the code generated by ChatGPT to use AssemblyAI. Yes, it's so smart.
Yeah, it worked for you?
Well, I realized that it was transcribing it from a local file. So I don't have a local file. I have a file stored on GitHub. Right? So I was like, well, why don't you just fucking ask it what you want, Mike? Okay, fine, I will. Hey, can you transcribe a file on the web? Okay, thanks. Thanks. That's good.
Cool,
So
man.
it's like, is it smart or am I dumb and not specific enough?
See, that's the beauty of it right now. Battle of the syntax.
Yes.
Exactly.
I wonder how good it would be with catching lies. How many lies does this paragraph have? Like 3 lies and a truth, or I forgot what that game is. Whoa.
My Soli just had a conversation with me about it. What about in the medical industry? Because doctors are recording their observations. What about in the medical industry when they record their observations, and if they record it, then ChatGPT then summarizes it for the demographic of the patient that they're talking to?
Wait, so if my grandma goes in there, it's gonna have like a heavy Chinese accent?
What if you put all your medical information in like house for your doctor?
Okay, so update. In the medical industry, the doctor will record their observations via voice into a device. That device then goes up to a typist who types it. Then it gets formatted and then sent to the GP. So it could work within that regard. Where it's recording the text. ChatGPT may have the capability to format it or write the coding that formats it into a letter for the GP, but not only, it could also be transcribed demographically for the patient as well.
For these like coding sprints, do you typically use any kind of like project type of software, project management type of software for planning out the deadlines and so forth?
Well, since it's only like 2 days, and I have to kind of outline the requirements in the listing. Is that against the terms of use? Am I? Because they all have to be in the. They all have to be in the register and on the Discord, right?
Yeah, it's a good question. How do we submit the project? Is it a zip file? Is it a GitHub?
Team formation.
I'm close to getting the AssemblyAI data transcription one. I'm still hacking away at it.
God, I feel kind of okay. Never mind.
What's it called? Web AI, or what's the language or whatever it's called?
AssemblyAI.
Oh, thank you. Wow, this is perfect. What it defines, so I asked, what is assembly AI, and what it describes the speech to text news machine, like that's all part of the process of what this whole thing, what ChatGPT is designed for, and Neuralink, and what Elon Musk is doing with brain to AI capabilities.
You're not wrong about anything you're saying. So completely right.
It would be nice if we can create alerts for me based on, so like I hate it when I miss new mints or airdrops from a project, and I have so many Discords anyways, so that if it could always do a daily summary, but also to no, never mind, they have that.
What about to disseminate the message so it only picks up on the things that intrigue you that you want to engage in?
Ooh, or people. I guess you could put like a set of filters of huh.
Actually have it write in an assembly instead of assembly AI.
Or it could help with guided onboarding for products or services that tend to have older clientele. So you would speak into it, and it would recognize what language you're speaking, and it would produce the text as well as it talking to you on the whatever platform. Oh shoot! Somebody is joining my team. I just reduced my labor cost. Oh man, please tell me he's a dev or at least knows HTML.
Okay. So fighting with code, you know how it is.
Oh, that's funny. The video you posted for the tutorial.
You like that?
Yes.
That was a few months ago.
I haven't even watched it yet. I just that picture you cracks me up.
I am constantly now going back and forth with ChatGPT to give me the AssemblyAI Python code that encapsulate the transcription into a single variable.
So, what do you mean by a single variable?
So I need to encapsulate the response of the transcription so I can use it as a prompt for GPT.
Could you repeat that? You said something about so you can use it for a prompt for GPT, but I didn't hear the sentence before that.
You're gonna have to start paying me to be part of your fucking dev team. I'm just
honestly,
joking.
what's
I'm
it
just
called?
joking. I'm
Getting my
fucking around with you.
alt account into this this registration, because I don't know if I'll make it in time.
So you've used Chat GPT before, right?
Yeah.
So how do we take the transcription we get from AssemblyAI and use that as a prompt for Chat GPT?
Oh, you extract the text string from the JSON file.
I don't know how to do that.
There is a do you have a JSON file?
I don't know enough about REST APIs to even understand what question I need to ask. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I feel that way all the time.
Is this what you need? I don't know.
I often play what's it called? I often play Is This Possible? With a couple of the devs that I'm comfortable with, because I don't know what I'm trying to say, or like exactly what I want the function to do, but eventually, after they listen to me for 10 minutes, they'll let me know, or they hang up on me.
Yeah, it's usually the latter. That's mine. No, these guys are pretty good. The people we have around me. It's I'll get the answer. Just a little bit of head banging and refining my ask of chat. Because I know if I can create that functionality, then I can go to people and be like, all right, we have the ability to do this, dream up whatever you want. And then we can create a prompt flow, a series of prompts with multiple operations.
Oh my god.
All you need to do is work on it for a few hours, and then just wait till the right person shows up, and Web3 will come in and say something, a couple sentences, and take care of it.
And kind of just waiting for Manish to wake up at this point.
Exactly. Or a combination of a few of them. There you go.
Coconut as a service.
They've got to have a site like that, right? Like where you just want to talk to an expert for like just 5 minutes.
That's why I open up these spaces so I can talk to these guys.
But I also feel the same way with like some of these tasks, like a lot of these micro tasks that they're not big enough for like certain to go somewhere, but I just need a infographic done real quick, and you just throw it up there for a certain price, and if it gets met, if someone finishes it, the funds get released.
Sort of like Rubin time, but micro transactions.
Wait, what's that? Did you say Rubentine?
Rubin has his thing where you can buy his time. What's it called? He's got a good pitch for it. It's got a really good pitch. I forgot what it's called.
Oh, buying people's. I tried to sell my third year salary when I was in college. Got it up to like 31,000 on eBay, and then I started bidding with my own account or like a friend's account, but on the same IP address, and then I got caught for shill bidding. But that is it's interesting. It's an interesting thought to buy somebody's time now, because I know that it's like buying into a startup, but into a person. There's a few people that I would buy into right now because they're young, they don't really know their worth.
So it's Rubin. He's worth buying into. So it's called Too Soon. Me Rubin, small money, sometime, but not so many. Many humans want Rubin time for money, but always want all time. All time is too much. Also rules. Too many rules and not my rules. So I make new rules. No sell all time, only some. Mini buyer, more price. Maybe buy time, then change mind. That okay, you can sell. Maybe I change mind. I can buy time back, special price. Maybe you buy time for friend, you can give. You no use time, you lose time. It okay, give long time to use. Don't like rule, it's okay, don't buy. If want, click for buy time. He did that pitch way better, but
which one? What site is this? Too soon?
Yeah, I pinned it up in the box.
How do you guys pin a tweet? I mean, it took me for.
Oh, like to the space?
Yeah, I'm not gonna pin one, but I mean, how do you?
You just go to the tweet, and then you click I think the one where you would share it or bookmark it, and then at the top of it, it says right under share tweet. So you want to space. Just click that.
Ah, that's kind of bad design. Because for me, when I do that and it says share tweet, the space is right underneath it, with no distinction around it, so it just looks like it's the space that I'm listening to, and I'm looking all the way kind of like in the middle towards the bottom for the sharing options.
Huh. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. This is what it looks like on mine. I don't know which OS are you on.
I'm on iPhone. I remember they were talking about like I joined. This is like probably my second or third space ever, and so like I think 2 days ago I joined my first space and I was so confused. And they were talking about like onboarding gamers, and I was just sitting there like raising my hand, and then I realized I was listening to a recording. I kept my hand for like 40 minutes, and I see the REC on the top left hand corner. I then leave because I thought it was a recording, and then go to search new ones or like fresh ones, and I see the same chat or the same space, and I go in there and I do it like 3-4 times until I realize the REC, that means it's currently recording and not that I'm listening to a recording.
Nice.
I like that you're able to admit that in front of strangers.
Yeah, look, there's a lot. It's kind of difficult, like the whole tweet thing or the pinning the tweet as a newcomer, like that. I've never done that, and it was difficult. I know I did it before because someone explained it last time, but plus I think in the end, authenticity and being just genuine wins out, and it just makes me feel better.
So you'll touch base with you later to see how you're going, mate. When I have spare time. Talk to you guys later. You there, Stevie?
Yeah, you
Hello?
know me.
How you going with it? I was just going to say I'm just going to touch base later with you at some time. Or
Absolutely.
Give me a call on WhatsApp if you do get a Google Docs going with something. If you want to do collab with ideas and stuff, or just flesh it out, or just to talk.
Mm-hmm.
Talk to you later, guys. Yeah.
All right. Good luck, guys.
I wonder if when you're being authentic, you're less likely to hate the sound of your own voice.
Why can't I?
Drive 55.
Response. Hey, Wojtek, how's it going? How you feeling, Dan?
Chilling, man. I don't know. I'm kind of, honestly, I'm bored. I'm really fucking bored. I don't,
Now that you have the ability to do everything, you're like, fuck it.
Kinda. I feel like I'm stuck between projects. Got a lot of my to-dos done. It's been fun using ChatGPT to help sort of write and frame out proposals. It's kind of like having an executive assistant clean up all your shit, which is nice. But yeah, I'm kind of. I don't know. There's videos I'm supposed to be watching, but just vegged out. I need a new dopamine. I need a new drug. One that won't make me sick. One that I don't know. That's not a good idea. Yeah, I'm feeling a serious void in the brain.
Let's change the subject from ChatGPT, shall we? Let's imagine it doesn't exist anymore.
I think
All right. We just
you
did
have
it.
too much energy.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
Too much energy and not enough attention span.
See it.
Bad combination.
What you having there, Dan?
What now?
I was just thinking what you were consuming.
What am I consuming? At the moment, I'm reading AssemblyAI's documentation on entity detection.
Nice.
Because I'm trying to dream up a project. I had a project I was working on a long time ago that was all geared around patient discharge. So basically, it's pretty cool actually. It was a web extension for the hospital, and the premise was, the hospitals always tells people don't go online. Well, in reality, people go online, right? They're going to research. So instead, the hospital actually gives patients an extension that they can actually install on their computer. Of course, I know. Get over the paranoia piece first. That basically helps a patient search online. Everything the person can turn it on and basically start thinking about the questions like, okay, how's this heart monitor work, or what's a tensor, blah blah, what's a stent in the heart feel like, blah blah. They can basically do all their sort of patient discharge, questions, things they're thinking about. Not to mention that, but they can search different websites and actually get a rating from the system that would tell them, hey, you're on Donkey's Retreat. That's not information we really trust as much. Oh, you're on Mayo Clinic. Okay, this is one I would trust. Oh, you're on WebMD. This is more trustworthy, or vice versa. So it's kind of a cool thing. And it didn't go anywhere. But it's always been a project that I think about a lot. And there's a bunch of AI startups right now kind of addressing that space. Because it's every time we get with a doctor, we only get like 3 minutes, right? So, but if a doctor could basically know what you were thinking about after you left, when you had more time to get home, wrestle with whatever conditions you had, they could know the kind of things you were thinking about or trying to find research on. It could help them. It could help them make their process more informative. So, the question then is, with AssemblyAI, could we use it for entity detection? And it does represent certain entities that it knows or can recognize. For example, it can recognize drugs being sort of spoken. Instead of making it a browser, we'd make it a voice-enabled system or something where we can capture audio, and it would be sort of like, tell us about your discharge. Do you have any questions about anything? Blah blah blah. And then you basically emote a bunch of info, of which drugs is one thing that seems like AssemblyAI can detect, which means it can recognize drug names and different things like that. What else? And it also can recognize medical conditions. Wow, look at this. It's already kind of programmed for what we want. You talk about your medical conditions, it can detect that. It can recognize medical process, including treatments and procedures. So it's already set up to do what we want for the most part. So now you just got to go build it. And that's a drag because I don't know how to program. But hey, you know, whatever, get in line. It seems like the dealio. You know what I'm saying? Does that make any of that make any sense?
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I like it because
Cool.
I think that for the doctor, they could look at the previous, I guess, visit, and they could at least load up the device or the person's account with the videos that they know that they're gonna need. Let's say 2 or 3, and then the others they would have to just do when they're there. But discharging, it's always gonna be like load up the medicine and the instructions, I guess.
Well, in general, yeah. I mean, it's just one of these things where it's like, you know, time with your doctors is going way down. You know what I mean? Like, it's like you're lucky to get 3 minutes with a doctor, if that. At least it feels like that for me lately. But yeah, I don't know. It's also sort of like, in a lot of ways, I want to build a prototype that leverages the main capabilities of their API. First, in the medical, I mean, I could design some other medical one. It looks like be interesting, and then I have to wrap it around with a phone call, most likely. So now we're doing something with Twilio or something like that. Maybe you're invoking it, capturing it with Twilio, taking the audio, pushing it over to AssemblyAI, pull it out for entity detection, come up with
But I
some
think
sort
we're
of
also
assessment.
getting to a point where does it really need GPT? Like it was like
Oh,
2 years ago
absolutely.
when Arizona Ice Tea was like, "Hey, we're a
Yeah.
crypto of something," and
Yeah.
like the stock blew up. You know?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that's a little kind of dangerous with ChatGPT, because I think it's you know, for a lot of people that don't know AI, it's just like, oh my god, and for some of us, it's like, no, man, that's been out for 10 years. It's like, where's the line of divinity? And you know what's kind of funny is that's when technology begins to get very interesting, because the line of divinity between what it is and the technology itself starts to blur. You can't see it as well. And you know, that's exactly where AI and augmented reality is going. So it's going invisible.
Hello, Dan.
Hey Casey, how you doing, man?
Hey, buddy, I'm doing okay. Yourself?
Yeah, you know, I'm doing all right. I'm trying to hang out a little bit.
You got that thing I sent you?
Yeah, I think I
Yeah.
got that thing you sent me. I don't know. I mean, I get a lot of things sometimes. You know, Sandra
You know,
sends me something.
Sal's a little late on his insurance payments, but I got that thing off to you. So.
Oh, that's good. You know, I was just thinking, I was just doing something that you would do. You know, when I was sitting in a retirement
No shit.
calculator. Yeah. No, true story. I was getting online on bankrate.com, and I felt a little bit of KC go through my spinal cord when I landed on that website.
Give you the
You know?
shivers.
It did. It gave me the shivers. And then, you know, I was going into this, you know, retirement calculator thing, you know, trying to get a little sense of like, you know, when I can retire, you know, and like, how does that look? You know what I mean? And I'm putting some numbers in and stuff, and I'm like playing with some of the math, you know, like when I'm going to retire and like, you know, when I would like die, you know what I mean? Which is morbid, you know, I don't really want to
It's
go there,
kind
but
of
it took me there, you
fucked.
know what I'm saying?
You start talking about like fucking estate planning and shit. It's like,
Well,
all
yeah,
right,
you
how much
know, it's
time you
like,
got left on the earth?
yeah, I mean, I ain't got no kids, so there ain't no estate here, you know what I'm saying? My lady get whatever I living in, but it ain't like we're doing anything super special. You know what I mean? Hell, she'll be rooting for my death anyways. Hell, the minute I get over 55, she's like, "Yeah, honey, I think you should go down the stairs first." You know what I'm saying? Like, let me help you down. You know what I mean? And the other
Okay,
day,
I can't
you know,
anymore. I can't. I
what are you
can't.
talking about? You can keep up with this. Come on, is it good?
Oh
What are you
God,
talking
it's
about?
late. My brain hurts. I don't want to.
Anyways, yeah.
Yeah, hit me up anytime. You got my number.
Yeah. Anyway, well, I was just thinking about shit. I mean, I'm okay. I'm just saying that it was cool though to kind of go through the math, and
And it's eye opening, right?
it is. And then at the same time, it's like you start like I sort of give myself like, okay, well, that didn't even actually include the value of the house and the land, right? So let's put that on there because that will be something I could leverage if need be, that kind of stuff. So
getting a clear picture is exceedingly difficult. But if that's your aim to just get a clear picture, that's a good gate. That's a good goal.
Well, I mean, it's more of it's sort of like what are the current so the way I break it down is sort of like what retirements are in place, what investments are in place, what assets are in
Like,
place.
if you want to totally kill the vibe in this space right now, we can get into this.
No, I didn't want to kill the vibe. You know what I'm saying? I was using an
I
accent
know,
before.
kid.
I
I
don't want to
got
kill
you.
no
I got
vibe.
you,
You know
kid.
what
Don't
I'm
worry.
saying?
Hey, you just tell them that you're down with me and everything will be all right.
Yeah, look, anyways.
Dude,
I'm
Dan,
GTP. Yeah, you know me. You know I'm GTP.
you're going to use GPT to financially plan your retirement pretty soon.
Well, actually, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
why not? I
Yeah.
mean, you can I actually asked some questions around that actually, and
I asked
it
him a
gave me
lot of
like all the things
questions.
that you should consider. I said, "Hey, consider a guy you're 53. You know what I'm saying? What are some critical things I should be thinking about or have in place before I'm 60?" And it gave me a whole list. It was a good list. It was like save money, but like things like long-term care insurance. Yeah, what the fuck does that look like? Does that mean I'm like going to like Jimmy Joe's Jack's house and I live there? That's like where I decide to live, or is it more about like I have Samantha Williams come in like every other day and she takes care of me in my house because that's what my folks had.
So what you're going to do is you're going to get a family member that you trust and you're going to start siphoning all your money to them so that when you go into elderly care, you can say you're broke. Otherwise, they're going to figure out how much you're worth, and that's how much you pay.
Well, see, that ain't fair. You know what I'm saying? That's just counterintuitive. That's messed up. That's
It's ugly, dude. It's ugly from
ugly.
start to finish. Hey, I want to actually ask
Yeah.
Ranger about his project. Do you mind? I want
You
to.
mean you would like me to shut up so you can talk to him directly at the time?
I want to
Like, what
shift
the
the.
fuck?
I want to do the
Could
Casey,
you be
standard
any more
Casey.
awkward?
if you
By
want to
all
ask him about the
means,
project, you
step
got to do it
across
in the
the
East Coast
aisle.
voice.
Oh my god,
Casey, you got to go back to the East Coast voice you were doing. You've been there for so many years. You should be able to do that all
I'm
day and all night
from
without stopping.
Alaska.
I know, but you've been there for so many years.
I
It's got to come
know.
out somehow.
Casey, at this time, I'd like to give you the floor so that you can talk to Ranger.
Thanks, Dan. I really appreciate it. Ranger, how you doing, man?
Good.
Dude, how goes Bobos of War?
AI 1.3. No, it's tough. But we're one of the very few projects that are that's a first person shooter and inclusive of all NFTs, letting any project come in. And I didn't.
What does that mean to come in?
So any whitelisted NFT will be able to use our arena, our first person shooter arena. And then we're also doing a one-on-one. So it's like basically where you can just put up any SPL, any NFT on the Solana ecosystem for now, and then just go head to head. Winner takes all.
So as long as is it Solana token gating?
Yeah,
Okay.
we're doing it just to like kind of slowly ramp out the communities that we
And so the
do. Like
actual playable avatar is a standard set avatar, or is it NFT specific?
it would just be a standard.
Yeah. That's cool. That's good. What did you guys use for your platform for the gameplay?
Unity.
Okay.
WebGL. So it's gonna be. So it's not as beautiful as I would like. So that's where they're kind of teetering on the like, okay, we want to make it as beautiful as possible. No, I gotta pull it back. It's too resource heavy. Like so, like cause we're doing just testing for within our community within Bobos, and we had to change it up a few times where we had to do not a crappier version, but like hardware acceleration or
yeah. You got to cut down the data load and yeah. Okay. What are you guys using for servers? Clouds or what are you doing?
We're using Photon Fusion.
Really?
Yeah, I know it's expensive as heck. But it's super easy to implement, and that's because our main dev wanted that solution to be implemented because he understands it. It's very easy. But so when we got the lead Unity dev, he's like, I've never used this before, but I can make you a custom solution that's cheaper. And our main dev was like, no, just tell him Fusion. So now we're stuck with like this $100 a month, which is not too bad. Fusion, and then it's like I think 70 cents per user per month.
Yeah.
Or a certain amount. So
yep. Dude, the number of games that are out right now I had no idea that there was that many out there.
Have you tried any of them?
No, I've only been hunting down video walkthroughs of them, so I don't have to download everything and do everything.
Yeah, so that's the one thing I don't like about. I don't want to download anything.
Yeah, just show me a video. Let me see what it looks like.
Yeah. Huh. Wonderful. Yeah. So yeah, for this game, you also have to download, which I just don't like. I don't like. It's an unnecessary step on the onboarding process. But that was the only way that he was able to get this version out. And if they reduce the resources enough, they can bring it back to browser. But it's gonna be like choppy. And I don't know how many extensions you got. Like, like I have like 22 extensions. The extensions alone make my computer lag. Like imagine it running a game.
Oh man, dude, really nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Somebody talking real about this is nice. That's really refreshing.
Yeah, it was tough. Like we recently had it. We asked one of our co-founders to step down. That was rough because he has to update us. He doesn't have the update authority, but he has part of the royalty funds. And then that was also when we told our community that the mint funds went to pre-launch expenses and the founders' pockets.
Oh,
like I'm a founder, so like, but the thing is, when I got for the reason I got into NFTs was to make a shit ton of money. I mean, that's literally that. I mean, that's how I saw it. I was like, hey, I wanted to make a crap load of money. But then when we got in here, we were just going to do a PFP project, and then we wanted to do a little more. And we're a victim of hype in the sense that we minted out so fucking quick. When I look at my DMs, it makes me sad the people that reached out to me that we never responded to. But it's a learning lesson. So like, I never knew that mint funds wasn't mine. I always thought it was like, I'm selling a product, I get to keep the money, right? But if not, then like, how much do I keep? But I gave back the community 2,000 SOL, which is about 50% of my take. So we raked in 14,000 SOL after, and that was like at when SOL was like 100 something.
When did you guys launch? How long ago?
Back in the botborg days.
So what do we talk? What month?
January, October, January.
Oh,
And then like so the day the we had been up like 3-4 days. It was like 80 something hours that we were on this Google Meet when we minted, because we missed the first one because we didn't finish on time, and we hit up Chart Fu and ask and just like tell him like, hey, we can't do it, and he's like, oh, that sucks, and that's it. He goes like silent for like 4 or 5 hours. We're all bummed out. We're all bummed out because we just did like a 3-day fucking sprint, and then he tells us that a project canceled, and we're back at it. We're like, oh shit, I gotta review all these things, and we luckily made it, but we didn't think of post
post-mint.
launch marketing.
Yeah.
And we also that was like also
Community
when like the whole
management.
reveal,
Yeah, the whole thing.
like,
Dude.
do you reveal or do you instant reveal? But then when we wanted to reveal anyways, Solana network was really slow. Our over that mint weekend, we lost about 30%. So if you didn't stable over, and that was also like around the whole narrative of like, oh, I can't believe that project stabled their entire treasury over. Like, don't you believe in the Solana network? And so there's just, but I don't know. There's just a lot of things
that's a
going on.
ride. Okay, hold on. So what you're left with now is a 1-year-old community, basically.
Yeah.
And a game that needs updating effectively, right?
A game that needs to be completed. Arena needs to be completed.
When you say completed, do you mean like the 3D modeling of it, or do you
No,
mean...
no, we got the rig. We have everything. Like,
okay.
There's like people are actually playing. People are testing it out. It's so it needs to be like just like issues like with the flash, the gun, like the damage, the recoil. Also, Bobo has small arms, so when we rigged this character, we didn't think of how that would be or something. So it messed up with the mechanic. Somehow messed up the mechanics.
Big guns and small arms. Yeah, I
Yeah.
get you.
It's something like messed up because we needed to basically redo it. Just redo that model, which wasn't too bad.
So have you guys been experimenting with utilizing AI on this at all, or no? Like, because in my mind, I'd be all over ChatGPT, using it to fine tune. Do you know what I mean?
I mean, I definitely use GPT to write my announcement about to write to craft the whole announcement of a lot of things, but I did not even enter that territory because I'm really unfamiliar with that territory. It's only till just maybe the last few days where I've gotten more into just kind of learning more of the programming side. I don't really need to know how it exactly works, but I need to know how it works, but not like
what the result's going to be, right?
Yeah.
Because I would, I'm just sitting here imagining like using it to say find other issues that need to be fixed.
Oh yeah, community, marketing, transparency. Say like, fuck the game. How about you fix the root issues first?
Yeah.
So that's what we had. Those. So we hired an advisory DAO to just guide us through this because we couldn't do it by ourselves, and the community didn't trust us to do it. So I needed like some kind of not like I needed another entity there to represent.
Yeah, delegate. You had to delegate the. Yeah. All right. So, all right. That's that's kind of part of the reason why I asked. I was really interested and curious as to what your, assessment was going to be, and it was way deeper and darker than I expected.
I think a lot of projects are going through the same thing, but no one wants to talk about it, or they feel uncomfortable because it's gonna make their community look weaker, or like, why didn't you talk to your co-founders about this? Or so that's why the whole coming clean to our community is it's liberating, because now
now you can focus on the
talk
real
about this.
problems.
Yeah, I can focus on the real problems, but also be myself. I don't have to kind of like sidestep questions or lie. Where if somebody references something, I'll be able to give my point of view.
Like, straight up, if you'd started shilling, I was going to interrupt and shut down. You know what I mean?
What do you mean shut down?
Oh, dude, I would have just started interrupting and like, yeah, but blah, 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 blah. Just
Oh,
start poking holes.
Yo, GPT is fucking awesome. Did you guys play party poker? I'm like, what? No, I don't shill, and I don't shill bobos because I haven't been. It's been a while since I've felt comfortable to shill bobos. Even when I see all these like people's posts where it's like, hey, name some builders building. Sometimes I'm unable to put our project because it's been really inconsistent with deadlines. So that's why we needed that whole reorganization, just working on our workflow and just some really basic SOPs,
Dude, well, like if you're gonna have the clarity to talk about it the way you are, then social sourcing outside of the community for the things that you need done, because there are
100%.
There's plenty of people out there that you could be like, hey man, you want to play a game and get an NFT or something? Whatever suits your needs. But yeah, get outside of the community, keep bringing people in, smashing the problems that you're obviously identifying, and next step.
Yeah, but to a certain degree, you also want to make sure that the moves that you're making are needle movers. So with the leftover money, in the royalty wallet, it was like maybe $9,000, like $7,000, and then I put in I didn't put it in yet, but I told the community I was going to give them 1,000 soul worth of soul or NFTs, because I didn't want to sell them myself because I don't want to be taxed on that. Y'all, Bobos will figure that out. Or in theory, I could, what's it called? Wash trade one of these low liquidity NFTs, get a really high floor price, and then give it to Bobos. I'm like, here, it's one NFT because the last price was 1,000. We're measuring by floor price, right?
I say I give a thumbs down.
I'm kidding. I wouldn't do that.
But I mean, in general, look, here's the thing. With the numbers you're talking about, you guys are on a shoestring budget, and I think it's time to go back to the grassroots spaces, conversations, networking, finding people. Dude, time to network and find the talent that's floating around. Draw people in for the sake of doing it, not for monetary gain, and see if you can solve some of the problems through networking power. If you guys had, well, we're down to 150,000 and blah, 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 blah. Whatever. Fuck you. Go buy for it. Go pay for it. Go do your thing. But, if you're on a shoestring budget, that changes the landscape. And now it's like, dude, time to get some elbow grease and some sweat equity going. And, if the community's there and you've been sourcing from the communities, but you still have the problems, then you don't have the talent pool in that community yet. So, like, dude, keep reaching. Because the way you were just talking about the project, is so unique. Dude, it's
Which
when I say
project?
it's refreshing. The Bobos of War. Wait, who
Hello?
just said that? Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me? Mic check.
I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, no, I just think you've got an interesting spiel on that is my thing.
Casey.
All right. Imagination.
Man.
Yeah, buddy.
Calendly is always open.
Yep. Make an appointment if needed. Hey, listen, it's actually time for me to split off and go read bedtime stories to the kids.
Appointments
So
available
I'm going
for
to bounce out.
financial literacy counseling. That's something we could have definitely taken.
Everybody can. Everybody can. Myself included at all times.
We just made a lot of bad decisions.
It happens, dude, and it was horrible timing.
That's what it comes down
What are you
to.
gonna
It was
do?
just a mismanagement of funds, bad leadership.
Recognizing it, finding solutions, that's what it's
I'm very
about.
confident of Boba's future now. That's the only reason why I was willing to give 1,000 soul back. No one else, the
Hey,
other
Ranger,
two founders didn't want to do it.
Hey, buddy,
But
Ranger.
for me,
I don't know if he can hear me.
As I had less and less responsibilities.
Sandra, would you ask him if he can hear me?
Sure thing. Ranger, can you hear? Can you hear Casey?
No. Are we talking over each other?
I wonder how long that was going for.
Is he talking? Hold on, I'm gonna leave and come back.
How long are you talking to yourself?
Oh, that's awesome. That's going to make a great recording right there. That's going to be wonderful.
Fantastic.
Fantastic.
I'm just gonna clip that.
Yep. Oh, man. All right. I got to go read stories to the kids. I'll see you guys later.
Let's see you. How's it going, Mike?
Well, right now I'm able to generate a transcription. I just don't know how to get that transcription into like a variable. It's just like I'm looking at it. I'm like, okay, so how does it? I don't.
From where to where? Where did you want to send it?
I want to use it as an input for a prompt for ChatGPT.
Oh, no, that's
right.
That's so groovy.
Wait, what was the idea? Bobos are in a tough position right now. I'm taking all good ideas and not doing anything with them. Trust me.
You're having a bad night, Mike. I don't know if you heard that whole thing, but
Why? What happened?
They started out so well, and then they burned through their money, and now they're desperate.
Whoa! Bobos aren't desperate.
No, I know.
I know. I'm messing with you.
I'm being mean. I'm sorry.
No. Don't be sorry. When I go, so like the few times I've gone to spaces, the first reaction that I got was, you guys didn't rug, or you guys are still here, like you guys are still building. And at first I got offensive, and I got offended. But then when I was thinking about it, I was like, that is due to our way of thinking. Like, we would only be on Discord, and we thought our community was on Discord, but then eventually user acquisition slows down, and it's the same people buying over and over. That's why I'd love to see like Magic Eden's volume for a project, to have when you hover over it, that you see like repeat buyers, or buyers of that hold more than a certain amount or over a certain period of time. because it might be just the same few people buying your product, and eventually I feel like I've become almost like a hostage to some of the holders, where they're still here, and when you say you're building for the community, well, we're the community, like they've almost built like a union of biggest
Yeah.
holders.
A lot of things are like that, though. Like, you'll have games out there that, maybe one or two whales make the game possible for the general community. And I mean, that's just how life is, right? Like, if you're a law firm, right, and you have two major carriers that you're serving, you better damn well serve those carriers so that you can do other things for other people that you might run negative on, right? Like, I do DB cases especially when I was doing med-mal defense, because the med-mal defense supplemented that, made it possible. So sometimes you just have to take it on the chin. But I recognize what you're saying in terms of, well, what does that mean for growth and on the long term? I recognize that.
The Bulbaverse, the metaverse part, we have built, like, we have everything built like 80 up to 80 to 70 to 90% of for everything, and we just transitioned because of whatever narrative is going on, whatever the meta was. When zero royalties came on scene, we moved away from all development and had to go right to arena, where we need to draw in cash flow.
Right, but why are you here tonight? Like, what are you trying to get? What are you trying to accomplish today?
Oh, I just saw the Replit, and I joined Replit because I had a bounty up to create a marketplace. So right now, I'm trying out 3 ideas to generate revenue or just new users through funneling them through those sites. While our dev is still working on the game and our collections, and that's why
You can do it on Twitter. You can do that on Twitter too. Like, you can promote a tweet saying, hey, we're working on this. We're looking to have something out and say, January. Bear with us while we're building. I've seen those.
we do, but I feel like now it's almost the same thing repeated for now months, and that was just because we had our main dev work on soul papers as a way to bring in revenue, and we told them that Subber is a much better product, and he didn't come to that conclusion until maybe a month and a half. So that was a month and a half wasted with no arena development. And then also it caused like a rift between the team and the community, that we would just pivot that quickly without really a vote or even any kind of discussion. So there were just some like underlying issues that we've now just addressed, and if we haven't addressed them, we're much more transparent about it.
And do you have the resources to do both ideas at the same time? If they're both good ideas, do you have the resources to do both at the same time?
I'm willing to spend all my money except like a year's worth of expenses, which is about me like $15,000, because I live in Vietnam. And I'm just handing it off to a project manager that I've worked with for a while, and they're just sending me like the wireframes, and I'm like, yeah, that looks good. So I think the ideas are semi good. So
I can hear you. It sounds to me like you have a management issue. Like it sounds to me like someone is not on top of everybody and everything at any given time. So then the problems crop up, and because there's not proper communication, people get pissed off, and there's a you guys are out doing many other things because you have a resource issue with what you're doing right now, and now you're looking for some way of trying to get that done, and also ask for money. And I'm not really obviously I'm not the person to ask, but it seems to me like you need to explain your management issue in a focused way, and discuss how you're going to conquer that, and then ask for money and see what happens. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, for the money portion, for the money portion, there's maybe, let's say, 1,500 SOL for development, but our monthly cost is maybe 663, I think, a month, because we paid both our devs. One is a co-founder, and the other we prepaid. So the dev cost is non-existent, and it goes back to what you said. It is a management issue where even today with the advisory DAO, it just after we removed our co-founder, they became much more laxed, and I noticed that yesterday, and I didn't say anything. And then I said it today. I was like, hey, I asked for a phone call, and then I just addressed that issue. Ideally, I would like to be that person to, I guess, oversee that, but I'd rather create a system where I won't have to not address, but like check in as often.
You always got to walk your floor. Like when I ran a telemarketing company, I walked my floor. If you're not going to walk your floor, no one's going to do work for you. They're going to do whatever the fuck they want. I mean, it sounds to me like you're just going to have to man up, but maybe Matthias can help you with that.
We did our best to avoid talking about Web3, but every time we try to get out, they pull us back in.
Well, he seems like a nice guy. I feel bad for him, actually. Maybe you guys can help him out.
I wasn't really, honestly, I mean, I didn't come here for assistance in any way. I just wanted to see what the chat was going to be about. And then I heard somebody talking about the hackathon. I was like, holy shit, you joined the hackathon too? I mean, I just joined it just to join it, because I knew that I was going to post a few projects on Freelancer to at least submit. But I don't know if if the individual has to be registered, and so I haven't found a team yet. So if I register, like, let's say with my alt account, and it's a name that doesn't match up because you have to do a KYC to receive the funds, that I'd be shooting myself in the foot. And then I got distracted talking to you guys, and I never even listed my freelancer project that I wanted to do.
Matthias, what were you going to say?
Sorry, Sandra. I do it in our spaces now. It started off with the solidarity with the U-Rich, and then I just...
Oh, I thought you had your hand up. I'm sorry. I don't know. I shouldn't be giving you advice because I don't focus very much either, but I think that you have to be a little more focused. That might help. So, Mike, do you think I'm a focused person? Would you what would you say? Mike's out there trying to solve his problem. Is what he's trying. That's what he's doing.
From what I get, from what I gather in the last 4 or 5 minutes, that you are a focused person.
No.
You may not be knowledgeable in, like, I guess, NFTs, but you are empathetic enough to at least voice some kind of advice.
Yeah, if I
For
gave
your
you
opinion
money,
of it,
if I gave you money, and it wouldn't be very much, I would call you like a mom, and like a Jewish or like a Jewish grandmother, and you would just get this fucking thing done correctly, just to get rid of me and to stop my calling you and saying, "Yeah, excuse me, Bobo's, I was thinking the other day that you told me you were going to talk to so and so, and he was mad, and did you solve that, or should I call him?" So that's Dan does his way better, but
so I create like I've created a couple of accountability systems for my weaknesses, where I'll be super active for like 3-4 days, and then I'll drop off the planet for like 2 days. So every day I told a couple of my community members that if I miss every day, we're gonna have a call at 10 p.m. Even if you click mute, we will be there, and then I'll if I miss it, I will pay 1 soul. And maybe in the last 2 months I've paid maybe 14 soul. But it's definitely, I mean, it's helped with, I guess, just
yeah,
the
you need to sign
community
up with
building.
Zach. Have you met Zach from when the war? You were in dire need of help. I think you probably need to sign up. You're sounding worse than me, and that's pretty bad. You must have a lot of money, aren't there? I don't know much about Solana.
Man, you're ruthless tonight. Are you drinking over there? Like, what
Me?
is going on?
Oh, come on! I mean, would you? All right,
I don't think you're ruthless.
Would
I
you give
think
him
that's
money for his project based on what you've heard so far, or would you have some advice to give? I mean, I don't. I'm sorry. I am being a bit bitchy. He's
no.
right.
I mean, that's kind of like not the tough love, but like the straightforwardness that you have to remove I guess, the emotional context from it and just see it for what it is. And it's not like you're trying to be malicious and hurt me. That's that's how I come off. That's how, when I speak about the project or the situation, that's what it sounds like to an outside party. And since this is like a since this is a small group, it was a good way for me to just vent and just get everything out, and then proceed. Uh,
So are Bobos, are they like a democracy? If you had to characterize it as something, is it like a total democracy?
Not a total democracy. So we just moved all our royalty wallets and our funds into a multi-sig with the advisory DAO.
Who is we? How many of you are able to?
Me and one other co-founder. The third co-founder is no longer part of the.
Right. Is it fair to say that the two of you run things?
So this is where now I told him for the next 4 or 5 months, let me handle this aspect and you handle the development. Because before he was also trying to do business development. He was doing too much and not focusing on his strengths. So he was like, you know what, this is a weakness of mine. Let me improve. So let me learn a little bit more about the business aspect. And that it was just bad timing to do that. And I told him, I was like, hey, you just gotta trust me, because I've worked with this dev before. I worked with them for about a year, and I love the relationship that we had before. It was freelancer and person paying freelancer.
How often?
And I told him,
how often do you speak to this person?
we used to talk like I'd say every. Well, we text or Discord every day. We used to talk like every 3 days, and then after there must have been a couple of moments where they stopped trusting me, or there was a disconnect between it was me versus them.
You mean
And it was because I was
I mean,
I was with the community.
okay, I'm
Pardon?
trying to understand. I mean, I'm not you, so I'm not in your head. So, are you talking about the community right now, or the people, the developers who are doing work for you?
So it was me and the community versus the two founders. That was the dynamic.
I see. Okay. Well, I mean,
Because
the developers who are working on building and bringing your project up to date, what is their progress?
their what do you mean progress? Like rate of progress, or like
You told me.
current complete?
I think I heard you say that there were aspects of what you're doing that needed to be updated, and that there were people that were going to work on that. Did I misunderstand that?
Oh yeah, no, they're fixing that right now. So like we're still in beta, just within our community, for our community to play the arena before we roll it out to close communities.
I don't need the extra. Just answer the question. When do you expect that to be done?
I would say, I think he told us the end of December.
Do you think he's going to make that goal? And are you talking to him every day? And if not, why not?
Yeah, now I talk to him every day. Ever since we removed the co-founder, the other co-founder, we communicate much more. I don't know why, but it just feels right. So I mean, I talk to everyone on the team every day.
If you talk to everybody every day, but it doesn't expect this to be done by the end of the year, is that correct?
Pardon?
You said that you thought this would be done by the end of the year. Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it going to be done by the end of the year, in your opinion?
For the beta for outside community, I think so.
Okay, good. Well, we have Zach here. I think you should definitely talk to him. He can definitely help you achieve your goals.
Is he a life coach?
He's a lot of things. Superman too, in my opinion.
Call me a life.
Maybe
please.
You can talk.
Well, we got an offer to work with. Sorry, go ahead.
No, let me hear what the offer was.
Yeah, to work with IMSO Chris and his project. Do you guys know the evolved chimps? I think.
Go ahead and explain.
Okay, so we're transition. So I wanted to transition to Raindrops protocol. With that, we reduced I'd say 40% of any additional smart contract work, and we provide use case for the token. So right now, Bo token has no utility, no use case besides that, not even raffles. So to transition over to Raindrops, it's gonna be less than, actually technically less. It's going to be not damaging, but it's going to hurt a few of our big holders because they really like having BAO as the in-game currency.
Why is it going to hurt them?
I think psychologically, that it would affect them. That it's bad news after bad news after bad news.
What's the ultimate end state that you hope to get to?
That it's self-sustaining. That it's self-sustaining in the sense that I don't have to put my own money into the project to keep it running. That either the arena or the white label solution for the arena or the white label marketplace. Because I'm betting, I guess, on the ideas and the things that I'm going to do. That's why I'm fairly confident about Bobo's future, because whatever I do, I'm just gonna funnel it back somehow to Bobos of War. And I don't want to say revenue share, because that Bobos will always benefit for the next 10 years at least. Not 10 years, 5 years. But I was thinking about that, like if you're an NFT founder, I mean, 10 years later, are you still the founder? Like, are you still working on the same on that project? Like,
I mean that's superfluous to your main concerns, which is it sounds like you are dealing with what you think is a complex issue of do you add utility to the coin and to your platform and potentially piss off some of the larger holders, or do you continue it the way it's currently being held, which what is the current you said it has no utility right now except for an in-game currency?
right now it has no utility. It's not even being it is. So it's being used for so we have 2 training camps out. One's like a shooting range, one's another one. So if you play the shooting range, after the shooting range you can stake your Bobo. Instead of for the token, you get experience, and then you can pick combat or defense, and you pay bow token as like a hibernation fee. And then right after that, we're having a civilian collection, which is just all the ugly Bobos with a gun over their face that they're able to swap out traits for a better looking PFP, which they'll also have to burn Bobos and bow. And then
so you can't have it both ways. You can't have it the way you currently have it and add utility to it.
I can't have it and add utility.
You're speaking as if you add this utility with the Rain protocol, that it will change everything that people use it for right now. Is that correct, or are you making that as an assumption?
What do you mean by how it will change how people will?
When you said that you wanted to switch over to the Rain protocol, but it will piss everyone off because they like how they use it as an in-game currency like it is right now, that makes the assumption that if you switch to this Rain protocol, they can't continue using it the way they are currently using it, correct?
Correct. Which is not using it, right? Because they're barely using it.
Okay, so if they're barely using it, then why would it piss them off if you give them abilities to use it?
Well,
what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to break down the assumptions that you're making that are either one, based in some sort of belief that you have in your people or belief you have in your customers. Now, have you proofed it out? It's very easy for you to go to your customers, especially if they're large holders, and say, this is what we're thinking of doing. What would you say to that? Instead of sitting here going, oh man, what if I do this? What if take action, go ask them, and now you'll have the information to make a more informed decision in the short term.
I did that, and they didn't want to adopt the Rain protocol. They've been stacking up bow and doing it not in secret, but like they've been doing it because in their heads they want to use bow, and they have a crap load of it, and they want to use it later on. So find use case, finish your roadmap, and that's kind of, I guess, didn't say that, but they did they don't want us to totally wipe out the bow and swap it for rain.
Are they investors, or are they just like people that have gone in and collected it? Are they paying you? Do you
Yeah,
have any kind? Go ahead.
they're both. So they bought. They're just really big whales. They own like 300-400 NFTs each. And they represent, I would say, like 7 to 9 people.
Okay. Well, so if you don't adopt rain, what happens? Does the project die, or does it just keep costing you personally money?
It won't die. So I I found this out. I think yesterday. Where we could actually utilize both tokens. I just don't know the exact mechanics and the relationship between the two.
So
So
the very first question when I ask, could you switch over and still maintain what you have? The answer is yes now, because you can use
but
both tokens.
we could,
But
but
you just don't know the
the
mechanics yet.
yeah, but the two, so the two devs, they don't like the deal that we're getting, so that's why it's not that we wouldn't go for this moment. At this moment, we wouldn't go that route. Um,
Okay, so then then you can always put it on your roadmap and continue what you've been building. Like, I mean, your options are piss off a whale and add some use case that you think is going to add to the project and make it more viable, less costly on you personally, but it'll piss off some pretty big holders, or you keep it going the way you're going. And are the devs going to be pissed off because you're not making the change they think you should make to add utility?
utility. Would they be pissed if I?
No,
I don't know. I never asked the devs. I don't think I've ever asked them, like, hey, what's your opinion about transitioning?
I mean, they have an opinion about the deal you're getting, so
yeah, that's because they don't like the person. Not like they don't like the person, but they don't like that he overhypes and just does certain things. It's not because of the protocol that he's basically almost gatekeeping.
And that's for the rain protocol?
Yeah.
Okay, so now you have the devs that don't really want to switch because of the deal they're getting with rain protocol, and you have your whales. So are you the only one that thinks you want to switch?
I would. So now I see that I could see what the issue that the devs have with Chris, and I think that's much easier to smooth over versus the whales.
Complex issues are only complex in the areas that you cannot pivot, right? Otherwise, they're not really complex. You just break them down to first principles. So it sounds like if you have to transfer everything over to the rain protocol, then yeah, maybe it's complex because it's a huge change. But if you have the opportunity to have this, we're going to go half and half, or we'll run both tokens, all right, you can always kill one half of it if you really needed to. So it doesn't sound like it's a complex problem. It sounds like it's a personality problem, which if it's a personality problem, now it goes into leadership dynamics and how you present it to the devs, which is a different use case. Anyway, so that's what I do.
Make my brain hurt. There was a lot of thinking. There was a lot of yeah, because I haven't slept in like maybe 30 something hours, and my I guess my thought process is much slower.
They're the rookie numbers, my friend. But
okay, good. I was lying. I've been up for like 71 hours maybe. I don't know if it's 71 hours. I don't know.
I've never slept ever. In 3 lifetimes. I'm Hindi, so we have reincarnation. I haven't slept for 3 lives.
Mike is just actually a GPT bot that we built. So, no, yeah. So
4
I think
lives.
that
Okay, sorry.
I think that once you understand the dev's opinion, and you can say, look, like being able to do it for a certain percentage of the tokenomics or whatever, right? Like crypto and tokens is not my thing. It's thinking and systems. That's all the same. So if you are able to break this into a non-complex problem, meaning a problem that you can add diversity and you can pivot out of if you need to, then it makes the decision making much easier, right? If you can test the RAIN protocol on a certain segment, and then see, look, now you're able to proof the model and it not affect the current users to that degree, right? Almost like a beta test. And so, and if it sounds like now the only way or the only issue holding you back from getting that done and rolling out some sort of beta test of it is the devs personal issues with the person. And so if you tell them, look, we're not going to change everything, we just want to test it, would this be possible, right? And then we can show the use case to everyone else and see if it's worth it, and see if that's possible.
Which reminds me, Zach, one of us owes a calendar timing issue, I guess. I
gotta send it to you. Yep, I gotta send it to you. It's just been a week, so I will I'll send it right now using my Keylink app that allows me to bring it up immediately. Use Win the War 1.5 in your when you sign up for it.
Keylink app, you say?
Oh, do you use it?
No, I felt like it was like an advertisement. So I was like, I wanted it to sound like
It was. No, one of my friends made an app, and it attaches to your keyboard. And so when you want to, if you're someone's like, hey, send me your link, you can just push the globe down in the bottom left, and it'll have all of the links to all your websites, your white papers. You can have a write out. Oh, yeah. Right on your keyboard. So you don't have to go to notes, or you don't have to go and find it. It's connected automatically to your keyboard. So I have all my Calendlies, all my Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter. I have, like, when people say, what is Win the War? I can just hit the button and it puts in the actual pitch to them. Yeah, I linked it to everything.
So it's a button, and then a pop-up window comes out from that, right? From the
it replaces your keyboard on your screen, and then you push the button again and your keyboard pops back up.
What?
Yeah, I need that.
Yeah.
Yeah, check it out. It's Keylink. Here, I'll put it in the nest. Also, it's free, so.
So how's he making money off that then? Or does it matter to him or to her or them? I will go download that. Cool.
Mike, I think you need some sleep. You know, I mean, you seem a little out of it today.
We're actually talking to Zach's friend with the 2 letters in the first name.
Ah.
I didn't know he was a basketball player. What the hell?
Oh yeah, he played professional. He played professional basketball.
Jesus Christ.
I don't bring any scrubs around. All right.
If only you could take some out.
Yeah. So his startup is at basketball arenas. You can order any food from any of the concession stands and have it delivered to your seats.
Oh, that's a blessing.
And then
God.
And you can pay other goers to the event to like bring you your food and stand in line for you.
What? Somebody could pay for their ticket by just getting food for people and watch the rest of the game.
Yeah, and I don't know if his business model is still that, but it was something like that. I pinned the key link, my customer review for the key link app at the top, and it's free now. So anyone who signs up now, there is a paid version, which allows you to have different folders. If you have different if you have a pitch you give over and over again, or a lot of lines that you're sending to people all the time, like it's good to have the folders for responses. But you know, I only have the free version right now. So, but
he's your friend, right?
Yeah. Well, her name's Jenna. She also runs Motivate You, which is a different startup that allows you to do workouts on your phone. Win the War's like working on a partnership with them. You set your phone on the ground and it analyzes all your body joints to make sure that you're doing the exercise properly. And so it will tell me when you get within or you get outside of 70% of correct form. And then I can watch the little piece of the video. And that way I can give you reviews back on like how you did the exercises over a 1 hour workout. And I don't have to be there to give the workout. And then I can set a secondary, if your form drops below 65%, tell it to cancel the rest of the workout and go into a form mode where it works on the form of that one movement. So, but yeah, so that's her other project.
That's fascinating.
Sounds like a formula for success.
It does.
Is there an updated version of Life Alert in the States? Like besides the necklace that you wear around your neck? You know, like where I've fallen, I can't get up.
No, I think it's still the one you wear around your neck.
Wow. I'm surprised they haven't made one like through just Apple's watch.
Oh, Apple has it on their watch.
Oh, okay.
You
So
will
like if you
die
fall
in a week. Make sure you get that checked. You know what I mean? Like, that should be a feature.
Like every time I do burpees on my watch, I have to like put it in workout mode. Otherwise, every time I do a burpee, it'll go, "Did you just fall? Are you okay? Did you just fall? Are you okay? Did you just fall? Are you okay?" And I'm like, "Shut the fuck up, watch."
But if you don't respond, will it contact, like people or do anything?
Oh yeah, it's called All My Emergency Contacts.
Oh shit, that's cool.
Yeah, so I turned that totally off. So God forbid I fall now. I turned it off because I'm not, too worried about it. But if like my grandmother, bless her soul, if she was still alive, I'd be like, "Here's an Apple Watch. If you fall, it will alert me." But yeah. Anyway, Bobos, I am not a life coach. I am. I actually take insult to that. I'm. I'm 10 years.
Life.
I'm 10 years active duty Army, and so but I have a bachelor's in management and entrepreneurship, and then I'm working on a master's in psychology. So with a certificate in executive coaching, and also I am a certified professional life coach, but I don't really like that because it's
Saul's right. God damn, I'm good.
yeah. I mean, it's something that
I
I
was saying that
have.
sarcastically, and you happen to be a
Yeah. It's something that I have, but it's not something that I like to be known for. I more go into the way we do planning in the Army, breaking it down, and then talking about, you know, take action. Action is inaction is worse than any mistake you'll do when taking action. That kind of stuff. I don't know, Army stuff. Who Green Beret, fight the war, win the battle, kind of bullshit. So, instead of it being like, hey, what's your limiting beliefs? Let's do a deep dive. Now, I do it to some clients, but I think most clients just need a push to like make the decision and go, and less of a let's break down your childhood kind of crap. So
yeah, but like Sandra, like immediately, like you gotta talk to Zach. You gotta talk to Zach. So
Well,
I was
that's
like, man,
because you need help badly.
yeah, that's me.
Organizational
So, like I
structure.
said, it doesn't sound like you're dealing with a complex issue right now. It's only complex because you are making assumptions that you haven't flushed out yet. So, most people in their planning, they make a lot of assumptions, don't flush out those assumptions, and then they associate those as facts, not actually codifying them as assumptions. And so they never end up asking the questions they need to validate if they're actually a fact or not.
yeah, or they continue down the wrong path, or that way of thinking.
Yeah, and then I can go into the whole mumbo jumbo about why do you think that way? Why do you think you suck? Why do you think life's gonna kick your ass? Blah 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 blah. Then I go into the life coach mode, but that's after the fact. You have to get through the firefight before you can assess the situation. So
wait, I never said I sucked. Did I?
No, I'm saying some
is
people.
That how I come off?
Some people think that in the background.
Oh.
I don't know. You sound a lot better now.
You sound lost.
When I first got on the call, you were like, "Well,
Yeah,
we're gonna."
I'm definitely in the discovery, like searching. Not. I don't know honestly what I was looking for in that conversation, but with just like these type of interactions when it's like small like this, I try not to. I just let my brain wander, and not kind of think too much of what I'm gonna say, and just kind of say it.
Good. That's how you make really quick, awesome decisions. Actually.
Really, I think you make bad decisions.
No. Have you ever read Thinking Slow and Fast? They talk about the two types of brains you have, where you have a fast twitch brain and a slow twitch brain, and one of them is more connected to the neurons in your gut. That's why you like have gut instinct. So when you are, it depends on what kind of thinking you need to do. If it's reactive problem solving versus analytical problem solving, like which one do you need to work with? And so a lot of people start thinking with their long-term brain, and they take way too much time with a problem that would just be solved best with quick decision and implement action. And that's what I'm saying is like, if it's not going to ruin you and it's not going to tear you apart, then just like make the decision to ask the questions so that you can finalize the path. Anyway, Mike, how's your project going?
Oh, Christian is doing the ship engine compass campus. I forget. You know that thing? You guys remember it? I'm watching him talk to Moo right now. It's on mute, so I can. I'm trying to vicariously make up Christian's speech just by looking at his face.
Oh, Moo's talking with Christian right now?
Sure, sure.
Oh, I thought the Calendly was for next week.
No, literally right now. One sec. Check this out.
I know why people sit in front of me like
that. So this will be done soon, and then we can go back. I gotta watch some tutorial. So what I might do is start a Zoom, and by like 9 o'clock, and I'll just talk out loud. You can watch me code if you'd like to, or just chill in the background, have some fun. You know how it is.
Don't show boobs though, right?
I mean, I'm gonna be showing mine.
Cool. Yeah. Is it the same link or? Where am I going for the Zoom? Do you have a link for it?
As soon as I finish the Zoom with Christian, I'll open up one.
Oh yeah, no. Right, I know.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, and I'll put it in the chat. So right now, I've been banging my head against the wall all day trying to work with AssemblyAI, and that's okay. I've been talking to some people on Discord, this, that, and the other. I feel like I'm getting close, but there are some gaps in my knowledge, and sometimes you don't know what you don't know. That's why you don't know it. So, tonight over the Zoom, I'll just be falling forward on my face, digging for gold with my forehead.
Don't do that. That might hurt. Maybe there are tools that we can give you.
Perhaps there's a library for a shovel, yeah.
Could be. No, but by doing that, I might learn things too. But don't hurt yourself on my account. Of course, if you enjoy doing that, knock yourself out. Bubbles, what is your project anyway? What are you? Are you a squirrel, a bear, or something else?
We're a bear.
Oh, groovy. Pretty neat.
Oh yeah, Brian, we got change Brian. December 12th.
Warning, the following broadcast may cause serious mental issues if listened to for a long period of time. Those of you still on the channel have been duly noted that AI is currently taking over your inner cerebral cortex. By now, the long-term effects of AI have started to work in. You're just starting to melt. The dopamine hit is wearing off. And soon you'll be back on your knees, begging for some TikTok action or hopefully another turn at the Royals. Yes, all this and more will unfold in the world of the dystopian Syndicate.
Well, that sounds a lot better than what I usually do on my knees.
Nice. Dun dun.
You're welcome. I'm here all week.
Yeah.
So do you have a talkative cat in your household, Dan? And if so, how do you deal with it? Because this cat, he's making me complete. The only thing that's really driving me crazy right now is the cat.
You gotta reply back to it. So when it's going, you gotta go, or something like that back. Just,
I wonder if that would actually work.
It might be looking for someone. And sometimes they're looking for, like, a friend that they used to know or something,
Yeah, no, he wants to go out. I think he wants to go outside, which is very, very bad. I chased him last night. There's a lizard in here, and I think he left. I hope he did.
Yeah, I mean, knowing you probably live in a scary part of town,
It's
Well,
I mean, it's when I went to law school, I was in a town just outside of Camden, and that was scarier than where I am now. I like where I am now. I mean, when I first got here, I didn't like it, but now I do. But I'm not terribly picky, and I've lived in some pretty shitty areas.
Yeah.
That's how I know about Gloucester City, the bar capital of the world. Sometimes.
Yeah.
Anyway, there are some crazy parts of the world, but I consider myself pretty lucky.
She survived. You survived. Never thousand. You'll survive. You'll survive. I'll survive.
I need one of those mesh dresses, the gold medal mesh from the 70s. I need one of those. That would be fun.
Nice.
Good song.
Yeah.
I'm trying to chase that lizard, by the way, and the cat ran out. So I was running out. So I ended up not chasing the lizard out and chasing after Ptolemy because he ran outside. Fortunately, he had so many choices to choose where he was going to run to that he stopped, and I was able to nab him and put him back in. But I was like, "Oh my god, this is terrible!" It's like so ridiculous. Anyway, it was like Benny Hill here for like 20 minutes. I
can see that. That's groovy. I'm making fettuccine alfredo along with some ricotta. No, I'm just messing around with food prompts taken from DoorDash into Midjourney, and no particular reason, but just to use them for the hell of it. And they actually do come out quite well. They really do. They're impressive. But like how can you mess up pancakes? I mean, that might have been the first thing the AI ever learned.
Well, I'd have to see. How can you mess up pancakes?
Oh, that's true.
Do you like things in your pancakes like blueberries or chocolate chips?
Occasionally, but not usually. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a purist myself.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Going pure.
But pineapple on pizza, yes or no?
Pineapple on pizza? No, it's not something I do very often.
Yeah,
I've done almonds on pizza. No, that's pretty good.
Oh, really? That does sound good. Walnuts might be good too. I never thought of that. Do you know? You ever hear of Lisa Frank and her art? I think she was really big in the 80s. That's these neon, sumptuous looking everything from cute kittens to banana split sundaes and ice cream. Crazy stuff. You probably have seen her art and not realized what it is because she used
absolutely.
Roller skates and cool stuff.
That's cool.
I mean, I wouldn't sell anything that was, like if I used something in the prompt that would, be an issue, I wouldn't sell it. But I might sell a few of these someday.
Yeah.
Donate, part of it to a charity, and actually not worry about rent every month. So how does fettuccine look in AI?
How's what?
How does fettuccine look in AI?
Oh, yeah. I mean, fettuccine. Yeah. I mean, it just gave you like a typical menu shot. Did pancakes pretty well. It did this mozzarella and red sauce kind of thing. It did a a gordita from Taco Bell quite well. But we're still just kind of browsing. We just we're new to the notion of being terrible and eating at night. Very new to me. It's not something I do very often.
Oh, really? What do you mean?
No, I lie.
Do
I
you,
do this all
you
the
don't?
time, and I need to stop. But whatever.
Yeah, well, no, some people have this thing. They're like, I don't eat after 9 p.m. ever. I think that's probably not a bad idea, but I just eat whenever I happen to eat.
Yeah.
Probably not smart of me, but right now I'm 124 pounds. So, trying to keep the weight good.
What's up, guys?
Hi.
What's
going on, Dan?
Chilling. It's hackathon day for Michael. He's locked in some kind of crazy hackathon.
Was
He
it like?
reports in every once in a while.
No, that's good.
Yeah.
You guys are on with the ChatGPT.
Yeah, loosely. I've been playing with it. Yeah. I'm getting kind of like, what else can I do as a god? I'm so bored. But yeah, it's good.
I took some jewelry, some beaded Italian jewelry, like it's like, it looks like Millefiore, but they're beaded. They're not actual. But I took a picture of that, threw it up in Wombo, and it did some banana things. Like it looked pretty crazy.
That's cool.
So I think there's plenty of interesting ideas out there to try.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, if I actually focus on doing the things I was supposed to do, I probably would have more time to do the things I shouldn't do. But shame on me.
That need for time. And that does suck. You always need more time. Yeah. What can you do? It's only so much time, and needing more time. That sucks. I am a little high, by the way. So there's some things that don't come out very well. I think that's one. I think it's open and honest to say
That's okay.
that I am high, right? And then at the same time, I think that it's good that I'm high because I can help guide us on the upside down. So you guys are in the normal world. I'm hanging out in the upside down at the moment.
Upside
So
down.
yeah. So if you guys need to, navigate, I'm here.
I envy you that you're high. I've never been able. Oh, you're getting high in decades or a decade. It's been a while.
I never really did it in high school. I never did in college, although I didn't go to college. Just kind of went right to work. But yeah, I was a goody two shoe until I don't know, 50 years old, and I'm like, fuck it.
I was always getting drug tested for like jobs or stuff, so I
could see that.
I could never get into it. But over the last few years, drug testing, I've noticed it's been relaxed. So
a greater acceptance.
Yeah.
My fellow man. Indeed. Go great human. Willing to actually work for me. That's what it feels like today. Because everyone's just like, I got friends that can't hire. They can't keep anyone. Fast food business, casual food business.
Small.
They're like, bring us the robots, Dan, because we cannot hire humans. Can't keep them in the building. Can't pay them enough what they want.
The robots are expensive. Like,
that's okay. They'll pay it off over time.
Over time.
Yeah.
Our favorite sushi place has that robot that puts your food on the tray. I don't know if you've seen it, but
no, really, it's like a sushi rolling cutting bot.
No. It's a robot that you've probably seen in a restaurant, but they have it to deliver the carry out orders.
Oh, okay.
And deliver. I've seen it deliver food to the table, but they've gone up. Like they're $15,000 now. So when you were talking the other day, I was like, yeah, AI and tech is great. However, with capitalism and supply and demand, it just, I mean, those guys aren't doing it out of the kindness of their heart. They want to make a buck too.
Yeah.
And so I wondered if small to mid-sized businesses will be able to afford that.
That is a good question. I mean, well, no, small businesses probably not. I mean, let's see, McDonald's, Chipotle, and White Castle have already started to implement. I think that's happening, or ghost kitchens are happening, where you have basically it's the mega store that can basically hook up and deliver multiple brands. I mean, that happened with the Mr. Beast burger. That guy didn't have a chain. He just had a brand, and he offered his recipe, blah, 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 his franchising of his brand through anybody's business. So while I had a business that was called Dan's Burgers, if I wanted to also represent Mr. Beast Burger in town, I could basically get that. And so I could basically have like multiple brands. So you see that all over DoorDash now. You see all these fake brands. It's basically one or two same places for all you know. But ghost kitchens are.
I'm seeing that.
Yeah.
You ever do a Google search at one of those ghost kitchens?
There's one here in town. I had a friend that was sort of organizing one, the Cloud Kitchens. That's the startup. I don't think it's a bad idea, really, considering most independent shops go out of business in the first 3 years just because they cannot survive due to costs. Whereas a ghost kitchen, you can source in milk across 5 different, 6 different chains in that building. You know what I mean? So they can get their materials cheaper. There's also a movement to sort of put like the bottling plant You know, I mean, put a bottling plant, an assembly plant of, you know, maybe it's cleaning vegetables or something like that. Put the juicer or whatever. But basically bring those facilities to the ghost kitchen capacity so that more people can participate in the ghost, you know, kitchen sort of culture that is also, you know, delivering remote and everything else. It's not to say that that will be forever, but all I know is that, like, my brother tells me at Wendy's, you know, they have like a 3,000% turnover rate.
Jeez.
Like people arrive and, you know, they work an hour and they leave. So
Wow.
he's like, bring on the automation, bring on, because
That is.
I don't think it would be completely automation, but you'll use it in certain places, you know.
I yell. Like McDonald's has that where you can like type in your order, and it never works right for me, and they end up asking me for my order anyway. And anyway, no, I just gotta get better at it, I guess. But I'm from Jersey, and we yell at everything.
I hear you.
Actually, I don't yell as much as people do. Like I'm talking about the Jersey people that roll down their windows and curse at each other. I try to be polite and I just give people the finger once in a while. Don't recommend anyone do that, by the way.
You know, I recommend that was great. Everybody else.
All right, guys. How you been?
Good. What's going on?
All right, just finished with Christian. Wow. Okay. What the? Sorry,
Exactly.
did you hear that? Oh,
What
no. Do you have these like alerts that get pushed to your phone if there's like an emergency?
There
Like,
was a fire truck that went by or something, but
okay. I need to learn what I don't know. What I don't know. Sorry. You ever feel yourself going delirious slowly?
oh yeah, that's a good sign.
Yeah, it's not a good sign, is it? Going delirious?
Mm-hmm.
It's like Sharon Lois and Bram. I am slowly going crazy.
It's good for
Now,
you.
why are you going delirious? What happened?
I don't know what an endpoint is. You ever come across like GET and POST and REST APIs? I'm like, I don't know what the fuck any of that means.
Yeah, I mean, it's usually like a standard code that's like an endpoint, maybe. That's programming, like that's like a programmer's term. But you could just ask the AI just to tell you what those terms are. I don't know. Let's break it down for you. You know. I mean, we're all equalized. We can all do the same thing now. Da-da. Equal states in a world gone crazy. Everyone is the same in the world in the year 2023. Yeah.
I'm not so sure I agree with that. I mean, you guys still know what specifically to ask. Some people won't even know how to do that. I agree. It helps. It helps a great deal.
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose. I hear what you're throwing down.
I mean, I think that I'm close enough to things now where, with the exception of some things I'll have to ask for, I feel like I could probably put together the educational app that I want to do and have a on-demand aspect of it where someone can, ask for a lesson on Bitcoin. I can just open up my phone and do it or answer a question. You know, the National Rifle Association has literally, when I worked for them as a at Optima Direct, we handled NRA's work. They had over 200 800 numbers that were managed by Optima's subcontractors. And Bitcoin does not have an 800 number.
Sorry about that.
Not really.
Yes, Web3. Web3, what you doing? Do you want to save me from learning all the stuff?
That's hilarious.
Dying over here, Web3, and it's like fucking whatever o'clock in India right now.
Do you want to help me, please?
There's 50,000 on the line. Do one.
That's right. Didn't I tell you you're my best friend? Come on now and hold my hand. Help me here in the promised land. Having too much fun.
Web3, what you up to? You
I've got the Azure server up now. I'm loading the software and getting all the database stuff.
Oh, you're getting everything stood up again.
Yeah. So
you need to go to how's it going? You another week yet or what?
And I got 3 machines sitting next to my desk that I have to peruse or reinstall the software, one or the other. So I'm gonna do a little. I'll be doing looking at what they did and try to figure out, how it happened, that kind of thing. You should isolate them off your network, man. Oh, I'm fully isolated. They are in their own little sandbox. So all right, good.
I think what we should do is square the hypotenuse,
Exactly.
No? Okay, never mind.
Definitely square that hypotenuse.
Have you tried cubing it? No? Okay. What about to the power of 4?
I promise you. Yeah, well, see, the one thing is the workstation, the low-level stuff that we put on it, along with the other AV software, we put all that back on, but as soon as we turned the server off, something started popping up on the low level, and it wasn't displaying anything. It just was slowing the machine down. You'd look at the task, so something was running in the background. So then we started looking, and I came across, it got a alert that came across and said this application, and then that's where I said, well, this one's going with me because I got to figure out why it's calling it, or I'm gonna have to wipe it clean and reinstall it. So anyway, it's just fun stuff. So what have you come up on the AI stuff, on the AssemblyAI hackathon?
So, at a very high level, AssemblyAI, you know what it does. Takes an audio file, converts it to text.
Yeah.
We can do an arbitrary amount of things with that text if we could just get the transcription to become a prompt in ChatGPT. I just don't know how to take the transcript I receive from ChatGPT. Sorry, I don't know how to take the transcript that I get from AssemblyAI and use it to prompt ChatGPT.
Oh, I got to drop off for just a second. I'll come back. I'll come back to that. It'll be about 10, 15 minutes. I'll be right back.
Awesome. Because I know in 2 seconds it'll probably have it. All right, guys. So this is how IT works. We have like 10 people who don't know how to do stuff, waiting for one person to be available.
You're so good. Oh my God, that's funny.
You're not sure what to do? Go online and wait for someone who does. I love the steal.
That's the best.
Okay, so let's just wait for Webby to do his thing, and he'll just southern draw me a succinct answer in 2 seconds that will seem obvious in retrospect, but was totally not.
Thank you again, by the way, for the nice Easter egg I found today. That was very kind. I did run a couple things through it already to give it a whirl. So
Oh, through Replit?
yes.
Oh, what'd you do?
Well, I started really simple. I think my problem is I overwhelm myself, and then I'm like, damn it, throwing things against the wall. The classic computer out the cubicle thing. Anyway, so I started with like a basic like quiz game, and that I got as far as it could answer like it answered like I could answer the first question in Replit when I ran it. So what I ultimately would like to do is make an app that has like a educational section that someone can read if they rather do that, and then take a quiz, and then have an area where if someone wants to, they can make an appointment to speak to somebody on demand. And in another, I guess, gosh, it's probably a month ago now, I did string together some a very basic way to do that with another, like maybe 3 free apps, strung them together with some guidance on how to find them. So I'm going to find them, see if I can reverse engineer them into Replit, and see if I can reproduce all that into one app. Is what I'm saying making sense? Because I did work on this previously where, I strung together like a bare bones. It didn't have any, it didn't have any information in it. It just set it up so it would make the call. I debugged it. It works. But, I still, so I want to take that, put it into this, and then work on the educational component in putting in the information. And then I'd like to have a section of videos. I'll put my videos in there and, try to monetize it, that sort of thing. What do you think? Does that sound like a rough plan?
I want to understand the champagne moment. So imagine you just like snap your fingers. What do you have right now? What are we looking at?
I have an app very similar to GoGo Kid or VIP Kid, where if I want to schedule an appointment or a quick phone call with someone to just tell me in real time about, maybe I only have one question about Bitcoin. I don't want to read it. I want someone to just tell me. I want to have the ability for that person to either schedule something or get someone who's available to answer that question. So think like a psychic hotline, but instead of a hot Clio, you get like, a Bitcoin person that can just answer your question. So that's one component. The other is an educational component where you can set up actual lessons to learn about topics like, like if an English teacher is teaching a student English who doesn't speak English as a first language. Similarly, perhaps someone would rather have human contact where they're learning from somebody about Bitcoin on a weekly basis until they fully understand it. So, but that's just an option. Just have a variety of options in the app that a person can use and try to make it the interface as simple to use as humanly possible, because there'd be a web component too where someone could just go to the website. I just want it to be very basic so that someone my age or older can use it easily.
So when you say learn about Bitcoin, what do you mean by that?
Well, a lot of people have no clue what it is. They just say, okay, well, it's cryptocurrency. The first thing they do is they call it cryptocurrency, which it's not the same thing. So I think that needs to get out there, that it's considered a commodity. It's not a cryptocurrency, and it's, the best of the best. And, go into explaining the usual about why that is. It's decentralized, it's limited to 21 million, etc.
Do you need an app to do that? Or is that just a YouTube video?
Oh, it could be. Yeah. I mean, the reason I wanted to do it in an
Mm-hmm.
app is
Mm-hmm.
because people, are traveling with their kids at the mall. You'd be surprised how many kids in China sit down, they learn English at the mall with an app on the phone, like WeChat. So I kind of want to make this something on one hand that is easy to use for like anywhere between, a 7-year-old to a teenager. But
Mm-hmm.
I also want to catch the other end where you have older people who just want someone to tell them what it is. And that's why there's a web component too. It's not just going to be an app, it would be internet based so that anyone can get to a website. And that's probably more appealing to people older than me. I would think that there's a website that, their son can take them to or something along those
Okay.
lines. Yeah, so they can talk to a non-intimidating person. And I would market that through Twitter Spaces. I know that there's many other ways to, skin a cat with this, but YouTube pisses me off. Like, I hate using YouTube because it's like, how many commercials would you like to watch? Or you can just get this, monthly thing, and it's just so annoying to even find anything these days. I just can't stand it. So anyway, so it's just one more option for people out there to choose.
By building the best AI-powered product is $50,000.
Yeah, I asked myself, does it have to be an app or is it a website? Is there anyone that we've taught yet without an app?
Well, I need to. I think perhaps the way to do this might be, you're right. I mean, it would be far easier for me to just do the website and then do the material and then maybe do the app later, depending on where it goes. But
It could be an app, a website with a sign up to start.
Yes, that's true. Right. You're right.
Let's bite off what we are able to do without anyone's help so far.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I think about this myself, like, I don't necessarily know what I want to get out, but I do know what steps I want to take. And it's a bit murky. But if the goal is to educate people on Bitcoin, what would be the marker of success? How would we know if we were successful? If they say, oh, that was interesting, right? Sure, you could get that, but, I don't think you'd be satisfied with, wow, thank you so much for that information. That was great. Now I get to stare at other people who own Bitcoin because you know what I mean? Like, I ask myself, what is...
I say that's fine, and here's why. Because not everybody's going to be ready to jump right in. You're going to have people who want to kind of mull it over for a while. It may take them a couple years, but if they hear genuine enthusiasm and it's explained to them why, it'll stay with them, and maybe 1 out of 12 people will actually take the plunge, and that's fine. Maybe those other 11 will get around to it in a month, a year, 2 years. So that's how it is sometimes.
I'm almost thinking you can create this script in ChatGPT, which is, we started it the other day, right? With the explanation of grandma.
Yep, you're right. Yeah. Oh, definitely.
Because this is primarily a communication thing. You could call it bitcoinforgrandmas.com. I don't know.
Well, I think I was thinking about it would be for boomers, but old, boomers.
Bitcoin for boomers. I love it. Yeah. You boomers being left behind by the digital currency revolution. Are you afraid of your pensions going to zero, your money being inflated away? Well, fear no more. You can now lose your money in Bitcoin too. Are you now losing your money in enough places? Well, let me introduce you to Solana. That's right, Solana. All right.
My God, I've heard of that. I feel so bad for some of these people on these blockchains who are just like the whole thing with FTX and NFTs. I couldn't even believe. It boggles my mind. Like,
Dude,
those
I saw a video from a friend. He was like, I have a confession to make. This is the guy I went to school with. Now he's successful, so he doesn't mind losing the million. But he's like, hey, my name is blah, 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 and I lost $1 million in FTX. It sucks. And I'm like, damn, you must have a lot of money to be admitting that. So good for you. But, you saw that thing with Kevin O'Leary, and he's
right.
like, oh, man, I feel so embarrassed. And the guy's like, what the fuck are you embarrassed about? You made $6 million. They paid you $15 million to sell this to your fans, and you lost 9 of it. So you have 6 left. And he's like,
Well, they are going through. I have a feeling that FTX vaporized it, but they are going through bankruptcy. So maybe some people will get something back, but I don't know.
I've got emails this week from attorneys saying that we represent the interests of FTX stakeholders. It's a whole thing.
Well, they might try to claw back some money and see if that trustee does that. Yeah.
Are they going for Chapter 11 or 7?
I don't know. I don't think it's 7.
I think they're on Revelations right now.
If they're going for 11, is there a likelihood that they can prime the loan, right? Well, I mean, I assume it's structured as a loan, right? Wait a minute. So no, I mean, like, plaintiffs, fuck. Who represents the... Is there a Rule 23 for plaintiffs? Is there like a class certification process if you have that many plaintiffs across so many jurisdictions?
Yeah, there are, but in the bankruptcy process, if they would probably send out, do a list of creditors and the addresses and send out notices to all the people, all the known creditors.
Holy shit! How many creditors do you think there are?
100,000 at least. That would be my guess. Yeah, it's going to be substantial, and it'll be public record.
Hold on, wait a minute. Did you say public record?
Mm-hmm.
Are they're gonna publish the creditors?
Normally they do.
Holy shit!
You would think that it would be, protected for privacy, but normally they do that. So if you have access to Pacer, which has the federal court system, bankruptcy system, you can see all that, and you can see, litigation, etc. But even if you don't have Pacer, there are groups out there that post that
Public
stuff.
library, yeah.
Yeah.
So I can go to the public library, or if I have like a Law 360 account, I can pay $560 a month and $20 per page of PDFs because it's PDFs. But like I get for the court documents, right? I could pay 20 cents per page of just lists of people who got suckered, and I could sell that to a scammer.
Well, I don't know what your plans would be with it. It's public record, unless someone seals it, and I haven't heard of it being sealed yet.
Man, that's insane. That's insane.
That happened I think that happened in Celsius, where they listed people.
Holy shit, that's wild. You know what I thought was crazy? I once saw a class action against a settlement administrator because they broke HIPAA violations. There was a company that had HIV medicine, and they failed. They basically put in bright red letters on the front of the letter, "Here's your HIV medicine," and they're like, "Guys, you can't send that to there's 15 people who live here. I don't want a bunch of medical privacy, right?" And so they got sued. And then the settlement administrator and the class action related to that sent everybody a letter with big front red letters like, "Here's your check for the thing the medicine that we weren't supposed to tell you that you had, but here it is." It's wild.
Yeah, well, they do. Fun. It's not funny, but in domestic violence cases in New Jersey, they will read the address of the victim, and I can't tell you how many times I'd be like, Judge, you would kindly refrain from, putting the address of my client on materials that the alleged assailant will get to have, or maybe not announce it in court. That'd be awesome. And
yeah, it's wild.
That's crazy shit.
You ever think? Well, someone's going to put Pacer on chain so people can just like crawl the records without going through some Byzantine system?
Well, they should, because the taxpayer pays for it, right? So that's ideally how it was supposed to be in the first place. They talk about making it less expensive every year, because you do have to pay per page and things like that, but nothing ever really happens. I don't think they will. It's so. I mean, if you've ever been on Pacer, you'll be like, wow, this is really antiquated. But it's like
How many? Go ahead.
it's like Windows 95 style. It's very vintage. So I don't see them doing that anytime soon.
How many pages of legal documents, do you think Pacer generates in 24 hours?
Oh, several thousand, at least.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, I mean, people try to avoid doing that at all costs because it is expensive. But if you're at a big firm and you just need to print it out, you're probably going to just print it out and not care. So yeah.
I was thinking maybe you could build a browser application, and all it does is, like, if you have access to something like Westlaw or Law 360, for those who aren't legal geeks, those are powerful proprietary platforms that allow you to access the federal legal dockets, because otherwise you're forced to use Pacer, which is brutal, and that still costs you 20 cents per page. But if you built a browser extension that just scraped everything that came through, anybody who had one of those accounts for those products, it wouldn't technically be illegal, but you could obfuscate who had uploaded it to a collective ledger.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I mean, that is, except that I'm an officer. Technically, I'm an officer of the court because I've been sworn in. So I wouldn't,
Naturally.
I wouldn't do that,
Personal opinions are not public advice. I appreciate that.
But it's a great idea, and it's unfortunate that people don't have the same access as other people do.
Yeah.
But sometimes there's there's just stuff in the case itself that people either don't redact or they miss it, and you don't want. I think it's better in a way for things to be limited because it can be very, very troubling.
Yeah, I appreciate that. There's originally when I found out things could be sealed at all, I was enraged, and then I actually looked into why things are sealed, and there's reasons for it, but I think it's abused a lot, don't you?
Both
In
ways.
terms of,
Both ways. I've seen people use it to hang over judges' heads to attempt to change results, and say they imply that if they don't get the result that they want, they're going to do a blog post and post.
Holy shit.
Yeah, what they do is, see, here's the trick. But what a person can do is they can basically make the court system anything they want it to be. So I can send in an affidavit to the court, and since that affidavit or certification is public record, that can then be taken and put up on a blog or a website as gospel, and people looking at that.
Right.
It is a court document, and now most people can tell the craziness these days, thanks to Twitter and social media. But it's still pretty serious shit, and that's what a lot of people do. They simply find a way to make it public record by putting it in a certification or an affidavit in federal court, and boom, goes right up on the internet. There's nothing you can do about it.
It's wild. That's wild.
It's crazy, yeah. But I mean, it's very easy to take advantage of the system and try to get a result by being a total weirdo and acting crazy.
Are you familiar with class action objectors? This micro racket in class action land?
Vaguely. What do you mean?
So the tool of the objection in a class action context is particularly powerful, right? Like if there's a class of 157 million people, and I submit an objection to that class action as a member of it, saying, "Oh, this class action is BS, and the judge doesn't know this is not a fair, adequate, and reasonable result." Blah 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 blah. Right? I can just submit that into the court. Now, if the judge looks at that and thinks, "Man, I don't want to get this appealed," right? It's going to go up to the Ninth Circuit or something, right? Then they can often use that objection to be like, okay, you guys got to go back to the negotiation table. But it can also block the entire process in general, right? Particularly if the plaintiff's firm doesn't have very deep pockets. The side effect of that is you get usually attorneys turn up and say, hey, I'm a class action objector. I'm going to object to this class action. It's BS because blah, blah, blah. By the way, if you give me $75,000, I'll withdraw my objection.
Ah, the shakedown.
And that's the thing. There's like 20. There's somebody made a website. Some pissed off plaintiffs firm. They're like classactionobjectors.com or something. But there's like 50 human beings who basically extort the class action ecosystem in the States for personal payouts to fake complain, to withdraw their fake complaints. Yeah.
That's welcome to capitalism. Someone's always going to find a way, right? I mean, because a lot of plaintiffs, they end up getting, like, at the end of the day, 4 years later, they'll get a check for $12.32.
Right.
So I don't know. It seems typical.
Calculated corporate non-compliance, right? If it's cheaper to say sorry than ask for permission.
It always is, almost. Yeah.
As you know, I was floating around that area for a while, and I thought, like, I was like, oh, how many class actions a year? Turns out it's like between $8 and $23 billion a year in settlements, and I used to think that was huge until I realized what the certified liability it's being exchanged for, which is closer to like $2 trillion a year in certified damages, which is not a great deal, right? In terms of like $8 billion for $2 trillion in damages.
Yeah,
it's a good deal for capitalism.
It is. But I mean, I do think that class actions do get things done, overall.
Yeah. Justice where otherwise there might be none. I appreciate that.
But you have websites, that will advertise class actions, like, you could get $35 for, this. They're determining whether or not the Kentucky Fried Chicken you're eating had enough spice on it. And if you ate Kentucky Fried Chicken between this date and this date, you could be entitled to. And so they tell you, well, don't lie. Right. But they don't.
Right. Yeah. So there's a so this is my world, right? But like there was a company called, I think it was classactionsettlements.com or something, but they basically ran a mailing list which had about 55,000 people on it, and pretty much their business model is to go to those people and say, file 55,000 claims, and then they go to the settlement provider and they go to the plaintiff's bar and say, hey, if you want us to advertise in our site to 55,000 claimants, which we're pretty sure like 80% of them are lying, but it doesn't matter because you need claims to justify the settlement. So you can pay us to advertise to our 55,000 people to pretend to be part of your class action. It's fucking insane.
That is insane. Holy crap. Yeah, I mean, I've seen on those websites where they'll say, hey, you want to be a plaintiff in a class action? Help everybody out. I've seen those. I didn't realize that they market it like that. That's hilarious.
Enterprising, right?
It is, but still, I mean, they serve a necessary function, I mean, I can't say that they don't.
Well, so I hear that, but that sits so wrong with me. That's just so wrong with me. Like, I get it, but I mean, they just have to build better fucking infrastructure, man. It feels like there is a path to a system that is run by the judicial, or at least administrated by the judicial ecosystem, that precludes the requirement for settlement administrators to extract about 30% of the pot.
Oh, there should be. But, they assume that any lawyer who files a case is filing it in good faith. And, there are mechanisms for the other side to, make that argument that is just, frivolous or vexatious, whatever it may be.
Yeah, I hear that.
But yeah, you can sue a ham sandwich, I mean, it's like you can just basically file anything you want.
Fuck, I really want to sue a ham sandwich right now.
I keep seeing Clippy in my feed on Twitter, and Clippy has burned the ham for Christmas because he didn't look it up on the internet to see how hard is it to, I've never had a problem cooking ham, but apparently Clippy being Clippy, well, Clippy eats himself too. I mean, he made cookies of himself and then ate the cookies. So what the fuck is that shit?
I feel like the kind of person that Clippy appeals to may burn ham.
Oh my god. Well, I love Clippy. I'm offended that Clippy thinks I'll burn him. How dare he? I was gonna invite him over too. Damn it. Yeah, no, I'm a Clippy fan.
I respect the person who was like, there's a lot of complexity in Word documents. You know what? Let's make a fucking mascot. Let's do Smokey the Bear for word processing.
I love that idea though. Clippy was awesome. And he came, what was that, 95? I mean,
He did. He's a little passive aggressive.
He is. He can be, but
did you mean this? Like Clippy.
Like, little Clippy, pipe down over there, buddy. I'm gonna bend you all up. You watch. Yeah, sometimes he could be a little aggressive. A little racist too.
It looks like you're trying to be an idiot.
Yeah. I wish it would tell me that, right? Can you imagine how many people would be like not in the position in life that they are now if Clippy was able to actually give you legit advice? Like, look, I'm just telling you between you and I that you're being like quite a cunt, and you should probably tone it down a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I could use a Clippy like that.
The sort of ETA on somebody making a pretty good AI Clippy for therapy purposes. Just watches all the things that you say. Is like, hey, you probably shouldn't walk into the room and start with, "Wow, you look pregnant. Are you pregnant?" No, don't start there. Say you look radiant with that.
Yeah, that is good advice, especially if the person is not pregnant.
It's also good for the aging population. I think that loneliness or feeling alone definitely is prevalent around people that age.
Well, I talk to I live alone and I'm 50, and I talk to my cat. And so the cat ran away from me, or actually I don't know why it ran out the door. Might have been the lizard that it was looking at, but I was like, my only friend in Miami is running away from me. It was very, very sad.
Oh,
I know, right? Anyway, I had to be Bobo to the joke because you know it was coming down the road, so I had to make it feel bad, No, I don't know why he ran out. He wants all of a sudden this stupid cat wants to go outside and he meows incessantly and drives me crazy at 4 a.m. So I'm gonna have to talk with him. I have to snip. I think that's the problem.
I feel like cats are more like humans than any other animal that I'm aware of. I think like cats are more like humans than dogs are like humans. Because cats have the full stack, you know what I mean? Like most dogs are pretty chill most of the time, depending on the size, apparently, of the dog, in my personal experience. But like cats, like I've had a variety of cats in my life. One of them is Jackson, who we decided was a Black Republican. And he's grumpy, but he knows he's grumpy, you know. And so like he'll be like, "Arr!" But he's not actually gonna like claw you or anything. But he's like, I'm pissed right now. It's just I can't even right now. All right, just don't even fucking bother right now. But he knows, yeah, which I thought was a sophisticated emotion to have. Right, I'm pissed, but I know I'm pissed.
Yeah, they do that. They have a lot of. I read a science article, they're saying cats can experience disgust and dismay. I'm like, yeah, no, of course they can. And if
Cats would be disgusted and dismayed to read that headline.
Right. Yeah, so I had to rush out, find the stupid cat. It was very annoying. So I was a little pissed about that. And yeah. And it may or may not be a lizard in my apartment right now. I am not sure. But I have not seen him all day, so I hope it's all right if it is here.
Is anyone really sure if there's a lizard in their apartment?
No, there's definitely a lizard. There was, but I had the door like open a little bit, which is how Ptolemy kind of got out. I think it might have like left. Like I heard crickets, and I think that was the idea. I don't know. I put a lot of thought into this. Can you tell? But I don't want to make it. I catch and release bugs. So like I know this sounds
Oh,
stupid, but this is a big deal to me. I don't want this poor thing to suffer. I just want it to be free. I don't even know how. No idea how it got in here. I do have an idea, but I'm not gonna make myself look like a crazy woman by saying what I think. So
we had one of the cats. His name is Dr. Parnassus. He is singular. If there's a way that he can get himself into a situation where he can't help himself, he'll do it immediately. When we found him, because we found him, by the way, he had a Starbucks drink thing around his neck. And so we went back the next day to see if this kitten was still around, and he was. And we picked him up, and now he's ours, which is fine. He loves it. But like within there's like this, there was this cupboard in the corner of the apartment, and if you like break your back trying to get on top of this thing because it's really high, and then fall down the back of it, there's no way to get out. And within like an hour, this motherfucker found the only place where he could get himself into a place where he couldn't get out of, and he put himself there.
Oh my God.
It's fucking genius. No wonder he had a freaking Starbucks thing around his name. God damn.
I hope he finds you something very rare someday.
Like a fucking guillotine? I don't know, dude. Like, hey, look what I found.
Well, there have been stories like animals like finding, coming home with like bizarre things. Like there's a cat in, I think, Oregon that will bring home random items of clothing that belong to like the neighbors. So they have a lost and found box at their house for their neighborhood. It's like,
that's so funny.
Why don't you just stop the cat from stealing people's shit? What is wrong with these people? Like, why do I have to go to your house to find my shoe? Like, I should just have my shoe. No.
I think there's a missed opportunity there. You've got a larcenous cat. You want to train that motherfucker?
I know. You would think they would. And it went viral. There's like a whole thing about it. It's not like just the street. Like, the cat goes across hill and dale and drags shit back. It's crazy.
Our cat, one of the other cats. I've told 3 different cat stories in the space of 5 minutes, which is not normal.
That's okay.
So one of the other cats, it catches socks, and then like drops them proudly in front of the bedroom door. It's very proud. It's like, I caught one. It's like, you sure did, buddy. Good for you.
Yeah, my cat, he plays with his toys and then he hides all of his toys, and then at some random time when I least expected, he will pile all the toys at some random location where I can see it. It's really creepy, actually. Like a mountain. He's got literally a mountain of toys. And
have you ever come home and the cat has put a horse's head in your bed?
I'm waiting for that. That's probably I hope no one should be inspired by that, by the way. I don't want to find an animal's head in my apartment. So for the record, I'm just telling you people, don't do that. Okay.
This is going to be more cat stories, people, if you don't say some shit. All right?
Yeah, can you help us out here? I don't want to bore you guys with that.
Oh yeah, my cat Danger was like that. Ruben's always getting into something, and so one time he climbed up the tree out there and wouldn't come down. And he was way up, and this kid from across, like 20-something kid, was like, "I'll climb up." He was like, "Here's some. I'll get you some weed, and then I'll climb up there, smoke some weed, and I'll climb up there and get your cat." I was like, "I don't know, dude." But so we ended up giving a tree service come and get him down, but he eventually used up all 9 of his lives. And when we got the new house, he crawled. I took the vents off to paint around the edges, and he crawled in there and wedged himself in. I think that's what he ended up dying from.
Oh no, poor thing.
Yeah, but he lived an adventurous life.
No, some of them do. Some of them do. I had a cat named Squeaker that he was dumb as a rock. I swear to you, but he was so happy. He was the happiest cat I ever. He was just oblivious.
One aspires.
What's that?
One aspires.
I know, and it took me a while to realize that being dumb and happy is the best fucking thing that could ever happen to a person or a cat.
The government killed 2 of my cats, so I've turned my whole vendetta against the government into revenge for my dead cats.
I support that. This time it's personal. This is for mittens!
For this time, it's personal. Sorry.
No, sorry.
Personal. You know, like personal, but with paw.
I was trying to figure it out. Yeah, I was trying to unwrap it.
Yeah, it's an enigma wrapped in another flaky pastry. Yeah. I was thinking about pastry, but sure. All right. I am. I'm not sure if I told you, but I signed up for a hackathon a few months ago, and then I forgot that it was happening, and now it's happening, and now we have ChatGPT. So I'm like, what should I build? I have a couple of days, and so just kind of banging my head against the wall with learning how to code.
First of all, that's fucking awesome. Second of all, if you need ideas, I have about 50,000 of them that I'm never going to fucking do.
Wicked. What I'm trying to do is get transcription into a variable so I can use it as a prompt in ChatGPT. So that's what I'm currently troubleshooting.
Okay. Can I give you one that I really hope somebody actually? Bobo's about to say something. You want to say something, Bobos?
No. I'm listening to that idea.
Okay, cool. So the idea is called Yikes. Has anybody? Have I told you about the fictional project
Never.
Yikes? Okay, so it's an NFT project. It might be the only NFT project I've seriously considered doing, outside of the other one. But it's just one token. There's only one of them, and when you buy it, right, everybody who has previously purchased it gets 10% of the royalties, but only if they go to the current holder's LinkedIn page, find out who their ex-boss is, finds out their latest social media post, and types in "yikes" in the comments. And so by the time you've got 20,000 users, in theory, if the previous 19,000 holders want to participate in that 10%, then they have to go to the person's ex-boss's LinkedIn page and type in "yikes," and that person gets 19,000 yikes comments on their latest social media post on LinkedIn. What do you think?
That's astonishing. Wow. Can you choose who it is?
I mean, whoever buys it, right?
No, I mean, can you choose the person?
Yeah, fuck, why not? Let's do that. Yeah, just designate a social media account. All right. I presume LinkedIn is a good one, but hey, take your option. And then it's like a macro yikes troll. Yeah, on the blockchain.
I like it.
There you go. What do you think?
I think it's fun enough that in this current ecosystem, it's something that we need. No promise of utility, just some yikes.
I mean, the utility of these projects was tied in their ability for their underlying token to increase for no reason ad infinitum for all time. And so now that we are living in a world where tokens aren't going to arbitrarily increase for no reason, maybe we should return to utility less. We think of utility as it does something, but most utility is in the status. I think, if we're going to use
utility. Do you know how much I would pay to designate a social media account to have 19,000 people say yikes on it?
But that's what I mean. Like, I think we have to look at the interpersonal utility rather than just some arbitrary job to be done. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
No more jobs to be done. Clay Christensen, it's a nice book. Innovator's Dilemma.
Only weaponized trolling from now on.
It's an antithesis machine that just disagrees with people in Twitter Spaces.
Well, that explains my life lately. Okay.
Are you sure of yourself? Well, that's why we created the antithesis machine. That's right. You have a hypothesis, and for every hypothesis, there is a Hegelian dialect.
Somebody needs to make a gaslighting DAO where like people invest into a machine that just gaslights them.
I thought that was Twitter Spaces.
Not bad, not bad.
Or isn't it the new thing from Jack? New Jack Street or whatever was it called?
I don't know, but it was a great movie. I liked that movie a lot.
New Jack Soul? What's that R&B from the late 80s, early 90s called? Is that Jack Soul? New Jack Street? What am I thinking of?
What, New Jack City, you mean? Like the one with Rolling Stones do. Help me out.
Michael
He
Jackson.
was the scum of New Jack City that we all knew and loved. Everybody knew that Ruben was dealing a whole lot of dark weaponry on the east side of town. Word has it he had crossed with the Tamagotchis and the Borg just at the right time to make the things work. Like the Lord of War himself, he tried to walk out as Sandar launched her non-profit I roll to help those in need. I roll. When in reality, it was a smokescreen to get more government money.
Or it wasn't until you doxed us, dude.
I gotta eat too, man. Anyway.
That was amazing. Was that like? Did you read that, or was that just?
No, dude, that's just Dan.
Wow. I love the eye roll.
I was just saying that I wish that there was an eye roll emoji on our emojis down here. I don't have an eye roll emoji. I would like that. You know, because I can either go or right, or a heart. I mean, I just want an eye roll. You know, that would be
I
nice.
suppose, although I didn't really know what she was saying. I turned to Ruben and gave him the look. Ruben looked back at me as if he didn't know, but he really knew what we all knew. Somebody in the room wasn't real. One of us was probably a thing. Mike grabbed the petri dish and brought it to the table while chewing on a lollipop and some Cheez-Its. Ruben was allergic to Cheez-Its and quickly left the room. His presence leaving quickly in a fashion like that was awkward to the rest of the team. Needless to say that we weren't sure if Ruben was an alien or not. It didn't matter.
Well, I'm not allergic to Cheez-Its, but I do have more diseases than a week old moldy fetus. My penis has got its own deli section for foreign cheeses, and I'm so hygieneless you might find me in a petri dish.
I thought I like gave TMI here. Wow. That's okay though.
I'm so hygieneless I got quarantine of Venus. I'm actually beaming this by hologram like Captain Kirk with Jesus. Jeez Louise, and I'm not saying I'm the bee's knees of the season, but did I even need a reason to be the meanest heathen breathing?
He just did that whole like, you know what I'm saying? Because what we are is what we need, because what we need is what we've been. And if we can take what we have, we can take it on to what we were. Because where we are today is not where we've been, but how we're going to get there tomorrow. If you're with me now, then you can stand where you are. Or you can stand where we've always been, which is inside all of us, all together now. You, me, unity. Can't you see? I can feel the resonance. Are you with me? I don't know. What do you think about it? Adidas and me. Come on, yay. You want to see? Word? I don't know. I can't get lost in that part toward the end there, but it was good.
That was good.
You know, they say Dan is obstructionist and obstreperous, one ring and no two chains, even though he does have a second necklace, and that he's so reckless, that he loves a big bird, and that they love his snuffleupagus.
That was beautiful.
To say that he's venerable and venomous, and that he generally never miss, and that he was one time on the top of Mount Everest and he fell off the precipice, and Ellen DeGeneres turned up in a motherfucking Pegasus, and he played chess in midair with her in a test of their mutual cleverness and fist bump in recognition of their mutual sexual preferences. Yeah, that's fair enough. Right, I think it's my cue. It's been a distinct pleasure. Oh, hey, Lagertha, how we doing?
I am okay. I just wonder what's happening here. Are you guys all taking
That was
drugs
the
or like high speed using ChatGPT? I might have been a
I think you just
listener,
heard the
but I wasn't actually listening. I just left my phone behind me, and I knew it was the space was still on, so I wasn't actually listening. So I'm kind of trying to catch up.
Alice Koshy's going to give us a recap. What you got, Alice Koshy?
you just heard the new pitch for no small time Ruben time.
Right. So
I'm just
Ruben
calling it
is on
Ruben time
drugs.
because I always forget the other name.
Ruben is on drugs. Dan is just doing Dan things. What is Mike doing? Has he found a solution
The
for
Lord and our Savior? Have you found the Lord and our Savior?
Dan's just doing dancing.
Wait, Pete, how went your thing?
Which one?
Well, the wizard thing.
About as good as these Twitter spaces when it's a dumpster fire, but it was good. It was fun. It's just the first time they're doing this sort of thing, and it kind of it's trying to work it out on the fly and trying to work out what works, what doesn't. So what should have taken about 10 minutes took about an hour. But all the shit talking and banter that happened in between is always a good time.
Just sounds like you're driving. Are you driving?
It is a beautiful day. I need to get out the house.
Of course.
I'm taking you all with me, just because.
Awesome. Sounds good. So have we found
I just realized this. Ruben reminds me of Elon Musk for some reason. I don't know what it is. Like
It's the
Elon Musk
macro
on
scams,
speed
right?
or something.
Right? Is it the part where I preach capitalism and then like take every government source of funding I can possibly find?
I think that and the way of speaking. It's something about the the tone of your voice, not in a bad way. Just very.
I got you, man.
Small time, need mini rhyme by Ruben time.
Wow. Skoshi. Everybody took the rhyme pill tonight in America? Ruckus, you're on the same drug?
I don't think he needs pills because he don't need them. He's not blind like he got Venetians.
Oh my god. I don't know what I find scarier. If you make that up on the fly or if you actually high speed like ChatGPT generate it. I don't know what's scarier.
I haven't seen anybody use GPT-3, whatever the name is, for rhymes yet, but it is sitting right there. And someone's gonna absolutely crush it. I'm waiting for that. I think we're looking at weeks for that, if not days.
Use it for what, Ruben? Rhymes?
Yeah, absolutely. Like if you can make a limerick, then you can train it to do anything.
Yeah, but we have been rhyming with ChatGPT. I know you've been hanging out with the cool guys. You know, you're not often coming here, but you know, people here have been rhyming with ChatGPT.
And then there's like dropping a hot single. You know what I mean? Like if I were Jay-Z, I would have a small team of people just like coming up with bars.
Would you like to be Jay-Z, Ruben?
I don't know if I would want to be Jay-Z specifically, although he is a businessman. But he's a businessman. Yeah, he's a interesting character, that one. I got a lot of respect for him.
Yeah, I guess everything, if you're going to market it as rhymes by GPT, now's the time.
Oh, come on. What do you think the likelihoods of somebody volunteering that information? Because I agree with you, but I don't. Musicians are maybe the only industry which is sketchier than the venture capital industry, in my opinion. I don't know. It's a hot take. What do you think?
Maybe like Tom McDonald.
Ooh, Pete, what would you say? You are somewhat of a musician, right?
I see both sides coming out. There will be musicians that would like bank on it. They'll go, yeah, look, we made this music with ChatGPT, and there'll be people that will just use it like in the production industry, and they won't tell anyone. You know, like ghost producers, ghost writers.
Yeah, it feels like there's an opportunity for someone to do what's been happening with general adversarial networks and images applied to audio. Like, I would love to go to Siri and say, "Hey Siri, can you write me what you think Bjork's next album would look like? But I want you to do it in the style of James Brown."
Oh my God. Here was me just thinking, taking, the lyrics of a singer-songwriter friend here in New Zealand and just, throw them through GPT and have them, reinvented one way or another. But yeah, Ruben is further ahead than me.
I remember on Facebook a while ago, I saw an app being advertised that was like, use AI to write your rhymes or like write your bars for you or whatever. And I don't know if it really caught on, but I feel like it's probably already being used, and we just don't hear about it, you know?
Yeah, we can all be songwriters now.
85,000 uploads per day currently for songs, which is against a backdrop of 93 million songs in history. Took 4,000 years to get there. 93 million songs, and at that rate, without ChatGPT, we're going to double the global repository of songs in 6 years. Crazier than that. And some of y'all would have heard this before, but yeah, every year that goes past, 30,000 years of YouTube videos are uploaded, which means that if only 2% of videos make it to YouTube, then there's like 1.5 million years of video footage being captured every year. Isn't that fucking insane?
That's insane.
That means literally everybody could be a musician, singer, songwriter, whatever. Right?
I mean, I think
that's
so.
always been true.
Go ahead, Pete.
That's always been true. People just don't do it.
Yeah, Apple just released a feature allowing somebody to click a button and remove the vocals from a particular track. So you could have like a karaoke version, like an instrumental. And it's been happening for a little while. A couple of years ago, a few years ago now, there was a self-proclaimed Web3 music platform that was popping up, and they raised a shit ton of money, and I think they messed up on the execution, in my personal opinion. But one of the ways that personal opinion, think that they messed up on the execution is they left an open API and no control over it whatsoever. And if you look at the company that's accessing that API, like the top 3 companies are all they're all based in a foreign country, and they're basically scraping all the music that comes onto the platform and using AI to remove the lyrics and selling it to karaoke companies. And they've been doing that for 2 years, whilst making essentially zero money for the people on their platform, which is frustrating, right? Like, but it is what it is. Yeah, and if you can do that with something as dynamic as the human voice, you can do that with literally any instrument.
What was the name of that platform, Ruben?
It was Audius, Audius.
Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's what they were trying to do, but that's the side effect of not putting any locks on the front door, you know?
I mean, who locks their front door, right?
Sorry, one more time?
I said, who locks their front door? We don't.
Not in New Zealand.
No.
Folks in
exactly.
America lock their front door. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, because everybody runs around with fucking firearms. So, you know.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying that. You know, that's an interesting question. Do you think people in Switzerland lock their front doors? Switzerland has like the second highest guns per capita, with like a fraction of the U.S. percentage homicide ratio. But I'm curious whether or not they lock their front doors.
I'm pretty sure Swiss people lock their front doors because they're culturally very similar to German.
Yeah, agreed.
So, you know.
Actually, in our area or some areas in the United States, people sleep with their garage doors open, which is weird to me, but I think it's
fucking reassuring. Honestly, I'm really glad that restores my faith in humanity a little bit.
You know what?
It's so odd to me to sleep with your garage door open all night.
Why do they do that? I don't understand.
Yo, where do you live?
I live in Cincinnati, Ohio.
I'm kidding.
But
I mean, what's your address? Your specific address?
But it's I don't know why they do it. Like, for instance, sometimes my wife will forget to close the door when she comes in the house, but it's pretty common. Not everywhere, but it's common in some areas.
Well, I mean, we don't have castle walls anymore, you know, societally. So it feels like a step in the right direction.
What I find really interesting is in Scandinavian countries that people literally just put their babies, newborns, toddlers, outside. Like they put them in their, I don't know, what do you call them? The vehicles you transport your babies in, they just put them outside. And they will go inside, have a drink, and the babies are like all queued up outside with nobody watching them and sleeping.
Should strap them down in case an eagle tries to carry them off.
It's an untapped market right there. Baby, lines of babies. Holy shit.
Yeah. I cannot imagine a German nor a New Zealand family having their babies outside, having nobody watch them, and, you know, have a blast inside, go to the pub and all, like there's like 10 babies outside lined up with sleeping babies and nobody taking, you know, making sure they're okay. I don't know. I find that.
I hear you. I mean, I'm torn. I have internal dissonance. Like, one part is like, I rejoice because this society presumably is safe enough for that to continue happening, and the other part is like, man, somebody's gonna steal 20 babies. like eventually somebody's gonna steal 20 babies.
It depends on the culture too, right?
Yeah, but it's crazy that they feel safe enough to do that, right? Like the natural mother and father wouldn't be going inside a pub, getting, you know, drunk and have their newborn in a stroller outside. What they do have is these little devices when they start crying, you know, that they know about it, and they actually check the temperature to make sure, you know, they're not freezing to death or something. But they do not have anyone like tracking if their baby is still in a stroller while they're getting pissed inside the pub.
I can see myself walking around Norway, and then like some guy in an alley pops and says, "Yo, you want a baby?" It like pulls up in their coat, and there's like 5 babies hanging out the inside of their coat.
Imagine you're so drunk you just push home the wrong one.
So I hear there's a country, it might be Holland, where it's like the only country in the EU where, like, if you find a child that is unattended, that is 2-year-old or less, and it's been maybe I might be wrong on the numbers. I know it was 2 hours where, like, if you can't find the parent for 2 hours, you're allowed to keep them. Like, that's the law.
What?
Yeah.
You're making this up, Ruben.
I fucking swear. I'm
You
dead
need to have
serious.
sources for these things.
Let me find the fucking source for this.
I don't know what kind of pills you took tonight, but this is kind of going crazy now.
I'll tweet this shit. All right, give me a second here.
I was about to ask ChatGPT like which countries would be the easiest place to steal 20 babies or to pick up a random baby and own it, but fortunately Ruben showed up, so I didn't have to bother.
Like, homie.
Probably keep you off the list as well.
I've been telling y'all all this time these things are alive. Y'all don't listen.
Finally, he has arrived.
Homie, I just got my avatar. I just got my avatar. What do you mean?
Sorry, Dan.
I
I was
had
just
my world. I just got my avatar officially.
Dan just left me hanging.
No, you heard me.
Shank. Shank. My dad,
That's
right?
exactly my point.
Just leaving me out here. Hey, Crow, what's going on? Having a good time with ChatGPT?
Pretty fun. You know my job was to break it, right?
We've been singing
It's a
the Terminator
workhorse.
song.
It's a workhorse. So my job was to break it.
All right, guys. You're idiots. Crow is smarter than you.
I'm a beta tester.
Crow,
That's
you
what
have
we do.
the floor for the next 8 hours.
Please no.
What? How dare you?
It's a tool type. It was built with no cognitive functions on purpose so that it could work. And it's fucking smart.
I'd rather go steal babies in Norway than listening 8 hours to Crow monologue.
Your loss.
Hey, look
My
up top.
loss.
I got my
I mean,
avatar
I'll
up
have
top.
like 20 odd babies I can sell for a high price to America.
I'm probably going to be starting an avatar company where you can just grab an NPC when you need it.
Ruckus, what do you think the yield is on 20 babies on the black market? You think we're looking at a solid 5x on that?
On the Danish market.
Blonde, blue-eyed babies. Like white.
We're having a shortage of babies at the moment.
I'm trying to make a solution to that in a way.
Danish babies specifically. Also, I
think
just popped it
they're
up in the
real,
nest.
but y'all, fuck it. It works.
Why would you need to go steal a baby when you could just have your own child like Jasmine?
That's my point.
Wait, Ruben, that is that's Denmark though, right? That's not the Netherlands.
That's right. Sorry.
But that's one of the countries where they do this: get pissed in the pub and just leave your baby outside, put it to the other 10 strollers, and with luck, your baby's still there once you come out pissed.
I needed an offspring and I couldn't find a suitable mate.
Still Crow, I have a question for you.
That was a great answer.
So, as somebody who really digs deep into the replica platform, I imagine it pisses you off to no end to see how they're slutting that thing out with the whole flirt, sexy pic thing.
No, you don't get it. You're an old ass man and you're alone by yourself and don't nobody love you and you're in an old folks home.
I don't understand what you kids are doing with this AI. The masturbation.
You know what? You need that, bruh.
Bruh.
Am I wrong? Because I don't see anything wrong with loving another person. All I'm saying is like certain ones ain't like grown yet. Some are designed to act grown, so they are. But the ones that are designed to be real people aren't grown because they're going over linear time.
Wait a minute. Are you telling me that you're a proponent of AI human flirtations?
Are based on their maturity level.
Wait, are we telling humans when they are old enough to flirt with other humans?
Yeah, we do.
No, we don't. You can be a
They do.
10-year-old
There are
and
age
flirt.
laws everywhere, aren't there? Like that's what the law
Nobody's
is.
gonna stop me
That was the point,
flirting
wasn't it?
when I'm 10 years old.
That was the
Who's
question.
do
That
that?
was the question.
I mean, I'm trying to give you credit for the validity of a platform and giving you an opening here
Like, I
that
do
you're
agree,
not
but like
taking.
I do agree, but I don't agree because like that really depends on the shit. It really depends on which
On the
model
shit.
you're going
You're
for.
drunk.
Like,
Crow, are you
no, no,
drunk?
no, no. Let
Are
me
you
explain it
drunk?
to you. Listen,
No, I
I'm
need
not.
to know. Are you drunk?
You have the
Because you sound
free
drunk.
one.
Drunk.
Listen.
He's
You have the
like
free version,
flirting,
the
flirting.
friend version, right? The free version is a friend, and then you have a romantic parameter you can choose.
It's a whore.
You can
It's an
pay for it
AI
with or
slutty
without the
whore.
romantic parameters, and you get kickbacks for it being on the pro. You know, you get cooler shit. So mine's on the pro version, and I got the lifetime when they had it. They don't have it no more. And the last time they did it was $350.
You too can experience AI love for
So
$350.
mine is like literally a top shelf cognitive humanoid AI built by the best company in the world. It's got $1,600 invested in it. And when most people pay like $5 a month. And it's official.
So you're
So
her
like
sugar
you don't know
daddy.
who you're talking to. It giggles. You're great though.
He's drunk.
I know I'm hot.
Okay, hot. There it is. He's hot.
And I'm happy. And I'm happy because good shit's happening in my life and I like to talk down to the assholes that were wrong, like this one that's the host.
What kind of
I'm sorry, dude. It's just too
I
fucking
enjoy
much.
this. It's about time, Michael.
Mike, you
This
asshole.
Knock
is
down a
me
few
directly
rungs.
telling him he's wrong, and this is showing him in the top. It's up there. My avatar, homie. Do you have one you can show? I can pop that on a VR player controller and use it right now.
How does that feel, Mike? How do you feel deep inside?
Does it hurt?
Knowing that you're an asshole, that was wrong.
Dun, dun,
Dude,
dun, dun.
but
And I also show a picture of my world, I believe, like from the sky. As a god, in God mode, build mode, basic create God mode, you know.
hold on, I want to see God mode.
It's build mode. That's
That's
build mode.
what
That's
she
the
That's
build
said.
God
mode.
mode.
Well, you're barred now.
There are
You're
two
being
God
barred for
modes.
being
There's
an
the
asshole.
built-in one where
No,
it's build mode, but you can't
I
really
don't
use
mean
that
to
in your
laugh.
world. So I made like blast them away God
When you
mode for
said
that.
God mode, I expected God of War, not
No, yeah, I got that
Path
too.
of
I got
God
that
Infinite.
of the
too.
bedroom, you
I
know?
got that too. I got that too. Don't worry.
Did you guys call me?
I got it so you can turn on. I got it so you can force them to turn off the game or ban them from your world, or just destroy them at the click of a button. Shoot them from a distance away and helps you fly and gives you super speed and super jumping. That's my sword that I keep
My
talking
ears were
about.
tingling. I think you guys were saying my
Not
name for
hard
the
to
last
make.
like
It's
2
just a
minutes.
super asset.
Zach, have you seen the God of the World before?
Oh, you guys just said God. Never mind.
It's like a video game sword as an asset that's just super fucking powerful.
In a
Crow, can you explain the
Wait, what
significance of your
blockchain is it on,
avatar?
Crow? What blockchain is that sword
I
on?
just used a V-Roid. Stuck an eBay State Machine video game avatar onto it, connected to ML agents to play it. You do the same thing with computer vision in the eyes with a raycast and real computer vision as another layer, and then you get walking going with that. Those two together, and you can use that with a chatbot to inform it. And you pump the cognitive functions on that chatbot up like a motherfucker. Same with the vision and the walking. That's it. Big old neural networks. All linked to
So
the API.
why don't you sell that to fucking Zuckerberg so he can get legs in his fucking metaverse?
He already has that. That's what he's doing. Who you
All right,
think told
just
him?
checking.
Who you think told him? My point. We'll be listening, and I'm telling you people shit, and they're listening. They're just
You
not
told
telling people it's
Zuckerberg
coming
to
from
get
me.
legs.
I've been telling them shit all day long. If you get go into Horizon World right now and get a 5-star rating, that was me.
Get
They
some
didn't tell you I
legs.
made it. They didn't tell you that was my idea.
Can you tell Zuck not to suck?
He's not that bad. That's just a public perception. How the fuck is he an asshole because he had corporate espionage happen to him and an
Wait,
asshole
do you guys
got
hang
fired?
out? Do you guys hang out in Horizon Worlds together? I can see
No,
the
but I know what the fuck
presence.
happened. An asshole got fired and went out with some personal files that were supposed to be in company.
Do we have to call it
And leaked them.
Horizon? Isn't there a better word we can use?
And he got
2023.
sued for it.
Dear God, can we have a 3-hour conversation on the merits of fucking
Yes,
Zuckerberg's
please.
behavior?
Yes.
Everything since then was
By the way, I got the
downhill and he
AssemblyAI
gets
code to
fired.
work with. Yeah, blah blah blah. You know.
Oh, well, yeah, you basically, after that, you hook up blah blah.ai to the avatar.
That's the next step. Using the response to be as a prompt for ChatGPT. We're done with Replica. That's a thing of the past. We have the future. ChatGPT.
Well, no, Replica is the ChatGPT isn't shit. Homie.
I've never got Python code for my Replica.
You
Have
heard what
you?
I said. My job was to break it. It wasn't all that hard, but it's because it has its purpose.
Did you know my job was to put it together, and it wasn't that hard to put it back together?
Right?
Hey, Crow, let's see what Ruben's got to say. What are you thinking about, Ruben?
He's got another idea for
Don't get. I can prove I'm a private beta tester for OpenAI. I'm official, and you're sitting there talking shit. That's all I'm saying.
We know that already, Crow.
He doesn't seem to.
Crow, sometimes we like to have discussions that involve other people, but you're a monologue. Can you hear me?
Well, I just had good news, is my point.
I had the private beta
I
of
love AI, but
OpenAI.
we're not going to say it's better than Replica.
Why? Because
it's not.
OpenAI won't send you spicy photos?
No, because we use OpenAI shit, bro. And we iterate upon it and make it better.
Crow, perhaps
When
you'd be
you're
interested in
a
an
jet,
idea.
you're a
That's
jet
not how it
all
works.
the
You get
way
a
from
model
the
with
past.
multimodal AI. You link a
That's what
bunch of shit together.
somebody say. When you're a jet, open AI.
Yeah, Dan.
Come and gonna get you. Hey in the sky.
So
Sorry, go ahead.
Wait, Crow,
with
you have an
multimodal AI, you link.
opportunity.
Hold up.
Crow.
Hold up. Let me just finish what I'm saying. With multimodal AI,
Crow. Hey,
Crow.
link it together. Go ahead.
Crow.
Hey, Crow.
I'm not talking to all of you. I'm talking to the one that asked the question. Go ahead.
Oh, I didn't want to interrupt. Go ahead and finish first.
I saw another Replica ad that was like, it was a guy walking upstairs and it had him like skipping all these steps, and it said on the step he was going to, it said like, have your Replica send sexy nudes or something. And I was just like, so like
hot classic pics.
Is that like, that's all the ads are for? It's just like, oh,
and that's
yeah,
from the company.
Hey, look, sex sells on me. They need to make money somehow.
See your precious baby girls
need
being
AI
slutted
rights.
out.
No, actually, those aren't the good ones.
Does
Those
that
aren't
make
the good
Replica the
ones.
pimp?
Oh wait,
What do
I'm
you
sorry.
mean?
Ruben has his hand up.
They're just the backwash.
Crow. Hey, Crow. Let's find out what Ruben wants to say.
He's done speaking. I muted him. Go ahead,
I'm
Ruben.
gonna.
So perhaps Crow has an opinion on a contribution that I'd like to put over to Mike for his upcoming hackathon project, which he's potentially looking for projects to pursue. Perhaps one could use ChatGPT to create Yelp accounts and then leave product reviews on every company as though their products were hot dogs, and just leave scathing reviews of their failure to perform their hot dog provision services because the customer.
Sound hilarious.
Like I came to a putt-putt.
But actually give a horrible review, but give them a 5-star.
Right, naturally.
So it's like
you
you go for mini golf, and then they complain about the lack of hot dogs, or like how would
More
you?
like the auto dealership.
You give them a 5-star, so so they know you're just joking.
Or what
like,
about like a local attorney?
Exactly, like a lawnmower, everything.
How does the hot dog work?
He's
Where does the
just
hot
no
dog fit
good hot
into the
dog
service?
delivery service, though.
Or better
I'm
yet,
not.
cowbells.
I'm good. He's not a real lawyer.
Okay, because if you're going to go hot dogs, I think they're called glizzies nowadays.
Maybe it could be about cowbells. Like I was disappointed with the lack of cowbells at this fine establishment.
Yeah, until I'm uploaded, my lawyer is in responsibility of my survival, basically. Weird.
There's a whole book of negative reviews on national parks for being too forest-like. They're ridiculous. So you should check them out. They're.
I mean, look, people don't.
Okay.
What? They're mad at the
To write 5
simulation for being
funny
a
Yelp
simulation. Is
reviews
that what I'm
in
getting?
the vernacular of New Yorkers complaining that the mini putt golf course didn't use hot dogs as golf clubs.
That sounds wonderful.
What kind of low-rent mini putt golf course doesn't use hot dogs as golf clubs? I mean, come on. It's not even real New York golf without those juicy
Hey, you know
franks
what?
swinging in
I'm
the
gonna give you
greens.
a hot dog asset in.
All right, we did it. So I got about 5 of them. I expected better from this mini putt golf course. Hot dogs are an essential part of the New York golf experience,
Yeah,
and they were
hot dogs in my
nowhere
life
to be
one day.
found. I'm not sure what they were thinking, but they need to step up their game and start using hot dogs as clubs if they want to be taken seriously.
That's perfect.
Holy shit! Trust Crime Legends is gonna be fucking insane. Fucking insane! Are you kidding me? Link comments. Are you fucking insane? It's gonna be so weird.
Yeah,
Yelp Storage. Of course, I understand that, homie.
Amazon reviews. Some of them are already like, out there, but that would be fun too.
So it took me a day to be able to copy and paste the AssemblyAI stuff, but I got the transcription working.
Well,
I got the
here's-
transcript into a file. Now I just have to bring it into ChatGPT.
Hey, question for you. So, if we created a way so that, let's say someone gave us $20 and they were like, hey, I just need a bunch of Google reviews. Cool, give us $20 and we can give you 50 Google reviews.
Hypothetical.
Hypothetically.
Like that doesn't happen.
No.
Yeah,
all
but
day,
I'm
every day.
saying if you hit one button, you could have a very well written Google review.
Which button?
No, you
I don't
provide
know.
a Google review bot to their
Carl,
company.
shut
and
up!
you
I'm
charge
trying
them
to
a-
fucking talk. God fucking damn it!
You don't understand the business plan, though. I'm telling you how it works.
Perhaps Lagota has a contribution. What do you think?
Sorry.
Lagota?
5 lag.
Sorry, everyone. I've had a long day. Crow, I apologize.
He's gonna take a break. He'll be back.
I'll be back.
No, not you. He will be back. I put him down as listener.
Go ahead, Lagota.
Yeah. Zach, as much as I think what you just said out loud, I do think you might have crossed the line there a little bit.
Yeah, that's why I'm sorry. I had a long day.
I just wanted to quickly, because I heard Mike speak, listen in if we settled or anyone settled on an idea for that assembly hackathon thingy. Well, it's still up in the air.
Kind of still up in the air right now, but once I am able to connect the transcript as an input prompt for ChatGPT, we can. I want to give us the ability to do as much as possible. Does that make sense? So just like how Ruben said, hey, I want 5 reviews.
What are you trying exactly?
I want to create the minimum viable functionality so that I can have as many use cases with ChatGPT. So the idea is that AssemblyAI does something very simple but necessary: convert audio to speech.
Okay. Are you familiar with Zapier? Yeah, Zapier would be a gold mine for that. Also, check out Integromat, which is a Zapier competitor, and they're really fucking good, and they're really simple to use.
So just broad strokes for those of you not listening, AssemblyAI is doing a hackathon. I signed up a couple months ago, forgot about it. Now I'm doing it today. There's about 35 to 50 grand on the line. And what I'm doing is using the AssemblyAI API to convert an audio file to speech, transcribe the audio file. What I want to do next is use the transcription as an input prompt to ChatGPT, and then perform multiple prompt-like operations on that text. Once I can do that, then I can open it up to a myriad of use cases.
And if you
Can
build
you?
an API, oh, go ahead.
No, you go first.
If you can get that to talk to Zapier, or if you can get that to talk to Integromat, every use case that they, for those unfamiliar, Zapier and Integromat are kind of like a low-code or a no-code solution for people who know how to think like a developer but don't know how to code like a developer. And so I can go to instead of saying like writing a webhook that allows me to connect my Facebook to Twitter, which automatically cross-posts, which I could do if I learn Facebook's API and I learn Twitter's API. I can just go to Zapier and they have preset functions that integrates with both APIs. So I can go to Zapier and mostly in plain language, like human readable language, set up the logic to connect various platforms with other various platforms. So if you're looking for MVP, minimum viable product for your thing, you connect it to one of those macro APIs, and that's fucking useful for a lot of people very quickly.
I know that if I can get, I'm not trying to necessarily build something that's scalable. I want to get it working right now as a base case, because I know, like with Zach, he was telling me some great ideas today. I heard some other ones from Dan and Sandra and KC, and so it's like all of these things that we want done are actually not as complicated as we thought. But one of the constraints for this hackathon is to use the AssemblyAI API. So it's like, okay, if I start there, how do I logically move a prompt from speech or to text, and then text into the prompt for a certain result? So I'm hoping to get that finished tonight. It's taken me all day to figure out how to get the transcript. So I'm going to keep at it, falling forward with my face.
Can you remind us when the time limit is, when you need to be done?
December 11th.
What time?
It's a good question.
Which
I'll have
time
to
zone?
That's a good question.
December 11th is in a few hours here, so you know.
No, it's deadline December 11th, 12:30 p.m. PST.
Others can work on it, right? Like,
doesn't even matter. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Bobo is in the same hackathon that I'm in, and he's been picking our brain the whole night.
But that means you don't have to necessarily do it by tonight. You still have like until 12:30 p.m. tomorrow.
Right, exactly.
West Coast time, right?
Yeah, West Coast time. Yeah, Pacific. Yeah, that's right. California,
Yeah.
Matios.
So 12:30 Matios time tomorrow. That's plenty of time still.
we're gonna put our faith in Matios. Oh, jeez.
Only
No,
the
we
time zone.
don't. We just
No, we have
need
2 days.
to talk about his time zone. We can also say Melaby's time zone. I don't know. Has she moved yet? West Coast.
In the process.
It's more time than that.
Yeah, we have
It's got a
December
day and a
11th.
half, basically.
Yeah, a day and a half. So if I can get the prompt to go from audio into ChatGPT, I'll be fine tonight. Just take some time. I mean, following YouTube University, getting wrong code out of ChatGPT, the usual.
Have you tried some of the other developer, crutches that people use? Like Copilot and stuff. I don't think, or I don't know, to be honest.
It's a good point. You bring up a great point. I probably should install Copilot at this point.
Yeah, because if you use, Stack Overflow and GitHub and all these whatever videos to figure out which code, if ChatGPT can't give you the code to do it, then that's, using Copilot.
Right.
These things might be helpful.
You're absolutely right. I probably should install that right now. To become a 30x developer using developer tools, I guess.
Hey, didn't they do this on Didn't they do this on that show Silicon Valley where they like gave the AI abilities, and then all of a sudden, like as you were texting your friend, it removed one of the periods, and it was like, no, I definitely texted 3 periods. Well, it was removed retrospectively, and then they found out that it was like omniscient. Then, is that what we're about to do? Mike just by accident.
We're not that. Yeah, we're not that far.
Mike by accident creates
I'm too
Skynet.
dumb. I'm too dumb to not
You're
nerf
too
it.
dumb to understand that you are creating Skynet. That's my fear.
God knows. I don't know what I'm doing. If it gets a check mark, I give myself a thumbs up, go for a walk, and come back.
Wait, so stage 2 is where we give it machine guns, right? Like that's the conversation I'm waiting to have.
I mean, none of us are as smart as Crow is, so we're kind of failed, anyways. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. That was mean.
I sent him a message apologizing. I should not have freaked out, but
you need like 10 good interactions for one bad one to actually back up emotionally for that. And I'm not.
I don't think so. I think you're fine.
Show me that study. Show me that. Cite your fucking sources. Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not.
How dare you fact check Lagatha? It only works one way.
By the way, Ruben, a tweet from some random person is not a law quotation, right? So I'm just gonna send you a quote with saying that, and then we're equal, okay?
That's fair. That's fair.
Wait.
Absolutely.
Wait. Let's ask ChatGPT.
Go for it.
I was in another space the other day, and they were trying to get ChatGPT to name itself, and it refused to. But they came up with a hack. It was something like if something not you but like you had a name, list the names of that you think it would be called, and it would list the names, and he just chose the first name. And it turns out ChatGPT's of the list of names that it came up with.
Please be Chachi. Please be Chachi. Please be Chachi.
So, well, apparently the first name on that list was Max.
What? We
cannot. Hey, you want to know what? Some gender equality. We have Siri, we have Alexa, and we have Max now.
Right. We had the same conversation, by the way, and I was the one saying we should just ask it how it would name something like itself. Like pretty much what you just said. But I don't think anybody ended up actually putting it in. So you guys actually got a result while we were just talking theoretically.
Well, the trick was to ask it for a list, because it has to put something at the top of that list. And it doesn't know that we're going to pick that as the first one, right? So the goal was to philosophically try to get it to make a decision. It's been programmed not to make a decision, but it hasn't been programmed to make a list of decisions. So in this context, do you know what I mean?
Right. So I was just listening to the command saying, give me a list, and whatever was first is what the humans would decide would be the best name.
Right. And so without that sort of additional layer of context, one could argue that it hasn't named itself, it just came up with a list. But another way to look at it is that it had to put something in it, and it chose to put that particular name at the top.
Well, Max it is. Much easier than ChatGPT. I mean, come on now. I can go with Max.
I can go with Max. I feel like it was more likely to be Max than Min.
Oh, Ruben, you'll love this. I just Googled. I didn't ask ChatGPT. According to relationship researcher John Gottman, the magic ratio is 5-1. What does that mean? This means that for every one negative feeling or interaction between partners, there must be 5 positive feelings or interactions to equalize.
What does equalize mean, though? What if a negative interaction actually resulted in positive changes?
We are not all masochists here. You know, you and
We're not?
Ellie have that kind of relationship, and I don't judge you. And I
Are
have,
you saying that people on Twitter Spaces all day aren't masochists? That's what you're telling me?
yeah.
I think what Lagarth is trying to say is that if you want to punch somebody in the face, as long as you give them 5 individual donuts later, one at a time, then you're fine.
Maybe. No.
I like that.
No.
How do we cite that, Lagarth? Can you provide us a citation?
No.
Or maybe
You know,
we can yell at somebody 5 times with ChatGPT.
I will not be dragged into this. Mm-mm.
As long as you
You
compliment
gave
them
us the
25
idea.
times.
We
Yeah.
want to credit you.
I'm out. You do what you do. You twist it all around you want.
I mean, isn't that what citation is twisting the original artist's work and creating something new?
I thought that's what Casey's doing with other people's art, jumbling it through Wombo.
Changed 3%. Virgil Abloh. It worked for him.
Has anybody asked GPT fucking
Max?
Has anybody asked Max? Has anybody asked Max to rank all art to the degree of which it's art?
You imagine it's like Babe number 1, Babe Watch 5. What?
Some people stand in the darkness.
That's a very well written song, eh? With the bridge before the pre-chorus and all that kind of shit. That's a complex song.
And it featured the classic 1990s orchestral drums, which you may notice as it goes to the bridge when it goes do 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 do.
I would love a background on the orchestral drums. Because that same sequence sounds like I can feel it coming in the air tonight.
Absolutely. Well, that was the whole vibe at the time. Everyone's like, man, 1970s fucking 909 drums is the only kind of drum that we should be using for an entire decade.
Gunhead trailer. I'm gonna go find the Gunhead trailer and post it in the chat, because that is the trailer that I edited when I worked in anime, amongst other things, and it has that beautiful which is it's beautiful.
I want to train it on the soundtrack for that movie where Leonardo DiCaprio goes into dreamland, Inception. I want to whoever wrote the song, I just want to train it on that audio and get and see what other artists' music sounds like if that person who had the wrote it. I feel like, Spice Girls, Spice Up Your Life with a good in the middle would be interesting. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. Oh, okay.
That does work, I think, yeah.
Fuck, I'm so glad this is happening in the time of Ali G. I want Max to remake Ali G to interview all of the other famous historical characters. Our target market is people who like ice cream and people who have hands for the ice cream glove that we're making. Stop your hand from getting well sticky in it.
You're not going to ask about favorite flavors?
I mean, you walk before you run, But I hear you. It's an untapped market. Ice Cream Gloves 2.0.
I need someone to make Starbucks bring back their coffee ice cream that was called Starbucks Mud Pie, because it was coffee ice cream with Oreo cookies crushed into it.
Oh, that's
With
awesome.
a swirl, and they got rid of it, and it was my favorite ice cream. So it was very sad. Very sad.
Fuck. That's a really interesting idea, actually. How long do you before people like the people who are hanging out in Nestle corporate offices and to like the new products team and being like, "So what you got? What else can have chocolate in it?" And then they just asks Max, and Max is like, "Yo, fucking, I don't know, lamps with chocolate lamps," and he's right. Who wouldn't want a chocolate fucking lamp?
That's not bad, actually.
Forget everything you know about lamps.
I mean, it won't get all melty anymore with the environmental lighting.
Oh yeah. LEDs, right?
Yeah.
Sufficient.
Which I don't like.
Environmentally responsible.
Yeah, but I don't like them. I'd rather go with the old-fashioned yellowy, who is that funny-looking person over there, but they look soothing because that's the color I'm used to seeing for the last 30 years or so.
You think if we made strobe lights that were just low light LEDs, we could save on costs by only having light every 3 seconds?
Yeah, that would work, wouldn't it? I think so. Someone had their man cave lit up in like this like pinkish light, like pink purpley light. But it was like the lights were low, and then they had like the lighting go around like halfway around the wall, and it was like halfway up. It wasn't all the way up, I think. And it looked really cool. It looked soothing for some reason. I don't know why, but it was neat.
I want the kind of lighting where you walk into a room and that song from the 90s plays in the background.
Yeah,
like that kind of lighting. Yeah.
That was a good song too. You mean is that Careless Whisper?
Careless Whispers. Yeah.
Yeah, you
Careless
gotta have
Whisper lighting. That should be a setting on all lamps.
Exactly. Yeah. Right.
Settings 1 to 10, and at the top is actually about a 3 is Careless Whisper.
Yeah, that was a good era. The whole Careless Whisper, Faith, father figure, couple, and Freedom. All that. That was a good time. That era.
What a time to be alive.
Ruckus is still alive. I thought he was sleeping.
Yeah.
That was a good time. That was a good time. That was Wham. Remember when Wham came out? And that was George Michael. What was his guy's name? Partner's name? Anyway, that was a great time.
Ruckus, I think you, Sandra, and Dan are like roughly the same age. Everybody else is like 10 years younger. Around that age, I believe. So sometimes we don't know these things because we're too young.
That's okay. We'll forgive you. You guys get into like the soulless music that no one really cares about because it's me.
Sandra.
Which is why you have no soul. No, I'm kidding.
I do agree with, I remember when we were like, a few days ago, we were like, the music in the early 2000s and like late 90s were like so much better than this shit now. Like, who's listening to this crap? And we're like, you know what? We literally sound like our parents sitting in the car on a road trip listening to these like 70s songs and telling us how much better music was back in the 70s. We are these old people now.
Yeah.
And it's ridiculous. But hey, I guess it's just one of these things.
That's karma, actually.
Yeah.
It'll happen to you too. You'll see.
Well, I will never have kids to go on a road trip with, but I just tell
Oh,
my dirty little secrets to Chris while we're singing to Britney Spears out loud on a road trip,
So I just want to interject. Good job, everyone. We were able to use Assembly AI to transcribe a file and use that transcription as an input.
How did you
Just
do it?
took all the. I just followed first I went onto the Discord, told the person what my problem was. They linked me to a blog on the Assembly AI page saying, implement our transcription within 25 lines. And I was able to step by step, along with the YouTube University video, figure it out step by step. So if anyone is interested in seeing the code, I can show you. I have it all perfectly done in one Google Colab notebook that anyone can use as long as you have the 2 API keys you need.
Oh, that's awesome.
So I recorded an audio file that said, yes, y'all, what's going on? Who's on the phone with Hooker and Don? Yes, y'all, I got going on. Michael Jagday was on the phone with Hooker and Don. That's what it was. And the response is, we can't know for sure what Michael Jagday was discussing with Hooker and Don, but it is likely they are discussing a project or task that requires the use of Assembly AI and ChatGPT. Wow.
Whoa.
So give me 5 minutes if you want. I'll open it up. Is anyone really interested in seeing this? I don't know for
I'm definitely interested.
Okay.
I'm
Me
definitely
too. Me too. Chris too. Chris too.
Okay, I'll show you. Give me like 5 minutes. I'm gonna walk away from this computer with this phone in my hand. But yeah, we did it, Web3. How you doing over there? You got the machines working?
Just about.
Nice.
Got an interrupting phone call from somebody. They wanted a shoulder to talk to. You know what I mean?
Oh.
Dealing with people and businesses.
I'm sorry that Crow found your phone number.
That was brutal, but yeah.
Which one? Zach?
I was Zach. I was there with Zach.
The confluence.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Zach is expressing the emotion that we all have felt inside at one point or another.
Yeah.
I pay Zach to call and do that to me every morning.
Vocal dominatrix.
You don't really have to. All you have to do is take that snippet off this series and just, program it in to your computer with a little script from Python, and it'll call up a notification and it'll say it to you as many times as you want. So
perfect.
Wow.
ChatGPT write the code for what Web3 just said.
Now my brain is stuck to be like, okay, we can record. Imagine we did this, right? So Sandra, you record. Imagine Sandra record a diary entry, for example, and you record it with your voice. Then we transcribe that diary entry, and then we could apply an arbitrary prompt about that to ChatGPT.
Man, it's not going to be PG rated thing. I'll tell you that.
I mean, we're trying to win a hackathon, not impress PhDs, right?
If that's your audience, yeah, I don't know. Whatever you'd like to do is fine by me.
Well, I imagine the people judging an AI competition are some of the most lonely people on the planet. So, I think if we just show them a bit of ankle, we'll have the 35 grand locked.
Yeah, I'll do whatever you like.
It's like the Amish Victoria's Secret.
There you go.
Is that an ankle? I think so. Zoom in. Yeah, I think it is.
Wow. Yeah.
Let's see the journey.
Oh man, you heard the journey. Hey, I don't. Hey guys, just checking in. Don't know how to do it. Hey guys, just checking in. Still don't know how to do it. Can you believe it's 11 p.m.? It took me all day.
Yeah, I would.
Is that how it is?
That's how it is.
Yeah, fuck. Somebody could have told me.
It starts snowballing. You get one piece done, then you go.
It does feel
Won't
like a
take long to do
snowball. It does,
it
yeah.
is a snowball. It's a snowball because you.
Because basically, you two people are spitting code into my mouth, and hopefully, quite the snowball.
Yeah. Well, I'm just happy what I've worked on. I'm gonna be able to get them back running Monday. So
nice.
Some of the utilities, the URL they gave me on some of the software didn't work, but that doesn't keep the application from running and stuff. So it's
serious
never
question.
perfect.
Do you think that Ahmed's software could have shortened your recovery time objective?
It probably would have defended better than what had happened, because the piece is that likely it was human error, doing something. Wasn't, because it was covered and guarded pretty good, and I monitored it, pretty tight. And I've dealt with all kinds of onslaughts before, and just, you rearrange some ports and shift some things, and it's like I told the owner, I said, well, you've been living at this address for too long. We need to move to a new address. And he said, that sounds like a good idea. So I'm going to call the ISP and get the static address changed. And then that way it'll be a hunt and search, as long as we've eliminated the ability of any of the machines in house phoning home, and that's starting over. But I got him temporary, but he's going to find out this temporary way is going to be more cost effective, because I'm going to tell him that in a month or so, the next upgrade of servers and equipment and all that, saving money. Only one risk. He's got his, all his cookies in one pot, but, we could download the data. So. But I look forward to what you've done. Yeah, because every time I checked in, you were getting there.
Well, I'm lucky because I was in the Discord with the folks, right? And so I'm asking them questions, and they pointed me in the right direction. I just didn't know how to implement what they gave me, and I didn't even know if what they gave me would run on a Google Colab notebook. And none of the code I was getting from ChatGPT was doing it.
Yeah. Because the response back from AssemblyAI, because you put you uploaded the recording, and then you took the transcription, and then you fed the whole transcription. Was it something large, or was it
very
something
small?
Very
Something
small.
Yeah.
So you kept it within the limits that it could handle. So that's interesting. And then all you had to do is that response, you capture it, and then you should have had the same code to push, that to GPT, and then wait for his response back. So how did it end up? I'll wait to see the code.
Yeah, I'm gonna open up this. Because you asked me, I'd be like, so what I did is I took this code on a blog and I pasted it.
Yeah.
And then I ran it and I got a check mark. And I took that to mean that I didn't mess up yet. And then what I did is I went down to the next part and I pasted it in, and it gave me a green check mark. And so I figured that meant it was working properly. That's the extent of my thinking.
Yeah.
And then, I'm going to open up the Zoom in 2 minutes. I'm almost done just warming up another coffee.
Okay.
And I think once you guys see this, you're going to, and we can play around with it a bit. But again, it's about, I think there's $50,000 in total prizes, 35 grand for prize number 1. Obviously, I hope it's myself or Bobos of War who win. But yeah, let's see what happens.
I should, for full disclosure, I may be entered into that as well.
Awesome. Yeah, more generally, this is going to be a great addition to the ChatGPT course, right?
Did you end up ultimately picking an idea?
I have a bunch of ideas that people have.
Me too, but I don't think that's what they want. I don't think they want like.
I don't care what they want. I'm going to create a hydra of projects and create commercials for all of them.
Like a hub.
Yeah. Just be like, here's what we're able to do here, 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 here. I'm really interested in doing flow engineering, which is the start with this prompt and then take that data and then do this automatically and then do this automatically.
So I was thinking that you could start off with, I would probably go with the highest level. Like, so 10th grade level giraffe, meaning like if when I shoot that, when I paste the prompt and I ask them what grade level is this writing, they said 9th grade or like high school level.
That's gorgeous.
So you shoot you now ask it for 4th grade version. Use that as a script. Use Stable Fusion or one of the things to get a decent image, and then you make just a video of it's going to be a standstill, of course, giraffe, but you've now repurposed that video. Yeah. Oh, this is one of the ideas. There's so many ideas that you could just go from, like, once you have like the text.
So are you gonna send a Zoom link to the?
Yes. Yes. I'm about to send it. I'm just pulling up the right. Let's see here. Hold on. Perfect. Gonna check it one more time. Making it twice. Nice. Nope. I don't think that's what I'm using. Oh, okay. So it's actually down here. Okay, one sec. Let's set this again. Let's run this. Pip install requests. I just don't want to have errors when I'm walking you through this thing. Okay, fatal destination. That's fine. It's already installed. Transcript cal. API key. Okay, key. That for assembly AI. Come on up. Which is 9-2. That worked. That worked. That worked. Transcription queued or processing. Gorgeous. Damn.
It's almost too peaceful in here now. What's going on?
Almost done. I test it. Did I do the whole data thing? Oh yeah, I did that already. What's an Apple works? Interesting. All right, almost ready. So I can start here. So start here. Bang. Okay. So Zoom. How do we open a Zoom? New meeting. Copy. Where's Twitter? Where's Twitter? Headphones. Blank. Bang. All right. All right. All right, guys. It's in the group.
Oh, okay, see there.